I know. We're going to do it. We're going. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Observations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your existential Mr. Rogers, your pharaoh of physical media, whatever nicknames you want to hang on me, I will accept them. I will say them on this show aloud. But you got to send me some artwork too, so I can throw it up there. So call me what you want. I'm Robert Meyer Burnett. This is Midnight Musings, episode 27. But you know what? It isn't a show. I got one of my co-hosts. I'm sure I'll get another one later. But you know her. You love her. She's, yeah, looking mighty lovely tonight, I must say. Can we say that?
Yes.
Can I say that you look lovely? I mean, I don't want somebody to go, oh, great, I'm canceled. Cha-ching.
Nope. You can say I look lovely as much as you like, Robert, because I love to hear that. And thank you so much for saying that. It's so good to be back on Midnight Musings, Robert.
I am happy to have you. You know, you've been to the New York Comic Con. You've had a great time. We haven't streamed in a couple weeks. Lael was at the New York Comic Con. A lot of stuff going on. Rings of Power, thankfully, is over. She-Hulk is over. House of the Dragon is cooking. So is Andor cooking with fire, or cooking with the eye, as it was this week. How interesting that Rings of Power and Andor each had episodes called the Eye. I don't know what that means, but hey, maybe people are borrowing from one another. But I want to talk about all of these things. First of all, let me ask you, how have you been? How have you been?
I've been well, Robert. As you mentioned already, yes, I went to New York Comic Con last weekend and had a fantastic time. I got a chance to go to the Star Trek Universe panel, as you know, with all of the members from the Next Generation. Robert, it was incredible. I was really, really close to the stage, more than what I thought I would be. And I just couldn't believe my eyes when everybody came out. And the chemistry, Robert, you could feel the chemistry of everybody on stage. Even now, it was just absolutely remarkable. They were all happy to be there. You know, Martina Sirtis had her saltiness going on. I mean, it was just a fun, and you can watch it. I think it's on YouTube now, but Robert, it was incredible. And I couldn't believe my eyes as I was sitting there listening to their excitement about Picard season 3. Robert, I cannot wait for this season to start. And even after the panel ended, people talked for hours outside about how excited they are for Picard season 3, Robert. It's going to be incredible.
Well, I've been catching hell for it. You know, my boy Terry Metalis, not that he was my boy, but he is my boy now. I can call him that. Just like the guys over at the Popcast have the weekly Terry. Everyone loves Terry Metalis. He's to know him is to love him. Now, a lot of people have come at me, they've come at me, and a lot of people said, "Oh, it looks like the same old Star Trek. It's dark. It's morose. It's whatever the hell they say it is." And people, what's really interesting to me about, first of all, let me ask you, what did you think of the trailer for Picard season 3?
It looked incredible. It looked like the Star Trek I know. It looked like a trailer for a Star Trek movie for the Next Generation cast. And so immediately when I saw that, I knew that they were onto something. They wanted to go in a certain direction. They wanted to have that feel that they had again. There seemed a lot invested in this trailer. Like there's certainly a little bit more at stake for this particular season, from what I can see from the trailer. The characters are presented in a way that we are more familiar, except for maybe Warf, who they give us a little twist on him there, and that's okay. But honestly, it feels like the old gang and everybody that we know is back, and they're confident in what they're doing. They're just happy. I think that they really are been waiting for this, Robert, because there has never been that official closure, so to speak. That moment where everybody has come together and we have some kind of a resolution in a lot of the characters' lives, and we've kind of been waiting for that. And we've been getting it in drips and drabs with some of the movies, and some appearances, but we haven't had anything like this that's almost presenting itself as, the season finale, not just for Picard, but for the Next Generation. And I think that, that alone is just, it's unbelievable, Robert.
Well, what's really interesting to me is first of all, I would like to point out that normally we get a 2.5-minute trailer for a 90-minute to 2-hour movie. Star Trek Picard is 10 hours long. And we got a 2.5-minute trailer for something that is 10 hours long, for something that is 800 times longer than a standard movie is. Meaning that there's 800 times more material, it's than you would get in a standard film. So a lot of people have come at me like, "Oh, it's a standard villain plot. I mean, this caricature female over-the-top villain and wants revenge." As if that's what it's about. I mean, like if you watch the trailer for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, sure, they lean into Khan taking revenge. It is called the Wrath of Khan after all. And it's funny because all these people are coming after me, and it's like they've made their final decision on this trailer, on the show based on this trailer, like, "Oh, you're a paid shill," and all this, whatever. I assure you that there is a lot more to Star Trek Picard Season 3 than a character we've never met seeking some kind of revenge.
Certainly, you're right about that. And they were very clear. They had said that there is going to be resolution and certain things that we've been looking for in characters. And I think when LeVar Burton talked about how even his character, he didn't have a relationship in the show for quite some time. And it was awkward, Robert. It's awkward. Why wouldn't he? He's a nice man. He's personable. He's friendly, very knowledgeable. He's a catch, an officer in Starfleet. This man is he's attractive. Certainly this would be a man that any woman would want to be with. And for him not to have a relationship, was concerning for many of us, especially me. And now learning that, that, in the character is going to has children, let's say at this point in their life, it really does kind of come full circle. Two children and his daughter, as you know already, is going to be in the show. Certainly that tells us something, that they wanted to make these characters continue on with their lives. Their lives didn't end when the show ended or the last Next Generation movie ended. Their lives continue to go on and will continue to go on. That their impression as characters and as a series is going to continue quite possibly even beyond Picard. With it, let's say the introduction of LeVar Burton's daughter, we just don't know. They said they were going to pass the torch, which was something that I think a lot of us were curious about. Are we going to see the torch passed from, from series to series? Like, who does it get passed to? obviously Riker, we would expect that. We would expect Worf. There are certain characters that we are expecting to obviously have their own ships at some point, to be captains on their own ships. And we've seen it. But now I think that the idea or the notion of them even having their own series is not so far-fetched. We did have an announcement, I think, of something too. So it's interesting because this is such a great moment and there's so much excitement in this. They are pretty much implying to us that we are going to get a lot of things that we've been wanting to see in these characters. And we haven't had these comments, I think, by this crew together like this ever before, not since like the last film, right, Robert? I mean, when was the last time we saw them together like this?
Oh, yeah, really since the last film. And what's really interesting about this trailer is it really isn't about what season 3 of Picard is about. I mean, it's hard to explain because yes, everything that you saw in the trailer is obviously in the show, but the show isn't about what everybody thinks it is. There's clearly elements that, I mean, Amanda Plummer is in it. She plays Vadic. She has a starship called the Shrike. Let's just say, how can I say this? How can I put
No
this?
spoilers, Robert. No
yes,
spoilers.
I'm trying to think, how can I say this without... Let's just say perhaps, I can't say it.
Good. Don't say it because I want to.
I can't say, but I will say this: that trailer did not spoil really anything. I mean, yeah, okay, Moriarty makes an appearance, Lore makes an appearance, but even that is not. The series is actually, it's a mystery. And all of the things there's a mystery that is going to be uncovered during the series. And even that trailer did not hint that it's a mystery. Those are elements. There are certainly those things appear in the trailer, but that trailer did not even, there's main characters that weren't even in that trailer.
Right.
Like, I mean, focused, marquee characters, new characters that we've never met that weren't even in that trailer, which I thought was really interesting because, and I thought, there was, I can't say what they are, but Terry was telling me about certain battles that he had to fight, about things that he did and didn't want revealed in the trailer. And,
right.
It was good. I mean, and to me, I can't say anything. And all I've been telling people is that, hey, you want to come at me and say that I don't know what I'm talking. It's so funny to me that people are like, you don't know what you're talking about, Rob. It looks terrible. It looks like the same old stuff. You wait. I'm just going to say it's going to be on February 16th. Tune in. And I guarantee you, a half an hour into the first episode, people are going to be like, oh, this is interesting.
Wow.
Okay. I'll see where this is going to go. And by the end of episode 4, I'll say this, if you're not completely like, by the end of episode 4, it's not for you. But by the end of episode 4, you're going to be like, holy shit, I'm in. This is Star Trek again.
Oh my gosh, it feels so good, Robert.
I can't explain it. I can't, and it's not me being cheeky. I just don't want to ruin anything. Because it's, if nothing else, it's really interesting. And I think that's one of the things that not everything's going to work for everybody. I mean, there's things that people just have to do, but it is wildly entertaining, and it is what's really interesting is that everybody gets their due. And yes, Worf might have a different, that is kind of I don't want to say it's a joke when he says he's a pacifist. It isn't. But when you see him, especially when his introduction, I don't think the word pacifist would be the first thing that came to your mind. Call me crazy. He is wearing a giant, brand new Klingon bladed weapon on his back.
Yes, he is.
That was designed by Dan Curry, who designed. Dan Curry was one of the visual effects supervisors on Next Generation, and he actually designed the Batleth in real life. And this is Terry's level of commitment. Terry went and contacted Dan Curry and said, I need a new Klingon bladed weapon that we've never seen before. and it's almost like a Klingon broadsword.
Right.
I mean, and let's just say when you first see Worf, he may or may not be wielding it in a very final way.
I think it's great that he has a new weapon. You know, obviously the Klingon culture is, much more expansive than what we've seen. We haven't seen everything, even scratch the surface. So let's say in movies and in television, in my opinion, they probably have a whole series just on them. But honestly, I think it's exciting to see the updated outfit that he was wearing, his uniform. Looking at him, he looks stronger than ever.
Michael Dorn does not look like he's aged a day, other than the white they went with.
Yes.
And by the way, from what Terry told me, that was I want to say that was an idea of Michael Dorn's to go all Pai Mei, like from Kill Bill, or to do and a lot of people are like, well, the Klingons that we saw in Blood Oath and Korkang and Koloth, they didn't have white hair. I mean, hair goes white, man. You never know. I mean, 2 years ago, I had gray hair, but maybe not totally white hair. I look at my hair and I'm like, when did I go the full Santa?
Well, you're not Santa, you're a silver fox, but I think that Worf is as well. He looks incredible in there and just absolutely strong and impressive. And even hearing words come out of his mouth, they're very direct, very intentional words that he uses as usual. So he comes across as still a warrior, and there's nothing that's going to happen that's going to change my feeling about Worf as a warrior. That's who he is and will be.
Worf is a highlight of season 3. He is a fucking badass. He's a fucking force of nature, and he does not take any shit from anyone. And his role is very interesting, where he's coming from. And it's, again, I think what I find really interesting is the overarching plot of the whole thing is very compelling. And there's a lot of mysteries to be unearthed. And I thought it was great. And, again, I can't explain it to anybody, but I love the fact that, I set myself up for being like, whoa, look what I know. but I will, look, somebody has to advocate for good Star Trek. And, like, a lot of people are enjoying Lower Decks, and that's fine. Lower Decks has been doing some interesting stuff. But to me, Lower Decks doesn't count. It doesn't count because it's what I would give Lower Decks. I pay more attention to it if it was more integrated into the other, like if it was more integrated into, say, Picard. I mean, I enjoy it. It's a funny workplace romp, and there's some good stuff in it, but I find it to be inconsequential, and I think that's my own prejudice, and I should probably be giving the show more of its due, but both that and Prodigy I see as just a way to saturate the marketplace. If you read, there's an article that dropped in Variety today about the showrunners of Rings of Power, J.D. Payne and what's his face, and they talked about their aborted Star Trek 4 film script that brought George Kirk back, and it was going to team up Chris Hemsworth and Chris Pine. And I'm just like, I read this and I'm like, you know what? All of these, everybody, and this is meant with no disrespect, but anybody who's worked for Bad Robot and who follows their storytelling model really is not doing the industry. Or, I mean, in my mind, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and Star Trek have all been irrevocably damaged now because of Bad Robot. And it's nice to see pushback to them at, Andre and Tom at Midnight's Edge did a piece this morning along with Script Doctor about that. And I have to say that I don't disagree. I mean, J.J. Abrams has made 5 big-budget science fiction movies, 2 Star Wars movies, 2 Star Trek movies, and Super 8. And I think they're all really terrible in various ways in terms of storytelling. That, nonsensical. And I understand, like, people... And that, which brings me to sort of Rings of Power. Rings of Power had its finale. And, I'm watching the show, and I want to like Rings of Power.
Yes.
I mean, I spent 3 years of my life working on the special features of the Lord of the Rings, the extended edition DVDs, the special features. I was in New Zealand. I was in London. I went to interviewing. One of the highlights of my career was going to interview Christopher Lee on Fellowship to, talk to him about Sauron. It was a 5-hour interview. It was one of my favorite things I've ever done. So I was really immersed in Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, somebody came back to me when I was saying this today on Twitter, and someone's like, "Oh, look at you being all passive aggressive by pointing out how much you know and how much we don't." And I'm like, look, what I was saying, I was trying to explain, I was trying to say, look, this is why this matters to me, because I spent a great deal of, well, not a great deal, but a great deal of time within my professional career immersed in Lord of the Rings.
Right.
And thinking about it. And, when you go interview Christopher Lee, who's a Tolkien scholar, basically, like, you better know your shit when you're sitting down with them to have a conversation. And I feel that Rings of Power, they have all the money in the world and all that, but this, again, the story, they're actually aping scenes from Peter Jackson's trilogy. The Second Age of Middle-earth has nothing to do with the Third Age. There shouldn't be anything. You shouldn't look at anything in the Second Age and go, oh yeah, that's just like this that happened in the Third Age. Like they feel they needed hobbits, the Harfeet, the Harfoot. So they created this, they made up this race to make it more palatable, to make it more, see, it's like Lord of the Rings, because we have to have, like why? Why do you need these hobbits? And why it makes no sense to me. So this final episode, here's the thing, Galadriel, people talk about, yeah, she's like a badass, she's like a proxy male character, whatever. To me, she's just stupid. Like, here she's talked about how she's sought out Sauron and scoured Middle-earth. In the meantime, Adar and his orcs are massing in the Southlands. Sauron is running around and turns out to be a dude that she's been hanging out with, that she just met in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
and like didn't sense that he was Sauron, didn't like she's just an idiot. I'm looking at this character and I'm like, I was saying Halbrand was Sauron for a long time, and Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic, he confirmed that. He was saying the same thing, and I'm just like, how is this a misdirect? Like, I don't understand. In 3 episodes of the show, Mordor is created. The armies are massing, Mithril, and all this bullshit, and then at the end, let's Celebrimbor is gonna make the Elven rings in like an afternoon. And I'm looking at all this stuff
he's
going
pushy.
yeah, I'm just like, I'm watching this going, it took like 90 years for him to forge the 3 Elven rings. And then when you see them, it looks like they're from a Beyonce song. Yeah, I mean, it's like, how big do you going to make those diamonds? And what?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we need this kind of metal to make these rings. Oh, here's my dagger. It was my brother's. Just melt it down. Like, don't take it apart. You can still leave if there's leather on the hilt. Yeah, just melt it all. It doesn't matter. And by the way, drop some mithril in too. Mix that in for good measure. I mean, I'm watching this and I'm thinking to myself, and by the way, we have that juxtaposed with Andor and House of the Dragon, where House of the Dragon, which goes in the levels of what makes up a human being and the levels of personality and the levels of complexity in individual human beings. I mean, the last episode with Viserys, walking into that room, walking into the throne room, and there's so much more human pathos going on in that show. And when I look at Rings of Power, I'm like, this show is written by people that aren't that smart. I feel like they need to go out and they need to have like lived a life before they're writing this show, because I'm not saying you have to go fight in World War I in the trenches, but my God, it's as if no one ever left their house and they're just writing. They're writing about movies and TV shows they watched, and I don't feel that there's any genuine humanity of any kind in a show like Rings of Power. I'm just watching scenes from other movies and other things being regurgitated. I don't believe it at all, and it's frustrating to watch.
Yeah, it really is frustrating to watch. And today, of course, I streamed with Tom and Andre and Script Doctor from Midnight's Edge talking about this. And I had kind of equated Tolkien's works to kind of being like historical fiction at this point, because it's so relevant. It's a magnum opus. he was an expert in languages and in the languages that he created in the English language. Certainly, there is so much cultural importance to this piece of work that if you were going to write historical fiction, you have to do a lot of research to make it feel authentic. And this is no different. It's an IP that we have seen on screen a lot. And for those of us who enjoy the films that you worked on, Robert, on The Hobbit, we rewatched them over and over and over again. And that just shows the level of commitment that we have and enjoyment we have to what we've seen in the past. We're expecting a certain level of excellence and execution. And I think that those are the two areas that they let us down the most. And, today talking about these Harfoot characters that just don't seem to make sense at all, and how their appearance even, Robert, fine, make them creatures of the forest, but they don't have to look like that. They looked somewhat unkept. They're not quite nice characters. Whenever someone gets injured, they leave them and they're like, oh, you got injured? Oh, I guess we're going to have to leave you here. But are they also ignorant, Robert? Why? Why did we see every time something bad happened, the Harfoots would turn to, the tall character and say, like, it's his fault. He did it. He can change things. What kind of characters are these? This is a magical world, and they believe just because he's there, that's the reason why things are and are not happening. They're very ignorant approach to characters that I feel, in traditional sense, were very wise characters.
Well, look,
wise.
If they're nomadic characters and they travel, they would know more about the land than anyone, and you'd think that they would have a wisdom of what I don't like about this modern writing, and it all seems to come out of Bad Robot. We've seen it in Star Trek, we've seen it in Star Wars, we're seeing it in Rings of Power. It seems like they define people by one trait, whereas a show like House of the Dragon shows that a person can have both bad and good in them. They can be both smart and dumb at the same time. Human beings, any sentient being, is a very complex individual. And I feel like when we watch shows like and here's the thing, I don't mean if people like Rings of Power, that's fine. I'm like, you can enjoy it on a certain level, and I do not begrudge anybody that likes it. And I feel that what's really interesting is, you have to bring your critical acumen. A lot of people don't. They just want to watch something and be entertained. If that's what they get out of it, and then they're entertained, that's great. If you're entertained by something, fantastic. But to me, we're so far down. It's 2022, and we're in a post-Sopranos, post-The Wire, you can go back further, MASH, All in the Family. We're in a peak Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. We're in the golden age of television, and even genre programming, whether it's Germany's Dark, whether it's The Expanse, or post Ron Moore's Battlestar Galactica, and even watching House of the Dragon, which is A-list television. And I have to say, Andor, my God, this week's episode of Andor was absolutely smashing. And I never thought I'd be seeing a Star Wars show like this. And I listen to people talk about, it's so boring. I'm like, it really baffles my mind, because what I find really interesting is, I guess, growing up and watching films from all over the world and enjoying all kinds of, I never expected a movie or piece of entertainment you always have to look at it on its own terms. You can't expect, like if I go in and I grew up going to the Seattle Film Festival, I'd see one May, I saw 200 movies in a month in the theater. Yeah. Going to and I saw movies of all kinds from every country in the world. And when you do that, you learn that you need to come up to the material. You can't expect the material to come to you. And I feel that what's really interesting is in watching something like Andor is such a complex show from a human perspective. And it really is delving into, what does it mean to be a resistance fighter against an oppressive regime? How does that work? And I understand Jedi Knights, and you want to have the simple joys of what a space opera like Star Wars can bring you. But this show is not interested in that at all, and it announces itself in the very beginning of what kind of a show it is. And what I find so, I guess, disheartening is we're getting a Star Wars show that I never thought we would get.
Yeah.
And it's a totally different show, and I feel like it's up to us, the audience, to come up to Andor's level, and everybody expects Andor to be the Star Wars show that they expected it to be. Not everybody, but some people. And I'm seeing the schism. It's 50-50. People either really like it or this show is so boring. And what's frustrating to me is I'm like, what's boring about it? Like that episode 6, the third episode of the second block.
Yes.
The whole first half of it I was like this the whole time. I'm like, every time they got into formation and walked past somebody, I was waiting like somebody's going to recognize them. Something's.
Yes.
And the thing is, it went off. I love the fact that it mostly went off without a hitch. They got into the base, and I'm like, that was unexpected. I thought for sure they were going to play that trope where it went all foobar.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was so, and the payoff was so great. And then even when the guy that had static with Cassian, he's like, we could take off and we could split the money. And Andor's just bam, and shot that motherfucker. And I'm like, holy shit. Now we know he can rock and roll and get it. He can get it on if he has to get it on.
Yes.
But that was something where I mean, we saw him kill somebody in the beginning of Rogue One, so we know what kind of person.
And in the beginning of the show,
and in the beginning of Andor, he just. I mean, that's the kind of. If you're not watching the show, and I'm not criticizing anybody who doesn't like it,
right?
But it's frustrating because how are we expected as an audience to? We're getting so much great television. Why shouldn't Star Wars give us Breaking Bad or The Wire levels of drama? And I understand a lot of people might not like that, but what did they think they were going to get? I mean, this is a show that deals with the harsh reality of what it means to be part of a resistance. I mean, this is the French resistance in World War II, where anybody can betray you. And they do things like, I love the scene where Mon Mothma is addressing the Senate. Like no one's paying attention to her. They're all looking like, oh my God, there was an Imperial attack. And she's looking around, and I'm just thinking, God, she must be so frustrated. I mean, you look at her home life, you look at her professional life. I mean, her life is shitty. Mon Mothma's life is shitty.
Yes.
And it's like, and yet she's going to persevere. And unless you understand all this, and I understand it might not be the Star Wars that everybody likes, but to me, as much fun as I have with The Mandalorian, it's just so simple. It's like an Old West show. It's like Have Gun Will Travel from the 60s. And it's fun. And Boba Fett, I thought was, I mean, I look at this show and I'm like, God, I wish Boba Fett was like this, that we had this sort of level of complexity. And am I wrong?
No, a lot of people are saying, you make a lot of good points, and a lot of people are reiterating this. They do feel that Andor is too slow. And my approach has always been, I think what's happened is that because of these inconsistencies with shows, people are very skeptical and leery about anything new that's come out. There really isn't anything wrong with the Andor show. It has a different pace. It's specifically dealing with the rebels. And, it's right now, it's just like almost a handful of people that we can see, at least from the information that we're given, that this network exists. And it almost feels as if everything is revolving around Mon Mothma, although Luthen is the driving force in a sense, because he has the ability to travel unseen. He's, people can't detect him. He can put on a disguise. Mon Mothma seems to be the driving force. Maybe even, she's very tight with Luthen and said, look, we got to do something. We cannot allow this to happen. We have to stand up now. And he's like, well, I need money. He's like, there's only so many artifacts I can sell. Not a whole bunch of people are throwing out. I need millions of credits. not, $50,000 worth. I need millions of dollars to make this work. And so
I got to buy those T-65 X-Wing fighters, man. Come on.
I want to buy the Sith holocron and the Jedi holocron that's on the shelves in that, and I want to take that Kyber crystal, see if I can open them. But that's another story altogether. Honestly, I got to get that Kyber crystal that he has. I think it's very interesting that
Kyber crystal. There's a lightsaber that goes with that Kyber crystal somewhere.
Yes, I'm sure there is, but some way to use the Force to open them, because you have to be a Force user, I think, to open up a holocron. But I want to open that thing up. I'm almost wondering maybe the Resistance does open up one, and they get information that they need that helps them fight against the Empire, which would be so incredible. But, I have to wonder to myself, Robert, and, we're looking at these other shows, and Andor, really, I don't really see anything wrong with the show. If you don't like a slow-paced show, if you don't like something that smolders and then the action happens, maybe it's not the show for you, but it certainly does not have the undertones of disappointment that we experienced with the Book of Boba Fett. Certainly that Kenobi. And Kenobi was very disappointing. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy with what they've given us with Andor. There's a lot to talk about with Andor, but I did just want to mention that, when we were talking about Rings of Power and that other show, She-Hulk, where we essentially ended up with these shows that I think with She-Hulk, what they did in that last episode is exactly what the show was about. It was about the writers. The show had nothing to do with the She-Hulk character, and they showed themselves. They exposed themselves, and they were almost smug when you pop into the writer's room when She-Hulk goes in there. And I thought to myself, what the hell is this? And I thought, hey, could this show ever be a cult classic? Could this ever happen? But I don't think it will, because it doesn't have artistic value. Cult classic shows have artistic value. Yeah. They're avant-garde. Somebody has a cool message. Somebody was trying to express, why consumerism is bad, or, why artwork with cans works, or whatever they were trying to do. And it comes out cool and something that 20 years from now looks incredibly amazing. I don't think people are going to be running to Rings of Power and She-Hulk saying, gee, I really love that, because I almost cringed when I saw that they did the Incredible Hulk. And I kind of joked with you, Robert. I said, why isn't she like the Incredible Hulk, running from guy to guy with her panties in her bag and, doing this walk of shame? And I was shocked when I saw the treatment that they did, to parody the Incredible Hulk, because the Incredible Hulk was maybe the best Hulk TV show of all time. It was the best one. I remember that show. I particularly am fond of how Lou Ferrigno was part of the team. And there was a distinct difference between, I think CGI was the worst mistake that they could have made in She-Hulk. I think they should have gotten a woman who was an athlete or.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because we saw that in that yes. Incredible Hulk opening.
But was it a man or was it a woman, Robert, who played that?
I'm not sure.
The fact that we can't tell, the fact that you and I are not sure, we could just say, yeah, that's a famous bodybuilder. Her name is whatever her name is. To add that realism to the show, what made it more esoteric, giving it a little bit more something to hold onto. This character was so disrespectful to her family, who went and picked her up from prison, Robert. You were coming out of prison. There's so many things in it that I had to question.
But here's the thing. I did love that Hulk opening. Because it was a dream, and my idea was that she had seen the Hulk TV show, within the universe, the MCU. The Hulk TV show with Bill Bixby is real. I mean, the timeline doesn't work out, but so I was like, she was dreaming about that. But here's let me go back to what you brought up about the writers' room. When the writers' room showed themselves, there have been times in history where TV shows and movies have broken into, Blazing Saddles being one that comes to mind. Dan Murrell he brought that up. I'm like, finally somebody brought it up, and leave it to Dan Murrell to do it, because he knows his shit. Dan Murrell brought it up. There's an episode of one of my favorite science fiction shows of all time that nobody's ever seen anymore, called UFO, that Jerry Anderson, who made the Super Marination shows like Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet and Joe 90. And his first live action TV show was UFO, which gave way to Space 1999. And they do an episode where they're on the set of UFO and they play that card, and they do it in Blazing Saddles. They do it in a lot of other things too. There's even there's a great short story called, it's in 1976, there was a book called Star Trek New Voyages, and it was an anthology of stories. And there's a great story. I want to say it's I'm going to get this wrong. It's Visit to a Small Planet Revisited, but it's not that. It's basically what it is Shatner, Nimoy, and DeForest Kelley beam on board while they're shooting an episode of Star Trek. They beam on board the real Enterprise. They're juxtaposed, and they have to play their parts, which is, they did it for real in Galaxy Quest.
Right.
And there's that whole thing. And so when they showed the writer's room is this rainbow spectrum of people. And I'm like, I see. And here's what I saw with, I'm all for, I don't give a fuck what color, what your sexuality is, what your religious preferences are. I do not care. If you want to work in Hollywood, bust your ass, get a job. Great. I don't care. But here's my problem. Diversity like that, I'm like, this is why this show isn't what it was meant to be. You've got 20 people all coming from different points of view that all want to get their points of view in the show, and then the show is diluted. And the show becomes, you ask yourself, what am I watching? Because everybody's got their own agenda that they're pushing. And I have no problem with that. But when you have, and I'm looking at this rainbow spectrum of people, and I'm like, so every episode, whoever got to go, I want to do an episode about this. So there was no cohesion in She-Hulk. I watched that show, and I'm like, here is a really interesting opportunity to, first of all, its vision of women in the workplace was from 25 years ago.
Yes.
and it's like, oh my God. I mean, when you can watch a movie like Oliver Stone's Savages and Selma Hayek is the fucking crime boss, is the Vito Corleone calling the shots. We live in a much different world now. And I'm watching that vision of what she had to put up with at work was the most cliched. I mean, we have captains of industry. We've got Shonda Rhimes, who's one of the most successful people in Hollywood. And you've got, why am I drawing a blank on his name now?
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry, who has built the biggest. He has the biggest fucking studio lot, and he probably wields more power than anybody who has a studio, maybe in the history of Hollywood. He built it on the backs of the work that he did.
Yes.
And we live in a world where this whole thing about, well, we need more diversity in a way. If I was talking about, I interviewed Ruth Carter today.
Yes,
the
wow,
Academy
Robert,
Award winning costume designer for Wakanda Forever, who won an Oscar, nominated for things like Malcolm X.
Yes.
She literally was at ground zero. She worked, her first film was Spike Lee's School Days.
Yes.
And when Spike Lee made his first indie film, She's Gotta Have It, when I saw She's Gotta Have It, I didn't know. I was knocked out by a black and white movie about a woman in Brooklyn who has 3 lovers or 3 boyfriends. I'm living in Seattle. There's no reason that I should relate to this movie anyway. I was knocked out by it. And here's the thing. Spike Lee went out and made this movie, black filmmaker with all black actors, was making a movie on his own terms. This is in the 80s. And we now live in a world where anyone, especially with new iPhones, the camera, the technology that you have, anyone can make a film. And we've now built it up like, we have to have diversity and inclusion. Then go make your own movie. I mean, that's what Spike Lee did almost 40 years ago. Yes. He went out and made She's Gotta Have It. If you look at his filmography, and I'm looking at Ruth Carter, and Ruth Carter worked on, she's like, if you look at her filmography, it's unbelievable. She's worked with every major black filmmaker on everything. Yeah. And she worked on Amistad. She tells the story about how the movie that she saw that made her realize that she could get into film was The Color Purple. The Color Purple. And I laughed. I said, and every one of the people that was in that movie you worked with later, and she laughed. And I said, that movie got a lot of flack because a white Jewish director was directing Alice Walker's book. And yet, who would have made that movie? He was the only person who had the clout in Hollywood that could have gotten that movie made. Nowadays, he would have been pilloried. The guy Spielberg said, John, to John Williams, you're not going to do the music. I'm getting Quincy Jones. And you look at that, and here I've got Ruth Carter, who shattered every glass ceiling there was in terms of a black woman working on films. I mean, her filmography is absolutely impeccable.
Yes.
You know, and the work that she's done with Spike Lee, and she worked with Ernest Dickerson on School Days. He went on to direct. She works for him. I mean, she worked on Meteor Man. You know, every black filmmaker. John Singleton. I mean, her career is amazing. And then all these people now, we're living in a world where everyone is bitching and complaining because they don't get what they want immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we live in now a world where anybody can make whatever they want. The technology, when Coppola was talking about one day a 13-year-old girl or whatever, or a 12-year-old girl in a basement in Arkansas is going to be the next Orson Welles. We're there. But the problem is, it's really hard to make a good movie. It's really hard to get into this business. And what we have now is, I don't know this firsthand, but we had Blade fall apart because they hired a director that was out of his depth. You know, they're now hiring people that are not qualified to do what they need to do, and then you see films implode. And people, it's and I'm all for it. But here's the thing: you want to make it in Hollywood, make a fucking great movie. Nobody cares what color you are. They don't care what your sexuality is. If you're talented and somebody says, I can exploit that talent, I want to bring this new filmmaker in and throw him into the meat grinder, or throw her into the meat grinder, or throw them into the meat grinder, they will. But you have to go out and make a movie. And anybody can do it. The technology exists. You can literally make a feature quality film with 2 iPhone 14s and a laptop with editorial software and sound mixing and Pro Tools. You can literally, and you can kick it out of your computer. And I know that because I did it with Tango Shalom. And Tango Shalom is obviously, I'm not saying Tango Shalom is the greatest movie ever made. It's very low budget. It represents a scrappy indie spirit. But it was shot and finished. I mean, it was shot on film, but actually it was shot on the Reds. Shot digitally, finished on this computer.
Wow.
And the thing is, you have to be smart and talented. and at the end of the day, that's it. And,
I mean, you know, we've heard Tyler Perry talk about how he's noticed that black people who are black and want to work in productions are being given jobs that they're not ready for.
Oh my God. God bless Tyler Perry for saying that, because he's had to deal with the brunt of it. You know, he's out there giving all kinds of people jobs, and when they can't hack it, he's like, you know what? I want to give you a job, but you're not qualified. And that's our civilization is going right off a cliff, because in our desire to be equal, to want to, I'm all about equality and inclusion. I think everybody, and first of all, we'll get more diverse films. I want to hear from more diverse voices. I want to hear stories I've never heard before. But the fact is, I don't want to hear them if they're badly told.
Exactly. And even he has spoken about how he's had, I guess, maybe conflicts or maybe a different relationship with WGA, because he tends to write the majority of his scripts, and has, you know, stated that he has to do it because he wasn't happy with what people from let's say employees from WGA were coming up with. And I think eventually he had to kind of make some kind of deal. But, you know, I think that does speak volumes for somebody like him, who's accustomed to writing, directing, and starring in films over and over and over again, let's say for the past 30 years now, that he's been doing this, as you said, built his own studio in Atlanta, which isn't exactly everybody's first choice of going to, but he decided to stay in Atlanta at a time when not a lot of people wanted to be in Atlanta, but he felt that an investment in Atlanta was important for him, and for it as a place where there was so much diversity, especially for Black people, that, you know, it was important to be there. And now his studio, I think The Walking Dead was one of the other shows that's filmed in his studios along with others. He himself takes on people who want to work in productions, and after a few years if they want to go to a bigger studio, he's perfectly fine with that because he feels that they have put in the time to learn and to become excellent at the work they're doing. And now they're ready to move on to something else. He's perfectly happy with that. And I think that that shows that not only is he willing to invest in where he lives in Atlanta, or where the studio is in Atlanta, but also in the people that work for him. He has pride in that. And, recently, even today when I was on Midnight's Edge, Cameron Pasha was talking about a writer's program with one of the studios that was changed recently. And you probably heard about it, Robert.
Okay. So first of all,
brought it back.
Let me bring on our other esteemed colleague and co-star, Mr. Lael Rockwell. Lael, welcome back to Midnight Musings.
Hey,
Lael.
And we're waxing rhapsodic and talking about how great Tyler Perry is, and it's interesting because I the Medea films were certainly not directed at me. But what he did was he took his money. He made an incredible. He knew his audience from the stage. He would take his through the South and through the Midwest, and he would perform to black audiences, and he knew exactly what his audience was, and he made the Medea movies that were aimed at that audience. They showed up in droves. He made a shit ton of money for the studios like Lionsgate. He took that money, and he did what Peter Jackson did. He built his own goddamn studio. And now he's. I mean, I think when the history people. He has yet, it is yet to truly be understood in the industry what he's actually done, because the guy's incredible. During COVID, he was able, because he housed people on his studio lot. He was able to keep production going. That guy is a monster. And I have to say, Tyler Perry is one of my heroes because of, now, am I a great fan? Like, I like that he's branching out and making thrillers and stuff. But if you watch his turn in something like Gone Girl, I mean, David Fincher cast him in Gone Girl. So
and he was in Star Trek too, Robert.
He was, but that was Star Trek 09.
But he also recently came out with a film called Jazzman's Blues.
Yep.
And he himself has stated, he was at TIFF this year promoting Jazzman's Blues, and I believe the film premiered on Netflix. And one of the most interesting things about it is that Tyler Perry has been constantly told by the studios that no one would be interested in seeing any films that he makes. No one would be interested, that you can't sell a film made by a black person that stars black people to an international audience. And from everything that he's put on Netflix, he's noticed that the response from foreign audiences has proven the opposite, that people are interested in seeing the films that he's making. And so now this is a very exciting time in his life after 30 years of doing all this hard work from the ground up, is finding that he is now able to make newer films, different films in areas that he's always wanted to explore and make films in. It's happening for him, but it took 30 years for him. It wasn't an overnight process, as you said, Robert. He had to build all of this up. It had to happen in its due course. And, perhaps from a source that he was not expecting, Netflix to be the ones that believed that he could do this. And I think it's very interesting. Clearly, he's incredibly talented, but even he, with his own studio, had come across barriers as well. So I think that, this new film that he has is just the tip of the iceberg, because he's expressed that he's going to make many, many more films, stepping away from Medea and exploring other stories that he wants to tell. He has so many stories to tell. And Robert, I think that, it's an inspiration in the sense, because he's not looking at it from the point of view that it has to be his original story. He knows that there are stories out there that are fantastic, that need to be told, that haven't been told, and people will want to watch this. And it's really very interesting. There is no, as far as I'm concerned, a man who's as talented as he is, he manages to spot talent, like in this story, Jazzman's Blues. The music alone in the movie is impressive. So I think that, certainly looking at who may be, let's say the next auteur, it might be Tyler Perry, because now that he's going into this foray outside of stuff that he wants to do, we might see another side of what he's capable of doing.
Well, and the thing too is he makes movies very fast, and very quickly. He makes them on the cheap because he controls all the elements and all the methods of production. So, but if he would ever slow down, and because he doesn't have to spend tons of money. But I think you're right. I heard him speaking about Jazzman's Blues on NPR. The man's incredibly intelligent. And, you know, in terms of what I find so interesting to me is with all of the talk about, you know, the one thing about America, for all the shit talk Americans, we're certainly a deeply flawed country. Our history is full of injustice and horrors that we've visited on people and continue to visit on people even to this day. The one thing that America always has going for it is you can figure out if you apply yourself. And I'm not saying you have to, when I say this by saying you have to be talented, you have to be smart, you have to know what you're doing. You can't just have a dream and it's going to come true. Unfortunately, you need the tools, you need the talent, you need the ambition, you need all those things that not a lot of people have. But if you have those things, no one's stopping you. There's obstacles. Some people have obstacles because of race, because of their religion, because of their familial background, because of economics. There's all kinds. And by the way, everyone has obstacles in this country. Everyone. They're just different kinds of obstacles. And, you know, I'll tell you one thing. The entertainment business is equally destructive to everyone. You cannot get a leg up in the motion picture business unless maybe you have nepotism and that'll work out. But even that's only going to carry you so far till you fuck up, and then you're out. You know, if like anything else, if you can make somebody money, if you offer a product, whether it's yourself or whether it's what you make, and somebody can exploit you and exploit your product to make money, they do not care what color you are, what race, what religious preference you are, what sexual preference you are. They don't care. If you've got enough talent where they can look at you and go, I'm going to utilize what that person has made, and I'm going to exploit them. I'm going to cheat them, and I'm going to make lots of money from them, and I don't care what their traits are. I mean,
Yes,
I hate to say it, you know, but that's where the entertainment business is. It is an equal opportunity exploitation business.
It is. And one of the things that we were talking about the last time that we were on the air was about the idea of us being marketed a specific idea of a show, like let's say for She-Hulk or for Andor or for Rings of Power. And after we get this marketing, promotion thrown towards us, did they give us what they promised or what was shown? And of course, these marketing companies could be separate from the studio. As you mentioned, they're different. They may not be the same people. Sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not. And I think for the most part, for Andor, we got what they said we were going to get. They gave us a trailer that demonstrated a character who was ambivalent. He has this situation where he's, on the run, but ideally he'd rather be on the run solo, alone. He doesn't want to be with Luthen, but Luthen kind of rescues him at a moment of desperation. And even up to the point after this, and I'm sorry for the spoilers, guys, but even at the point where the heist has taken place, and Andor is in a situation where he could just literally take everything. He's still very ambivalent in what he's going to do. In fact, I'm not even quite sure what he's going to do next. It seems like he took his cut. Idea. Yeah. And I like that they're keeping him this ambivalent, although they can't do it forever, because the last thing and the number one thing that I was afraid that they were going to do with Andor was that they were going to make him become, oh yes, I totally am 100% for your cause. I'm on your side. I didn't want to see that. I wanted him to have a different journey, a more realistic journey. Not everybody's going to believe in this. I mean, we can see what happens to people who do fight against the Empire, and it's not a pretty picture. It's not a happy existence necessarily.
And, well, as they told us, everyone has their own rebellion. And,
yes.
There's reasons why. No, I don't mean to cut you off, but since Lael... We haven't heard from Lael, and there's a super chat. Our friend RRTNZ says, "Hail, Robin, and Lael. I usually don't enjoy slow burn series, but Andor has done a good enough job with its characters to keep me interested. How about you?" I'd like to pose that question to Lael and ask you, Lael, like, I was blown away by episode 6 of Andor, and the structure that they're using of these 3-episode blocks, I think works incredibly well for this series. What did you think of the 6th episode of Andor, and what did you think of that block as a whole? Those 3 episodes.
I can't not express how much I've been waiting on this show, a show like this,
Yep.
in the Star Wars universe. I know that a lot of people talk about it's a slow burn. You know, again, you have a group of individuals and people out there who are used to, the high aesthetics, just everything that's actually going on in the film, where it comes to punches and powers, the mystical, aspect of the film, just all out battle war. But I think that what's been lacking in Star Wars for the last, I don't know, some odd years is dialogue. It's the proper dialogue, character building, scope, stuff like that. And what we have gotten in this film is an attachment to characters that we never thought we would be attached to. And I love that journey to the point
Yes.
where I
Very
even
well put.
forget,
Very well put.
I forget about the time because I'm so vested in these characters that, to be quite honest, and I was talking about this yesterday, they could have went from episode 1 to episode 6, and I would have thought it was a season finale and been satisfied.
Dude,
Forgetting about the simple fact,
totally.
bro, and been satisfied because, and I forgot that we got 6 more episodes. I seriously forgot about that. You know what I mean? I'd have been like, yo, okay, that's it. That's dope. I got exactly what I wanted. I got character development. I love the simple fact that we are seeing different versions. We're seeing a version of Cassian that cannot be trusted. And on top of that, if there's someone he can't trust, he'll kill him. That's it. Like there's no, he tells people, if I can't trust you, if you I'll kill you. And he's done it twice. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I love that he is a very unpredictable person, that we don't know what to expect when it comes to Cassian. But at the same time, he's meeting these individuals who are they're influencers. They're influencing a part of his life. He just doesn't know how, but we're following their journey, and each of them have their own individual story to tell. And there's the building. Nothing's forced. None of it's forced. It's all there where it's supposed to be. The layers are there. We're peeling back certain layers that we want to peel back to discover everything that we need to know. And it's all in dialogue. All it takes is the right dialogue back and forth, a well-written story. I could care less about, and I was talking about this even earlier. I don't want to see a Jedi. Honestly,
No.
We don't need to basically see Emperor Palpatine. We don't need to see Vader. Hell, I got all the nostalgia I needed on episode 6. Spoiler alert. When we saw those TIE fighters, I was like, yep, that's all I needed. I'm cool. I was dope about it. The pilots, incredible. But what I'm saying is that episode 6 was phenomenal because the thing is, like, I was on the edge of my seat.
Dude,
like,
I said that earlier. That heist, I was like,
that heist, I didn't know what was going to happen.
The build up to that heist, I was so tense. I'm like when I loved it when what's her face, the leader, she's like, they're all like standing there. The guys are like, are we going to go? Are we going?
And she doesn't know.
She's terrified. She's scared to death. And there's, there's, I've never seen, I think for the first time we saw someone take a leak in Star Wars. They're taking a leak out there right outside and they're cowering. Like, are we going to do this? Even when she set the jamming device and ran across the top of the dam and you see her, there's the guy on the comms and you see her run right outside the door. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I'll tell you something else. I mean, I knew it was coming, but our young, idealistic, our manifesto writer of what's his name, not Nix, but forget his name. But when the gold slides in and breaks his spine or whatever, I was just like, he doesn't get shot by somebody. It's we're escaping, and that's when they go to that doctor. The forearm doctor, and the doctor there, somebody said this, I think we were talking about this on the John Campy show, when he's dead and the doctor goes to pull the sheet over him and the doctor just pats him. And shows just that little detail.
Level of empathy, bro.
Yeah, and this doctor's like, God damn, you could tell the doctor wished
that he could have
saved him.
Yeah.
And it now let me ask you this. Why is it that this show is almost a litmus test, I think. Some people, I mean, for me, it's like almost 50-50. People are like, this show is so boring. And I'm like, what show are you watching? Like, I can't, even when Cyril sits down with his mother, and his mother is like, "Oh, well, you know, you don't call me, and it's not an invitation, and maybe I'll call your uncle so and so," and like I'm like, I totally get the idea that they have given us, they've showed us what the
Real
domestic,
world is
the real world is like. We've never seen this before. We've always been, but the thing is, it's these people that make up the actual. We've never seen how the Empire oppresses people.
Yeah.
Well, like they've always been these jackbooted Nazi thugs that we understand, but to actually see their corporate, you know, their functionary, their bureaucratic structure, not the fucking motherfuckers who are running the Death Star, but these functionaries in the middle of Coruscant, you know, like the daily functionaries. We've always seen the higher ups or the Jedi or the people that rescue the princess. That's one end of the spectrum. This is the middle.
Yeah.
You know, this is the middle, the normal everyday lives. This is the lives of quiet desperation that we, the audience, and I think that maybe it's because we're watching Star Wars that hits way too close to home that people are thinking we're seeing us.
We're seeing right
We're
now, bro.
seeing us.
We're seeing the gears that control the Death Star. That's what we're seeing right now. That this show is the gears. They're the nuts and bolts in between that controls the mechanism, that controls the machine. We're seeing everything that we don't see, everything internally that we don't see on the outside, because all we've actually seen, again, punches and powers, force sensitive individuals, you know, blaster rifles, damsels in distress, or strong women, because we are seeing that right now.
Yeah.
A lot of it, in which we love.
I want to give Mon Mothma a hug.
Exactly, bro.
She's a baller.
In that scene, and when we talk about that scene, like her basically in the Senate room, and we see her in the pod, and when she's having a conversation, everybody's ignoring her. Know why? Because they're worried about their money, with their investments. Everybody's looking at their investments, running out the room like, oh shit, my money's on that planet. Like, what's going on?
It was like a scene out of The Big Short.
Exactly.
Where they're like finding out the stock markets, you know, Lehman Brothers is losing money. And Mon Mothma's just looking around, and you know, you can see, I mean, but she hates her husband, she hates her daughter hates her husband hates her.
Yeah.
I mean, and there she is with Luthen. And by the way, I have to tell you, and this might seem strange, but for me, one of the glorious, most joyous moments I've had was watching Luthen turn around and go
and laugh,
you know, laugh. I mean, that was how he goes in. You know, do you have anything from Aldhani? And Luthen looks up, goes, "Oh shit!" Like it's all. Is it all gonna? Am I fucked? Yeah. Well, there was just some kind of an action on Aldhani. I wonder if you had something. And he goes back in the room, and to me. That, you know, and then it just, from that joyous expression on his face, cut to black, directed by Susanna, you know, and Susanna White.
It was amazing.
And you know what? You talk about, here's the thing. That episode was written by Dan Gilroy, directed by, I think it's Susanna White. Here's a woman who knows how to fucking direct.
Yeah, bro.
Those 3 episodes, I mean, and I'm like, man. For me, I do not care. I don't care what color, again, creed, religious preference, sexual, I don't give a fuck. I just want the best person directing, and she knocked that shit out of the park.
She killed it.
Oh my God.
Just enough of like the thriller, like the intensity that was needed, like the drama was basically there, the empathy that we actually felt. Like, even like, and I was telling them, and I know Meyer was like, yo, that's a stretch, but it's not too much of a stretch, because like, think about this real quick. When we saw Rogue One, we saw that, you know, they were trying to infiltrate to find like that disc that they can actually get to the rebellion. And remember, it was Stardust. You got K2SO outside the room trying to guard it, just trying to help them get away. And the last few words we hear from him was what? Climb. And that's the words that Andor heard. Now, if you remember that scene, remember when he heard K2 saying that, he was concerned. He was really concerned because he knew that K2 was about to die, and he yelled out his name. Now, in this particular episode, when he was in the ship, the guy told him, climb.
Wow, I didn't think about that.
So if you think about that, those 2 scenes, Andor heard that, and he looked back at the guy while he was dying, and he climbed. The last time he heard that, when he heard that, he died. So just imagine hearing that same thing to K2SO. It's a reminder of a situation that you've always been. I thought that was tied in beautifully, the way they actually did that. And Andor at that time showed a bit of empathy. That's why he was a bit upset, even when I forget the character's name, told him what his plan was, and he shot him. It's because a lot of what he saw, a lot of what he actually saw was himself. A lot of what he heard was himself. He heard it was a reflection of him talking to him. And that's why he was like, oh, wow, this dude is really going to do this. And then he told him, this is what I did to save you. Give me my cut. I'm out.
I love the fact that he just, when that, what's his face says, we can both, I was saying this earlier, we can both get out of here. We can take half this money and split it.
Yeah.
And Andor's like, if you're willing to do that, I can't. I mean, I love the fact that Andor, in a way, he might kill motherfuckers, but if he can't trust you, he'll rock and roll. I mean, he's like, you have proven to me that you are untrustworthy, and you will shoot me in the back, and you are now a liability. I'm done.
I'll shoot you first.
And I feel like both Andor and House of the Dragon are like reading a great engrossing novel.
Yes.
And the thing is,
perfectly put, bro. It's like you're sitting there reading it and just enjoying it. You don't want to put that damn book down.
No, and I feel like I'm a huge reader. Like I am literally surrounded by thousands of books and thousands of movies, literally, and I'm not exaggerating in terms of that number. And it is frustrating because we're getting a very literary, storytelling. All of these shows begin with the writing. A great movie and a great television show still has to start from a literary point of view. You have to write a script. And I feel like what people forget is we have Tony Gilroy is an Oscar-winning screenwriter and a director. He made Michael Clayton, which I love that film. And if you want to know what you're in for with Andor, go watch Michael Clayton, which has one of the most satisfying endings. It's just two people. It's just people in rooms talking. Yep. And then Dan Gilroy, who wrote this 3-block episode, he wrote and directed the movie Nightcrawler, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. That's an incredible film. And their brother John Gilroy is the editor of the show. So you've got these three
family, man.
Yeah, you've got this. Andor is a total family affair, but Oscar caliber filmmakers are making Star Wars. And I'm not saying that I would want the exact same kind of show for something like Boba Fett, but I really wish that Boba Fett and Kenobi had this level of screenwriting. Because I think, like, look, we can go back to The Mandalorian and we can get those joys of 35-minute episodes, and we'll get that Star Wars flavor with Mandalorians and Cobb Vanth and Baby Yoda and all that, which is great because that's great too. But in our minds, we all take Star Wars fans take your pick, whatever franchise you love, you take it seriously. And you know what? When people respond to things, oh, that sucked, they're responding first and foremost to bad storytelling. And here we're getting great storytelling, and people are they are not getting the flavor that they expect. So they immediately dismiss it. And I find it interesting because there's people that I really like and know and have known for a while and really respect their opinions that have also said, oh, this show is so boring. And I'm like, what?
What are you watching? What are you watching? Yeah. I mean, but but I get that. It's their interpretation is because they have a set expectation.
Yeah, and they're not wrong because, like you said,
that's what they want. For me, this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted a great pace. I wanted to invest in character development. I wanted to see these characters, how they would actually. I wanted to see a world that I can actually live in and experience those stakes, and it actually could happen. And this is what they're showing you. You know what I mean? Like, I loved and we needed that slow burn. We needed the slow burn from episodes 1, 2, and 3 all the way up to 6 to get to this point. You needed that journey to whereas like said, I did not want to see. I wanted to see him. I want to see a person that can't be trusted, and he can't be trusted right now. I love the simple fact that he cannot be even us, the viewers, are watching him like, I don't think you should trust him. I don't really think you should trust him because he's going to kill. Oh, see, he killed you. I told you. Like, it just feels that way. You know what I mean? And we don't know where he's going. But now I do know that he was given that journal at the end. So I wonder what he's going to read in there and what can happen. Because of course, we know what happens to him, in Rogue One. But I want to know that. I want to see that journey getting there, the navigation of getting. And I think we're seeing it, and it's well written. I can't wait to see this.
Lael, you make a good point with this journal, and you and I were talking about this last night, of course, or the night before. No, it was last night. And this is where we're going to learn about this character that's passed away. But we're going to learn about this character from this journal, right? And this is what I thought we were getting from the book of Boba Fett. You remember, Lael, and we talked about this ad nauseum. I thought the book of Boba Fett was going to be that book that his father made for him. Yeah. And we'd learn all the secrets, all those secrets that he needed to survive as a bounty hunter. Well, guess what? We got it. We got the book. It's in Andor, Lael and Robert. Yeah. It's in Andor. This is the book. That guy was a genius. We didn't talk to him a lot, but that book has a treasure trove of things. I have a feeling it's not just his manifesto. There might be hidden things in there that will help him navigate, the stars in a way he hasn't been able to because he didn't have that advantage. Now he has it, and we're going to learn about this character a little bit more from his notes. I think it's very interesting to learn about someone who's gone through this way. It's really exciting to see this.
Well, and I think that reading it is going to have a great impression on Andor, and Cassian is going to hear about thoughts and feelings and things that never occurred to him, but they're things he's lived through. Yeah. And he's going to be like, oh, somebody's codified what my own life experience is in a way that I'd never considered before, and that's going to drive him to the rebellion. I also think that shit's gonna go down as a result of these actions. The Empire is not gonna be happy with this. Yeah, and
we see from what we've seen in trailers, like he looks like he's gonna be imprisoned.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's not gonna be that easy, bro. And then on top of that, like, check this out, the journal. And remember, like in what was it, episode 4? I believe it was episode 3, episode 4. When he got to the planet, was Aldhani? What's it called?
Aldhani. Aldhani was the planet, that they were on the heist.
So basically, when he got to Aldhani and we met the character, remember in the very beginning, they said he used to sit up on a mountain. He studied the Empire. So all of that is in that journey as well. Like he had to study and make a journal of what was actually happening. So a lot of that's in there. There's information in there that's going to be viable for him on his journey. So he needs to know and study all this. And that it was so well done. Like each character, finding out that the guy was a stormtrooper, I was like, whoa.
And
like,
by the way, that character was dope. Yeah, he was so awesome. I mean, I loved him. And when he finally says, he goes, I've worked for you for 7 years. What I deserve far worse.
Exactly.
That guy was awesome. And you know what's really interesting? That Tony Gilroy is like, let me show you how you did the character of Finn wrong in the sequel. Let me show you what a former black stormtrooper should really be like.
That's right.
And I think that anybody who watches Andor, if you don't understand where the character of Finn could have gone, look no further, because that guy was a hero.
He was. Yes. He was.
And very attractive.
Yeah.
Well, I just can't speak to that, but
he was.
I told you, bro. Everything that Rita sees in a film, she doesn't see everything. She doesn't see black and white. She doesn't see color. She just sees nakedness. Everybody's naked.
Well, Lael, you know what I say about that? Once she sees naked, I want to see some fucking. It's time to see some fucking. If we got some nakedness,
they go hand in hand. Robert and Lael, they go hand.
They go hand in hand. I mean, and you don't even have to see the nakedness. You can just find some dark corner and do some fucking. And I understand that. I mean, when the eye opens and the celestial events coming overhead.
What a time to embrace a sexual encounter, to make love to someone. What a time to have those special moments Wow.
I am right there with
You
you.
can be as loud as you want to be. I'm sure that thing is noisy and you just go crazy. It's
Oh wow.
You
a
know,
beautiful.
there we go. Now listen,
Wow.
we have many people have been firing in super chats.
Very
and
generous
sips.
super chats, Robert.
Yes,
They're
and
very generous.
I would like to get to this because we're having a great conversation. Fry Minis says, I can't wait to see how Riker mounts chairs now. That is, of course, the Riker maneuver, how he steps over
Yes.
chairs in Star Trek.
Yes.
Fry Minis, he's a little older now. He's a little older. Joe the lawyer says, he's talking about Rings of Power. I've seen better rings from a gumball machine. We talked earlier about how they're very ostentatious. Somebody actually, Swack Props, Cal
Yes.
from Swack, he posted a picture of the elven rings from Fellowship of the Ring, and then the elven rings from Rings of Power, which are very ostentatious. And I responded to him with Beyonce's, put a ring on it.
Well, they don't look elven to me. These new rings don't look elven. They just look like something like an over-the-top Hollywood jeweler. Not that there's anything wrong with Hollywood, but sometimes they have these honkers, these big stones that are so big that they're pushing out of the setting. Elven jewelry is smooth and
elegant.
And
I mean, you don't have to have
sensuality
giant
and
rocks for
pearls.
elven rings to have power.
That's right. They had gemstones of pure starlight, and it's supposed to be fascinating. This thing was gaudy. That's the only way to describe it.
Yeah, and I can only imagine someone going, yeah, you got to make those rings bigger. I had to buy my wife a big ring. Make these rings bigger. Come on now. Joe the lawyer goes on to say, and this is, I think, a good point. The writers have no real life experience. They live in a bubble, and they've never read the classics of literature. It's a horrible era we are in. Now, I'm always banging on about this, and it's not elitist, but it's that some of our great storytellers, whether it's Mark Twain, whether it's William Makepeace Thackeray, or well, take your pick. There's a reason why classic literature, like classic art, has endured through the centuries. The great stories. Look, as I've said, I'm a fan. I might not be I don't walk with the Lord. I'm not a Christian. But I do think that anyone interested in any storytelling needs to know their Bible. You have to know Scripture, because all of the Judeo-Christian Western canon, the last 2,000, well, not quite 2,000 years, but a lot of our storytelling has its basis in Scripture. The stories of the Bible. Like I've always often said, I would love to make the ultimate movie about Job, the story of Job. I think the story of Job, there's a lot of great stories that can spring out of that. And I think that there's a lot of my sister, who's very much who's born again, walks with the Lord. She always gets mad at me when I'm like, so what, do you think you're just plumbing the Bible for story fodder? And I'm like, well, no, but I think that there's a lot of great, very valuable stories contained in the Bible that have been the basis for Judeo-Christian culture over the last 2,000 years. Just like I think you have to go back to Aristotle, and you go back to the Greeks and the Romans to start there, or go back and read like Gilgamesh or the Norse myths and all of the stories that we tell ourselves. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. Talk about, if you want to understand race in America, start there. Read some James Baldwin. You go back,
definitely.
and read. This literature is essential before you start becoming a storyteller yourself. It's very important that you have a classical education in terms of literature and understanding. If all you've done is watch movies and TV, it's not enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough, because you're drawing off of that. I mean, if that's your perception of writing, but you've never really sat down, read some of the literature, like some really instrumental pieces, and where a lot of even directors and writers have actually gotten their inspiration from.
Yeah,
you're doing yourself a disservice, like definitely.
100%. And Joe the lawyer, you're absolutely right. Dad Pool on YouTube just became a member of the channel. Well, thanks, Dad Pool on YouTube. Very nice of you. Adrian Barraza says, Rob, did you see the new Halloween movie? What did you think? I love this franchise. I wonder what they'll do with this franchise next. Thoughts? Well, I did watch. I have to say, I didn't watch it too closely because it was pissing me off. Halloween was the first piece of physical media that I ever bought 42 years ago. And I have not been a fan of this reboot or this reimagining or this continuation of the Halloween franchise. I think at the end of this movie, it should have ended. Halloween Ends should have ended like a James Bond movie. The end of Halloween ends, but Michael Myers will return in Halloween Begins Again. My friend Craig told me that, and I'm like, you know what, Craig, you're right. So I didn't love this movie. It's just. I don't know.
No. I didn't even make it the whole way through. I was watching it this morning while I was working, and I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it for everybody, but where they were going in the first 2 acts made 0 sense to me.
Yeah.
It did. I mean, because I thought I was supposed to come. I was expecting to see Michael Myers. Really, I was.
No.
I was expecting to see Michael Myers.
Dare
bro.
you?
That's what I thought I was supposed to see. That's what I thought I was going to actually see, and I just got like a full-fledged documentary.
Yeah, clearly they didn't really have a handle on it. If they're going to make 3 of these movies, and it made me very worried about what they're doing with the Exorcist trilogy they're coming out with. I don't know. We have Ron C has sent us a very generous super chat. $50 super chat. Rob Lael. Hello, Rob.
Thanks so much.
Question. I'll put this question to you too as well. Fight night. You have $2 million. So pick a team. It's a tag team match. Who would you put your money on? Edward Norton as the Hulk, Ben Affleck as Daredevil, or Disney Mark Ruffalo and Charlie Cox Daredevil? So here's the question. Edward Norton's Hulk and Ben Affleck as Daredevil, or Mark Ruffalo's Hulk and Charlie Cox as Daredevil. Who do you put your $2 million down on? One of the 2 teams.
I would go with the latter choice.
So Mark Ruffalo and Charlie Cox.
Yes.
I think I would too, actually. You're going with Ruffalo and Ben Affleck.
Hold up, you said Ed Norton and Ben Affleck?
Yeah, it's Ed Norton and Ben Affleck. That's the team. The Incredible Hulk, and Ben Affleck's Daredevil, or Charlie Cox and Mark Ruffalo.
I would go with Ed Norton's Hulk for real. Definitely. I'm sorry.
Wow, look at that coming from. All right.
I would definitely go for Ed Norton's Hulk because, like I said, it was a bit more savage. And that's what I want. I don't know what the fuck they are doing right now, but I would definitely go with that. That's the Hulk that I want, not with the piece of shit that I'm seeing right now. I'm sorry,
dude. I know, man.
Smart Hulk has his place, but they have been running with that narrative for a while. And what She-Hulk did in this last episode was blasphemy.
Dude.
Oh my goodness.
Here's my son's scar. What the fuck?
Yeah, nah, man. Nah. Nope. Nope. I just put that entire season, this entire show on the same rack right next to Thor: Love and Thunder of shows that I would never watch again.
Yep, I agree.
I would never watch it. I'm done.
And Tatiana Maslany is great, and they just did her dirty.
She's great, but they literally did her dirty with this. The way they did this last episode, because like you and I agree with what you said yesterday, that wasn't breaking the fourth wall at all.
No,
that was not. That was not. All you were basically doing was trolling people the entire episode.
You know what?
Literally.
I hate to say this. I mean, I hate to say this because it might make me sound sexist. But this film was written by women who wrote a very superficial show about their own. I felt like I was watching a show that hadn't really been thought through. It was a very cursory examination of dating life today. They threw all this, like even the examination of they're making fun of people on YouTube. Mm-hmm. You know, they're trolling. Bro. They're trolling, and you know what's really funny? Here's what people have always said to me. They're like, you know, Rob, why is it that you're friends with other people on YouTube that when they come at me, they're people that are more extreme than you, and here's the thing. Whether it's Geeks and Gamers, whether it's look, Gary Beekler's made fun of me. I like Gary. I think he's funny. I think he's smart. He's caustic, and sometimes he can say a lot of shit I don't appreciate or like. But you know what Gary is? He's a fan, and he loves this stuff. And all of these channels that we're all bitching and moaning and complaining about the same thing. We do it in different ways. Some people are, I mean, Gary's a San Francisco punk rocker, comic book store owner turned YouTube pundit. He's got a different background than I do. But at the end of the day, what Gary wants is what I want, which is what Midnight's Edge wants, which is what the Popcast guys want, which is what we all want, which is great stories well told. And some of us, look, I have been vicious going after people that make modern Star Trek. Vicious, probably to the point of where and because I don't think there's no excuse. They're getting paid a hell of a lot of money. And it's really difficult. A lot of us as fans know way more about these properties than the people making them. And when I watch She-Hulk, I'm like,
oh my God,
really?
Bro.
You have turned She-Hulk into your own. I have no problem with people addressing personal issues, but when you're literally putting Doomcock in your episodes, and they did, I don't care if and you're literally going after a small contingent of people on YouTube that, by the way, are holding your feet to the fire because your writing sucks.
Yeah.
And people might do it in nice ways or not. But you know what? And everyone's like, this is sexist or misogynistic or whatever. I'm like,
with that.
like, you know what? At the end of the day, their approach might be a little bit extreme. But at the end of the day, all we want is the same things. We are buying your product. We're subscribing to Disney Plus. We are subscribing. I spend, how much is Amazon Prime now? $140 a year, which makes Amazon Prime the most expensive streaming service to pay for. And if like Gary Beekler loves Lord of the Rings, he loves Tolkien. He knows his Tolkien. When he has to sit there and endure an episode of Rings of Power and gets angry about it and goes on and talks with Mahler or the Critical Drinker, like I have watched all of Mahler's Star Wars takedowns. I love Critical Drinker's analysis. And does he harp on the message? Yeah, but there's a reason why he does. Because he's not wrong. People are putting great storytelling by people that have classical literary knowledge, who really know their shit. All of that is being those people are that knowledge base, that institutional knowledge of classic literature is taking a back seat to other concerns that aren't. And that's my problem.
And then basically when you bring it to them, if you bring it to a person's attention, if you bring it to their attention, then the go-to is, okay, no, you are sexist, whatever. No, is that the writing basically sucks. When I saw last night, what I saw yesterday had nothing to do with John Byrne. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everybody's
no, it didn't. No, it did not.
Nothing to do with John Byrne's run at all. It didn't. And then you take a pivotal character. So listen. We know, and I was like, yo, when the episode, what episode 1 did, I was like, yo, the importance of this is we know he's leaving Earth. Leave Earth. Fine. Okay, cool. You're opening up the door for so many different possibilities.
Yep.
If you're going, and if there's a possibility that you might meet your son, we might see Scar. And everybody knew it was like, yo, there's a possibility we might see it. It was an opportunity for us to get the savagery back. The person that we wanted to see tell a great story. You can see the Hawk's journey. This character, Sakaar, is pivotal to the Hawk's journey, like important to the Hawk's journey.
Yeah.
And you bring back a kid who you can already tell has mommy issues. Like literally, just looking at him.
Yeah,
like I don't know what the fuck, whatever they were doing. I'm sorry, bro. Like what you felt about and what you feel about Star Trek, bro, is how I feel about She-Hulk right now. What the fuck they did was obliterated a character.
Oh no, they obliterated multiple characters.
Bro, multiple characters. I didn't even like what the fuck they did with Matt Murdock in this episode, bro. Like it was a sap. I don't know what y'all thought what they thought they were doing, but right now I never want to see her in the MCU again, bro. And I love Tatiana, but I don't want to see She-Hulk in the MCU if it's this iteration, bro. I don't. I just don't want to see it, bro. And it's terrible to say that because I was rooting for the show in the very fucking beginning.
Dude,
I was rooting for I
Yeah,
wanted
we
it
all
to
were.
be
We
good.
all wanted it to be
But
good.
what they did, bro, is like they gave a middle finger. No, it was not just a middle finger to motherfuckers out there who, troll. We know those people out there. And yes, they are wrong for a lot of shit that they do. But are they when they want, and like you said, when all you want is good writing, and if you're exposed for that, and then you resort to say that somebody's sexist because they're saying that your show that you're writing is terrible. What you're doing to these characters is like, yo, that's blasphemy. That's kind of fucked up. It's a middle finger to us as readers, bro. It made no sense to me, man.
These female writers, here's the thing. If you're going to write about the travails of women and dating and all that, you should be women who are out there dating. You should be professional women that are like, I got the feeling
and
that,
not Tindering or swiping to date dates, any of that.
I mean, when you see, and I've seen the writers of this show interviewed, and I'm like, okay, you know what? It's really the reality of life is now eluding a lot of creators and people that are working on these shows. I gotta say in the chat, Juan Rodriguez, because I've wanted to speak about this and I haven't said a word about this yet. Juan Rodriguez in the chat says, in the live chat says, what do you guys think of the Velma situation, the new show for HBO Max? Velma of Scooby-Doo, Velma of the rust-colored sweater and the glasses and the bob haircut. So they've made it that Velma is gay.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, fuck them. That is the most pandering. They're looking at Velma and they're saying that, oh, look at her. She looks gay. She has that gay look. So let's make her gay. I'm like, you writers are so fucking dumb. Velma is not gay. Velma is the girl that you want to be your girlfriend. You want her as a dude. I want Velma to be my girlfriend because she will take me places that I've been looking to go my whole life, and only she knows because she's been fantasizing. She's been wanting to go there. She's the girl that's going to put on a strap on and show me things I never knew I wanted. That's what Velma is. You want to make her gay? That's the most cliche, stupid shit ever. And I think anybody that sits there and go, oh my God, Velma's gay, that's great representation. No, it's not. That is stereotyping to the nth degree. Velma is the girl. You know what she is? You take her clothes off. She's got that smoking body. She's the first girl that's going to be like, listen, let me show you what I want. Let me show you what you can do for me. Let me teach you things, son, that you didn't know you needed to know. And Velma will take, you want to make a great show, you make her the sexual dynamo. You make her the dream girl. You make her the girl that's been stealthily walking through life. She's like, no one, it's like what Al Pacino says to Keanu Reeves in Devil's Advocate. They don't see me coming. They don't see me coming. I blend in. They don't see me coming. And they make Velma gay because why? She looks gay? I mean, here we live in a culture where we're supposed to be talking about like representation and all that. And they're like, let's take the one character that, I mean, why not make, hey, Peppermint Patty and the Peanuts is gay too. Like, no, Peppermint Patty is the girl that will stick a finger up your ass while she's blowing you. And she will take you home. I mean, I'm telling you that it's like, it is unbelievable to me that I'm supposed to clap at this. I'm like, you uncreative idiots, turning Velma into some kind of horrible, stereotype. Shame on you. Shame on you for turning Velma into somebody.
Yeah.
Of all characters, you pick Velma. You pick Velma out of the bunch. Like that's, I think, and the thing is, like, honestly, bro, because I saw it, I saw some of this earlier, but I didn't get a chance to read up on it. But you telling me about it right now is news to me because I'm like, oh, really? So this is what they're doing. This is what that news was about.
Yep.
Like that's kind of really fucked up. Like it
is horrible.
Shadow made it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shadow made a video about this, and it's the notion of Velma contacting him and telling him that the only way that they would make the show is if she became a gay character or a bisexual character, and that's the only way that they would be willing to do the show. And but the catch is that she's calling him to tell him that she's not gay. So,
that's what Paul. Okay, yeah,
yeah, because essentially this trend of making characters, everybody is bisexual or gay now. So, perhaps the character even said that they were not. It doesn't matter. Now they want you to believe, or at least put in the notion that the majority of characters must be this, even though we know from the Anklers reports about demographics that it's a much smaller percent of the population, certainly not the percentage of the population we're seeing represented in these television shows that are coming out now.
Yeah. Yeah, and boy, what a terrible thing to do to poor Velma, you know. But okay, that's now I've said my piece. But it's
that is terrible. That's extremely terrible. But you know what, Rob? What the fuck they did to Hulk and Sakaar is fucking is terrible. That shit is fucked up. And that's why when you ask me the question, I'm going with Ed Norton all day, every day. Fuck this iteration of the Hulk that we have in the MCU right now. I don't give a fuck about it. I don't want to see it again. I don't give a shit. I really don't care right now about this version of the Hulk. I can care less. I can really care less what happens to this character now because
who would you pick as Daredevil, Lael? Who would you pick as Daredevil?
Who's up? I would have said, Matt, I would have actually said this version that we have in the MCU right now, but what we've seen in this show fucks me up. Like I can't. The thing is, I know what we know. Oh, you know what? The version I want to see is the Netflix version. Yes. I would take that all day. Not the MCU fucking version. I would take that all day. But this version right here, I'm like, yo, come on. If this is a sign that what's to come, like literally for them, and out of all shows, you bring Matt Murdock in this way, it makes no fucking. Okay, let's move on. Let's just
hang on before move on. Let's just take a quick break for this.
Yeah.
Here's a quick break, everybody. Just for a moment. Here's a little Velma break. I hope it's taken in the spirit it's intended. And I know there's a little delay there, but for those of you at home, that's what I'm thinking about when I think about Velma. Just saying. Okay, there you go.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Everyone's gonna get mad. Rob, you're terrible. You're a misogynist. Screw you. But
no one's going to get mad at you. I think you make a good point. And to be honest with you, I don't think Daredevil would want to go out with with the She-Hulk character the way she was portrayed. I think she wouldn't be an attractive person for him to date because she hasn't proven herself to be an effective attorney. She's all over the place. She doesn't have any direction. Men don't want to be involved with women who don't know who they are.
Well, you know what's interesting? I mean, I thought Matt Murdock had one of the great moments of the series when he says, "Look, as you can do great in your legal persona, and She-Hulk can help those you can't help legally." Mm-hmm. And there's that moment where he basically explains his whole philosophy as Daredevil, and I love that. And one of the things about this show is. To me, it was a huge missed opportunity because the writing staff wasn't up to the task.
No,
and the proof is in the pudding.
And I'm like, yo, did Kevin Feige is this what he wanted? Like, is this what he was okay with? Like, I'm asking because, okay, listen, I love She-Hulk as a character, bro. I always have. I've collected every book, bro. I even like the latest run. It's incredible. I love She-Hulk as a character. But the balance in the books was not only was she She-Hulk, not only was she strong, but she was intelligent as a lawyer.
Right.
As a lawyer.
That was the whole thing is that She-Hulk's superpower, she's a great lawyer.
Yes. She's intelligent and she's a crazy lawyer. I mean, that was demonstrated in the run when, like, for instance, Star Fox was on trial and she was basically forced to testify against him, and how smart she was in that when she found out that Star Fox had used his ability on her. You know what I mean? And made her attracted to him. You know what I mean? And how she found it. She went rampant over that, but at the same time, she was intelligent on how she handled it. But the thing is, this is the Jennifer Walters that I know in the books. This version that we got was like, I don't understand. I really, the route that they went with this and what they did with every character that they brought in didn't serve a purpose to me. It made no sense. And what was the fucking reasoning for the blood? Because it served no purpose. Mm-hmm. There was nothing. That was just thrown out the window.
Right.
Yes.
You wanted her blood for what? Who wanted the blood? Because that, I mean, when you so-called broke the fourth wall, you changed the story to nothing
Mm-hmm.
and just ended it.
Lael, you made a good point about how she was an excellent attorney in the comics. And
Yeah.
something else that someone pointed out about the comics was that she used Marvel precedent, so to speak,
Yeah.
while she was defending cases, specific information about characters in the Marvel universe from previous issues or from the current issue as part of her court cases.
Yeah.
I mean, this woman is clever, and it makes sense. And we saw none of that spectacular or common sense approach to her being an attorney. Like, this was maybe the most unprofessional professional I've ever seen.
Well, and I think that also does the character a disservice. I mean, you never saw her being a really competent lawyer. And she was having to be rescued by another lawyer.
Yeah.
And they didn't what's interesting is this show is controlled by female creators. And that's the thing that I found shocking, in that I would have expected a level of sophistication of this show that really delved into these issues. And by the way, Dr. J sends in a super chat and says, Bob Stern, Lael, I'm disappointed that the She-Hulk writers didn't have the courage to take on both extremist groups in our society. That could have provided incredible material for commentary and social commentary. Comedy and social commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I mean,
I totally agree.
And they turned these like, men's rights groups, incels, Jordan Peterson followers, whatever, into a joke. And I find it's really disconcerting how our culture, especially people that I would hope that I would agree with, have dumbed down the discourse so much through their performance activism and their really thoughtless look at issues. Yeah. And it's very disconcerting. And a show like She-Hulk could have been really clever, really insightful, really cutting. And the thing is, when you have a show like a superhero show like She-Hulk, that's Rod Serling knew it for Twilight Zone. Gene Roddenberry knew it. That's when these creators use a fantasy context to address issues that you couldn't normally address, that the audience would rebel against, or they don't even realize what they're learning while they're learning it because it's enjoyable. You use She-Hulk to delve into these issues in a fun way, and people don't realize, oh, that's what they're doing.
Yes, but another thing too is that we're only getting one side of the story often, and we did kind of experience that in Discovery when we had a particular politician appear on the show. And it's fine to have a politician appear on the show, but why not represent more than one political side? Because then all of a sudden the show suddenly becomes almost seeming to favor one over the other. And Star Trek has never been like that.
No,
They've always
it is now. Let's put Stacey Abrams on the show, and she's the president of the Federation. And I mean, here's what I don't. It's very frustrating to watch these franchises. I'm telling you, like Lael said, the comic version of She-Hulk is way more sophisticated and intelligent than the TV series that we just got. And why is that? Like John Byrne's run on She-Hulk, on Spectacular She-Hulk is just better.
Way better.
And it's frustrating. Look, ultimately I ended up hating Moon Knight. And I love Moon Knight, and I'm like, why? I get it. You want to deal with, someone's like, we're going to deal with issues of dissociative identity disorder. But did you really do that on that show? Did you? No, you used that as a storytelling crutch. That you leaned into that, and I thought, wow, you didn't have anything to say about it. You just used it as a quirky way to get around telling us a great story about Moon Knight, and ultimately you couldn't wait to get to your warring Egyptian gods in the sands of outside of Cairo. And I'm like, what the frick is this show about?
And where's it going?
This is not the whole thing about Moon Knight. I love that Moon Knight was a combination of horror and noir 40s characters. I mean, he certainly was a Batman ripoff, but he was like a noir 40s character with his multiple, not multiple dissociative identity disorders, but he had different. He was a cab driver. He was a multimillionaire. You know, he was a mercenary and Moon Knight, and he used these different personas to get to the bottom of things. And he only became mentally ill way later in the existence of the character, and it was frustrating that they leaned into that, and I didn't feel I was getting a real Moon Knight, you know, and I was getting, and I feel that. And by the way, Dr. J, who asked the question or said that about the She-Hulk writers, sent in a $20 super chat. Morgan Holmes sent in a $20 super chat. Thank you, Morgan. It says, Rob, you're straight fam. Well, Morgan, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. And you being here, you must be fam too. So thanks for being here and watching the show. And I appreciate the kind words. By the way, Mista47 says, just saw Halloween Ends. It's negative 10 out of 10. It's just awful.
Ooh,
Yeah,
wow.
it is. Yeah, it is. It is.
Negative 10. No, this is interesting. Kenneth Colton, no, we haven't touched on this yet tonight. We haven't talked about the new that Superman's back, baby, but Kenneth Colton says Black Adam reviews sound pretty decent. Going next Thursday. Black Panther is tracking for 175 million opening. Sounds good. And Andor's phenomenal. The She-Hulk finale sucked, and Halloween Ends was a disgrace.
I agree.
Kenneth,
I agree.
as far as Super Chat goes, you summed it up right there, son.
But that my hat's off to you, Kenneth. That was dope. You just summed up everything in so many short words. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you for that. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I interviewed, you don't know this, but I interviewed Ruth Carter, the costume designer for Wakanda Forever and Black Panther today, who began her career working on Spike Lee's School Days. She's literally worked with every major black filmmaker, but not surprisingly, I don't think Tyler Perry. She's not part of that team because she predates that team. First of all, what a delightful woman she is, and I mean, so smart, so knowledgeable, so good at what she does. And I told her, I said flat out, she was telling me, she was explaining, like, I don't understand. I mean, I shouldn't say it. I totally understand everyone's hate about Namor and all that, but listening to Ruth Carter talking about where they came up with the color palettes and the materials of the Talocan Empire or the Talocan civilization, I'm like, I am so in. Listening to her talk,
I can't wait.
The thought that they've put into that, because these people they're not comic book fanatics. They're going from film to film to film. But someone like Ruth Carter, man, she thought about this stuff. I mean, she was talking about crushed up seashells put into the. I'm just so you get the glistening. I'm listening to her. The woman is a genius.
She is incredibly talented.
Incredibly talented, and just listening to her talk. She's beautiful. She's so smart, but so creative. And she comes from a family of artists. You know, she talks about, and I interviewed Gersha Phillips yesterday, who did the Woman King. And she worked with Ruth Carter. And it was very funny because Gersha Phillips, she grew up in Saskatoon, Canada. And she began designing costumes when she was a teenager for the breakdance crew in her town in Saskatoon. Like as a teenager and started designing, and it was just, they were the greatest. It was great to talk to both of them, but I cannot fucking wait for Wakanda Forever. Bro, I am so excited.
You don't understand, bro, what I think we're about to get.
I think I do too. I think we're going to get something that's going to blow people away. First of all, anything Angela Bassett's in, I will watch. And I don't think I've ever seen her look better. Like,
she does look
I
incredible.
love Angela Bassett. One of my dream projects I'm working on. I've written her into the script as being the character. I love her so much. And my God, those character posters, the Angela Bassett character poster from Wakanda Forever, her costumes, I've given up everything for the. I can't wait.
Yeah. Yes, bro. It's just it's there for me. It's just there for the taking, and I can't wait. I've gotten the tickets. I got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday tickets. Bro. Straight up. Yes.
Wow.
Are you gonna take your daughters individually and have like a father-daughter experience with you?
So Me, Latoya, and my oldest are going on Friday night. I
Okay.
mean on Saturday. I'm not on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
Then me, Latoya, and the kids are going. Her kids are going on Friday night.
Mhm.
I'm going by myself on Saturday night just so I can actually embellish it, or I'm going during the day so I can kind of embellish it.
Right.
Sunday we're going to go again, and Monday I'm going again. So yeah,
Wow.
yeah, I'm all in, bro.
Boy, I hope you
I'm
like
all-
it.
I'm all in. I'm gonna make myself like it. I'm all in. Bro. I am all
No, it
in.
looks. I mean,
I cannot wait.
I think it's fascinating, and it was funny. Ruth said things today that she didn't know how interesting I found them about the
Mhm.
conflict between the two nations and all that. I'm like, oh, very and
Yeah.
also she also told me that she's working on Blade next. And I said, "Is it going to happen?" She goes, "No, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen." And I'm like, "Okay." But
He's gonna ask her.
that interview is going to drop. The premiere for Wakanda Forever is, I think, it's now on the 25th of October, so it'll be 10 days from tomorrow. The interview I did with her will drop that day. Will drop the 25th.
Wow.
So, yeah, we'll put it on that. So Kenneth Colton. He's Black Adam reviews. Well, we know that. Now, let me ask about Black Adam. We know that Henry Cavill, and I'm sure everyone's seen the final thing because they've sent it to everybody. We've all seen. Let's face it. We all look. Here's the end of Black Adam. And he's in it. His Superman's in for 2 seconds, but I'm very excited about what they've teed up because a Superman versus Black Adam movie. I'm in. I think that that movie's going to be Kingdom Come. Because you've got the Marvel family. Now, is it going to be like Kingdom Come in comics? Not exactly. But you don't have to make a Justice League movie. You do a Kingdom Come movie where, for whatever reason, it's a conflict between Black Adam and Superman, where you have the Shazam family and the Marvel family on one side. You can have whatever Justice League members you could get, the Justice Society, whatever. You could do a pretty interesting Kingdom Come movie based on the idea that Black Adam and Superman are on opposite sides. Now, it's not going to be, we're never going to get the Kingdom Come graphic novel as written. It'll never happen. But they could definitely do a version of it.
An iteration of it.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm excited to see Black Adam. I hope it's good.
Hey, so Rob, let me ask you a question though.
Mm.
Did you pre-order the Black Adam 1/6 scale figure?
Fuck yeah, dude. Come on. I did. I did. It looks great. I'm like,
which version did you get though?
The super deluxe, not the
My
gold,
man.
the black version or whatever.
You got the black version.
Yeah, the super deluxe.
You didn't get the gold?
No, I got the black version, but is the gold version? I don't. You know what? I mean, I was looking and going.
I had to get the gold, bro.
Well, okay. If you got I'll get the gold too. Come on.
You got to get the gold, bro.
I mean, look.
The only thing is, I'm unfortunate. No, you cannot take the clothes off of the figure.
Yeah,
well, wow.
It's not gonna happen. Don't even do that.
I looked at the figure and I like Dwayne Johnson in Ballers. That's like my favorite series that he's in, and he wears a suit in that.
Why is that not surprising to me?
Why is it not surprising to you?
Yeah, he's a baller in that show. I know what you're thinking. I get it. I see you.
Well, I thought he was excellent in it, and
he actually was. He's really good in that show.
He was good.
And he wears this really nice fitting suit that shows off his physique as well. Just like first of all, that figure is extraordinarily lifelike, just like Dwayne Johnson. And I've never seen a figure that looks that much like him. But my first thought was, yes, I do like the way it looks, but I also want to be able to put a suit on him from time to time as if he's in Ballers. So
that suit is so tight that you could probably get a 6 scale suit and put it on him if you wanted to, but it'd be hard to find a 6 scale suit that's tailored to fit his body.
Yeah, but maybe somebody in the community, one of these persons watching, one of our many talented 1/6 scale collecting community can steer me in the right direction.
S-Beam will do it.
S-Beam will do it, and I will have the Black Adam version and the Ballers version. So it's exciting.
Yeah.
One of our moderators, Alex Detman, hello Alex, says, "Welcome, Lael. I just want to say it's always good to see you on the show, and your laugh is fucking contagious. Like when you really crack up, usually it's something hysterical Rob says, I start laughing my ass off.
All the time. All the time. The shit that he says all the fucking time.
It's funny.
Literally.
I can't say it
Even
on our
when you
action
say
figure
this shit-
streams or whatever.
Even when you say this shit on John Campia, I'm at the gym laughing my ass off, and they're looking at me like, "What is going on?" I said, "Because you gotta watch this shit. It's funny." And they don't. It's like, John, they don't really catch some of the stuff that you say.
No, they don't.
They don't catch it. And I'm like, how the fuck did y'all miss that shit? But yeah, it's funny as hell. It's always funny. Hell yeah.
Now, a silly goose. We got some tips too. People been sending in tips. A silly goose says, "Oh, I love this. Last night I watched Forbidden Planet, one of the great 50s science fiction films. What a great movie! It was a lot more complex and interesting than I thought it would be, especially since it's from 1956. Any recommendations for classic sci-fi movies of that ilk? Next on my watch list is Solaris. Now, okay, Forbidden Planet is actually based on it's a Shakespeare adaptation. It's based on The Tempest, and it's also the template for Star Trek. And I love Forbidden Planet. It's also one of the first movies that has an electronic score. There were earlier films that do, but that had an electronic score and really pretty interesting. It's a great film. If you haven't seen Forbidden Planet, it's a really, really good movie. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
Leslie Nielsen is in that film, correct, Robert?
Yep.
And I always thought it was like Lolita in space because when he arrives on the planet, it is one of the first films to show a different planet in a movie.
Yeah.
From what I understand as well. And one of the things I liked about it is how like the daughter is like hitting on him so hard because there's no one there. It's just her and her father on this planet. And here comes this really attractive, Leslie Nielsen was honestly a very attractive young man in 1950s. And her eyes just pop right out of her head. And she's like, I really got to go over to this guy and pick him up. And she's like, hey, how are you?
And he's she's like, all scantily clad and liberated. And, and it is, I mean, he has to protect her, but she's definitely the aggressor.
Oh, yeah. And she's sexually aggressive towards him.
Yeah.
And I love this. I think that it's very adventurous. You know, you add space and this space travel and this whole thing. And then there's this girl who is absolutely.
Francis.
Yes. And so I thought it was very daring to do a film, like that in 1950, Robert. I mean, there aren't a lot of films like that.
No. And it's very, and of course they play with that a lot. They play with that about how she's like, Robbie, because Robbie the robot is introduced in that. And she's like, Robbie, make me some sapphires. I want to put on my dress. And I mean, and it's very overt and a lot of, but what's interesting though, is she has agency. It's up to, and all the guys are like, you see these wolf-like men because they've been cooped up on this spaceship for a long time. There is a lot of that going on, but it's really interesting, and it's a great science fiction film. It also has some wonderful special effects.
Yes.
Disney animators worked on the monster from the id, the Krell civilization. I mean, it's incredibly influential. If you've never seen Forbidden Planet, it's a beautiful widescreen movie. Yeah. But a silly goose asks, he's going to watch Solaris, and or he or she, they, I don't know. Silly goose, you could be anybody. But
I wonder which Solaris is he, the 1970 version?
Yeah,
or?
I mean that's
the version I was going to say. Watch.
I mean, the Soderbergh version gets better every time I see it, but I love the original Russian Andrei Tarkovsky version. But again, you think Andor's slow, you got to really readjust what you're doing. But I love the original Solaris based on a Polish science fiction writer Stanislaw Lem's novel of the same name. It's a wonderful movie. It's really great, and it's really tragic. And but in terms of other science fiction films, there's some great stuff in the 50s. Obviously, I think Forbidden Planet is the high watermark. But Day the Earth Stood Still. If you've never seen Day the Earth Stood Still, you've got to see that. The original War of the Worlds, I would recommend watching. But yeah, Forbidden Planet. But Day the Earth Stood Still with Michael Rennie as Klaatu and Klaatu and Gort the robot, one of the great robots.
Yes.
I mean, Gort and Robbie the robot. Yeah, they're the greatest. It's really great. Our friend our friend Sonny Dominguez,
Hi, Sunny.
who made the Post-Geek Singularity History a couple of weeks ago. Sonny says, I decided to stay in, smoke weed, and listen to the conversations y'all are having. What makes a great horror villain, whether supernatural or a simple human killer? What does make a great horror villain? Any Halloween movie recommendations for this week that we should watch and we can discuss?
Definitely Hellraiser, the new Hellraiser that's come out. People are talking about that one, so I would definitely recommend that one. And the Black Phone, which a friend of mine, I watched it earlier, but someone recommended that. I like the retro 1970s feel to that one, so those are two that I would recommend.
Lael, are you a horror movie guy?
Yes, I am, but I'm classic horror, bro.
Yeah. So, no. What would you tell people? What would you throw out in terms of what are some of your recommendations?
Okay, so classic horror, I would actually say one, the original Fog, The Fog.
Oh,
Watch
it's
that
so
movie.
The Fog. By the way, that movie is wonderful.
It is incredible.
It
bro.
is so, and it gets better every year.
It's incredible, and it is the scariest shit I have ever seen. When I was that age, it was so fucking scary.
John Carpenter, that was his movie he made right after Halloween, and he also did the score for it, and the score is great.
Yes.
Rob Bottin did the creature effects. He plays the main creature, and that film is wonderful. What a great movie.
It is definitely amazing. I'd say The Fog. What's another one?
The Thing, maybe, Lael? The original Thing?
You talking about John Carpenter's The Thing?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the one before John Carpenter in 1950.
the original.
Yes.
Classic, the original.
Yes.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, would it hold up compared to John Carpenter's, though?
I think it does.
It does, but I think cinematically, like the jump scares that you get from John Carpenter and the crazy freakiness of that film, I don't know. I mean, I think both of them. Watch both of them and draw your own conclusion because they're both good. And one that I would actually say, okay, one strange one that I've watched recently that is freakishly good. It's weird. And that is it called Lamb?
Yeah, Lamb with Noomi Rapace.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is freakishly good.
Another A24 elevated horror.
But this shit is good. It's really good because it's like you don't see the ending coming.
Yeah,
like
no.
You don't see it coming. You never see that shit coming. And it's just weird, but it's sort of good. I watched it the other day. Fucking Hereditary.
Ari Aster before he made Midsommar.
Fucking Hereditary is a good one to watch too. But classic, like I said, I'm just more like I said, classic horror. The Fog, in Night of the Living Dead.
By the way, just released on 4K by Criterion.
4K.
You know what? Night of the Living Dead is.
I got it. I got it because of you, physical media. I got it, Rob.
It's Night of the Living Dead is so good. And by the way, talk about a revolutionary movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, black man survives only to be shot down by the Southern fucking posse that doesn't know what's up.
That's right.
And you know what's really funny? People look at that as being one of the most overtly political horror films of the late 60s. But Romero was not doing that. He just cast the best actor for the role. He's like, Dwayne was the best guy for this role, so he cast him. And it became, a lot of the time, movies and what they mean to culture are happy accidents, but that movie is genuinely creepy.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's and horrifying what goes on, the microcosm of society that happens in that house. People forget how good the original Night of the Living Dead is. It's fucking great.
It is amazing. It is.
And then the version Night of Anubis that's on that disc, which is a different version of the movie, which is really interesting. I would like to throw out Philip Kaufman's 1978 Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yes. Yes.
A movie that is obviously another like The Thing, a remake of a 50s film, but it deals with the 70s me generation, but it's also a paranoid thriller. What I love about the original, that movie is first of all, it's so brilliantly done, but I love the fact that the main characters in Invasion of the Body Snatchers have already lost. The invasion has already happened, and they don't know it yet.
They have no idea.
They don't know, and you're watching it, and it's one of my favorite.
The freaky man dog, bro.
Oh,
the man dog,
dude.
I saw that shit. I was like, I'm done. The man dog, bro. Like, I'm like, how did you? Yeah.
I mean that film is, and there are other in terms of like scary films. If you haven't it seems silly, but if you've never seen The Exorcist,
classic.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do is watch teenage girls' reaction videos to The Exorcist because it always blows their mind. And there's one particular scene, and you always watch them like, "Oh my god!" Like they're totally traumatized, and it's amazing. But I'll give you guys, I'm going to give you a recommendation if you have not seen Exorcist 3. I think in terms of a franchise movie, Exorcist 3 is one of the best franchise movies ever made in terms of sequels. And William Peter Blatty, who wrote the novel The Exorcist, came back and wrote and directed Exorcist 3 based on his book Legion. And Scream Factory released a really interesting DVD because his version, they reshot the ending and there was no exorcist in it, and exorcism, and they had to do that. But here's something, and I always talk about this movie. It is not pleasant to watch. No. But it's Martyrs, not the American remake, the French language Martyrs. And if you want to have an interesting double bill, and if you're interested in subtitles, get Martyrs and get a movie called Inside. Watch Martyrs first and follow it up with Inside as a palate cleanser.
Well, if we're talking about more of a body horror kind of thing, I like The Fly. I like Jeff Goldblum's The Fly. Yeah. And I also like Dead Alive, which is just such a messy, crazy body horror, nutty kind of film as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's a lot of them out there, man.
It's hard. Like, I'm trying to think of like a lot of my favorite horror movies. It's hard to recommend them because they don't provide the visceral thrills that they're more like Andor than they are Mandalorian.
And if you want to watch some stupid funny shit, like a stupid funny horror film, They Live.
Oh, They Live's the best.
Yes, I love They Live. That's a great one, Lael.
So funny.
That's great.
Yeah, They Live.
And that's John Carpenter. I'll tell you something else. Okay, so John Carpenter had a deal with Alive Films to make 3 movies. He only made 2. They Live was the second. The first of those movies, They Live, was 88, but the first of his movies was Prince of Darkness, which was 87. Prince of Darkness is a really unsettling, low-budget film that deals with science and superstition, and I love Prince of Darkness.
Bro, that shit was so creepy.
It's really, and it's got one of John Carpenter's great, the same way that Carpenter's scores for Halloween and the Fog are terrific. His theme for Prince of Darkness, his synth score for that is so good.
Yep.
Really, really good.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you like that, his movie In the Mouth of Madness is a lot of fun too. If you haven't seen that with Sam Neill. Do you read Sutter Kane? I mean,
Yeah. He's made some classics, man. Definitely.
But there's a lot of like if you haven't seen The Empty Man, David Pryor's The Empty Man, which is a new movie. Seek that out. That's really interesting. But one of my favorite horror films that not a lot of people have seen is Karen. I say this all the time, is Karen Kusama's The Invitation, and I think it's still on Netflix.
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay, so don't. I would say it's a quiet horror film, but a horror film, it isn't like people getting murdered all the time, but don't read anything about it. Just go into the invitation cold, and all you need to know it's about a dinner party. It's a dinner party.
Mm-hmm.
Another movie I liked was Ready or Not, about a woman who gets married
And she gets hunted by the family.
Yeah. Don't say that. Don't tell them what's happening.
Oh,
But But Ready or Not, that's pretty fun, and so the ending is great.
Funny.
It has a great ending. But yeah, there's so many. I mean, it's funny. People have asked me to do like short takes, like 5-minute or 10-minute videos, and just suggest like 5 or 10 things that they should read or watch or something. We should do that.
Yeah.
The Invitation is on Prime now. It's not on Netflix
anymore. The Invitation's on Prime now. Okay, so there you go. Amazon Prime. Check it out. Our friend Lynn Hobday, our favorite expat Brit in Japan. Lynn says, I love Lynn, by the way. You know, it's funny. Lynn, of all the people I've met on this, I mean, if we knew each other like in high school, we would have been like best friends. Lynn says, hi, Rob. Finally caught up with Andor. And I need something to support after House of the Dragon finishes. I don't love it yet, but it intrigues me. Star Wars is a well-established universe. It can adapt itself to any genre. Andor's breaking ground, and I'm in for the ride. Well, Lynn, goddammit, that's why I like you. Good for you, because you should be. The ride is a good ride.
Yes, it is.
Maybe not the kind of ride Velma might give you, but it's a good ride. Oh, wait, Velma won't now because, she's gay. Because of course she is. Darth Plato, our friend Darth Plato says, chalk one up for the rebels. But I think the Empire is about to strike back on Gorman. They're going to wreck Gorman. They're going to wreck.
They about to go down. Real.
They're going down. Oh, man. And we've seen clips. There's Star Destroyers. They're gonna wreck shop. They're gonna do that. And Darth Plato goes on to say, Andor, why bother? We know he dies. Well, we know Caesar does too, but Rome was still a great watch, and so is Andor. People need to think before they pontificate. Amen.
Yes.
Amen.
Yes.
Well, our friend. Yes, amen. My God, people do. And I it's funny to me. It's so hard to believe that people don't just embrace Andor as the great show it is.
Because they're used to, you know why? Because they're used to what we've seen lately. They're used to things being soured by terrible writing.
Yeah.
And like little care in character development, like literally. They're used to that. So they have that. With that, you take that sour taste in your mouth goes into this type of an actual show. So you believe that that's exactly what you're going to get. And when you don't, it's just like, I don't know.
I totally agree. Sonny Dominguez, once again, harking back to the show that he was on a couple weeks ago, which was hilarious. Sonny Dominguez says, I bet Velma and Peppermint Patty are both squirters. If you didn't see that show, it would not make a whole lot of sense to you. But, Sonny, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. And I like to believe that, too. I mean, I always thought Peppermint Patty was a secret weapon, even when I was growing up. I heard that scratchy voice, and I'm like, wow, okay. Stubble McShave says, I think Liam Neeson will be great in the new Naked Gun movies. I love this idea. I love that Liam Neeson is going to be in. I think it's going to be great. I love the inner monologues. Like a midget at a urinal, I would have to stay on my toes. And like a blind man at an orgy, I would have to feel my way through. Yes. Frank Drebin, one of the great characters of all cinematic history. And I hope he's not playing. I don't know if they're rebooting it. I'd like to. Maybe he's Frank Drebin's mentor, like mentee or something. I don't know. But I love that they're doing it. Our friend Matt Tween says, it's okay to prefer more Mando-style Star Wars action-type stories. To me, that's like pizza. It's delicious. Andor is a perfectly cooked ribeye. I enjoy every bite of both foods, just in different ways. Well, Matt Tween, you're absolutely right.
Exactly. You're right.
You're open for that. You're getting a good steak. Right. Our friend Tom Jr. Jackson, who coined the phrase, we're all goof people. He's been a member of the channel for 24 months. Tom Jr. Jackson says, Rob and the gang back in the saddle. I love that if you like something, fine. If you don't like that, it's okay too. The Post-Geek Singularity is a fantastic community to have opinions. I agree. I mean, that's what we're here for. We try and have, I mean, we might hate stuff, but we don't want to hate on you if you like what we don't like. That's why everyone's included here, and we encourage that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I mean, I like stuff that's demonstrably terrible. And I don't apologize. I love Hudson Hawk. I love Star Crash, the Italian ripoff of Star Wars from 1978. I don't think I would never tell anyone that Star Crash is a great movie. I love it.
I like Barbarella.
Dude, and they're going to remake it? I mean, come on.
I know.
And how could you not like Barbarella?
Yeah,
like, really? Yeah. First of all, the questions that I was being asked, well, if they make Barbarella, I don't think they'll have the Orgasmatron, but okay.
Oh.
Well, I know they can't. I mean, we can't, like any kind of sex is some weird, oppressive, patriarchal construct that we have to leave.
But the whole movie is about sex. It's about an exploration in sex. It's a sex exploration science fiction fantasy film.
Yeah, definitely but yes. But somehow it'll be, we have to smash, Barbarella now has to smash the patriarchy.
Stop. Nope. They better do it right. I want to see some fucking.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
With a flying angel, with Pygar.
Yes.
With John Philip Law as a beautiful specimen of winged man.
Who doesn't want to make love to an angel?
I don't know. I've always wanted to. They'll take you where you want to go. They can get places other people can't. They're angels. So the Parth Trivedi sends in a super sticker of somebody giving us a thumbs up, a dragon with I don't know what that's called, but thank you, Parth. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Alfredo D. Oliveira Jr. says, "Oh, this is a good question: Elven rings or Super Bowl rings?" Well, Tom Brady has more than the elves have, so I don't know. What do you think? Super Bowl rings or Elven rings? It really depends. I'd rather have a Peter Jackson Elven ring than a Rings of Power Elven ring, but I would also like to have a Tom Brady Super Bowl ring. But you know what? You really have to earn those. If Celebrimbor forges an Elven ring and gives it to me, I'm like, okay, but I feel a Super Bowl ring needs to be earned. That's a tough ring to get. So,
agreed.
Yeah.
I agree. Stubble McShave, he went to the horse races, and I offered him well wishes, but he says, "Rob, your well wishes didn't help. I lost a lot of money at the horse race track yesterday."
I don't mean to laugh.
Sorry, Stubble.
I can't.
Yeah, sorry.
You know, it's funny. Horse racing. My half brother was the editor of a horse racing magazine for 10 years, the Oregon Horse. You should have asked me. We could have handicapped together. I could have called my brother up and said, "Hey, bro, Jim, what horses should Stubble bet on?" But you didn't do that. Of course, you didn't know that my brother does that either. Now you know. By the way, that is not an invitation for everybody to send in their picks for me. I'm only going to do that for Stubble, just so you all know. Okay?
He said you was too lucky, and he lost a lot of money.
I tried. Look,
sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's just the way he wrote it. I swear to God.
True. I you know. It's hard. It's weird to think that the Swedes have horse racing tracks, but I guess everybody does. Sporting Kings.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay.
Tom Jr. Jackson asks if that picture of Velma, and for those of you who've come in late to the show, if you don't know what picture Tom means, it's this picture of Velma. He asks if this picture was brought to you by Soda Squirt. Oh, come on now.
Wow.
Now, come on, Tom. Yes, it was. Just so you know. Galactic J says, "Rob, Big Daddy Rob. Hello. Greetings, Lael. You are an inspiration. So, Rob, can we see those Moon Knight figures?" Well, you can't right now. I mean, I do have my Swag Props Moon Knight props that he made me, which, by the way, these are awesome. I mean, he made these are from the show. I love these, My Moon Knight figures are actually they're in the side room over here. Although you can see, let me see if I can tilt it up. If I go up here, you can. Okay, there's a Moon Knight bust right there.
Yes.
If you can see that, you can see that.
Yeah.
I so the figures, the 1/12, the Mezco figure I don't have, and the John Campea thing that you got me, I have lots of Moon Knight busts, as a matter of fact. Well, you can't really see them. It's hard for me to turn the computer because it's all hooked up to drives and stuff, and they would get pulled out. But yes, Kevin Wellborn has been a member for 7 months. Well, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. A Silly Goose sends in a super chat and says, all right, should I watch Solaris 1972 or The Day the Earth Stood Still first? And what are your thoughts on 2010, the year we made contact? Okay, here's the thing. I would watch Day the Earth Stood Still first, 1951. Yeah. It's black and white. It's interesting. Then I watch Solaris, go for 1972, the original. If you're going to do that. But I would also watch Soderbergh's Solaris because it's interesting. But in terms of 2010, for those of you who don't know, in 1984, the Christmas of 1984, both David Lynch's Dune and 2010, the year we make contact, were released. I mean, 2001 is a masterpiece. I love 2010. As a space adventure. It is a little dated. Yeah. It's so funny because it used to be dated because the Russian in the novel 2010, the Russians and the Americans team up to beat the Chinese to Europa. Yeah. But now with the current tensions between the US, 2010 has become more relevant than ever, which is interesting. It was relevant in 1984, then it became incredibly dated. Now it's more relevant again. I really think 2010 is a great space adventure movie. Yeah. Check it out. Alex Detman says The Mist, directed by Frank Darabont, his third. He did The Woman in the Room. He did Shawshank Redemption. He did Green Mile, his fourth Stephen King adaptation. Frank Darabont's The Mist is fucking terrifying and very underrated for a horror movie. The Mist is great. I love The Mist. And there's two versions of it. There's the color version and the black and white version. The black and white version is great, although he did change the ending. Yeah. And made it really, really, really bleak. But it's really good. The Mist is really good. Joeyer75 says Andor is just okay, not Star Wars worthy. I just don't understand that. Why would you say that?
A lot of people feel that way.
I know they do. A lot of people do. And I'm like, not Star Wars worthy though. I mean, what's funny is the pedigree of the people making it alone are higher than, I mean, I like Filoni and I like what Jon Favreau are doing, but like I would say to people, go watch a movie like Michael Clayton. You've got an Academy Award nominated screenwriter. I just wish people would step up and give Andor a chance. Meet it on its own terms.
My question is, what is Star Wars worthy? What does Star Wars worthy mean? Like,
the Phantom Menace?
What's your interpretation of Star Wars worthy? That's the question I want to know, because I think like, again, there's space for everybody in the Star Wars universe, and I think that this space right now for what they're giving us is a very comfortable space, and I'm enjoying it. And I enjoy every aspect of it, but I think it is Star Wars worthy. I think it's definitely Star Wars worthy. I don't know, but I would like to know, like, from your perception of what is Star Wars worthy mean? What does that mean? Like, what is your perception of it? That'd be interesting. If you can answer that question, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but I think it's interesting because, and by the way, I think that Joey, I don't think we're being flippant or anything like that. No,
I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I find the schism with Star Wars fans with Andor fascinating, because I would have thought that I don't even think Andor is a slow burn. I just think, you're telling a very different story about a whole different realm. To me, if you look at Star Wars Star Wars is now a genre. There's a genre of Star Wars story. And I would say Andor is more wars than it is Star, as far as whereas like A New Hope is Star, and there's a lot less wars in it, meaning the sense that Andor is dealing with the human. First of all, it's dealing with what does the Empire actually do to people, and what is the cost of living under a fascist regime. What does that do to the human spirit?
But isn't it also the notion of that Andor is the rebels in plain sight, so they can't be as garish as they would normally be. You know, they have to operate undercover. They have to have, you know, aliases. They have to do things in secret now, now more than ever. So it's not what we're accustomed to seeing all the time. You know, we see wars and battles and it's very out front and in the open. There aren't a whole bunch of in secret operations, but now we're getting those. So,
right.
You know, we're seeing sort of what happened behind the scenes versus what everyone else is seeing is nothing. No one understands what's going on, but we do because we have, you know, access to that information now. You know, we suddenly got that information, but you know, we just want to know exactly what's happened. And now that they're telling us, but it can't be flashy and when it does get flashy, that's when people get in trouble, like with Andor's on the run because he killed 2 people on the fly. He didn't plan that.
Right.
If he had planned that, he would dispose of the bodies somewhere. No one would have found those guys. So, you know, we can't have a show like that because it would, if every single operation was out in the open in that way, I don't think they'd be able to necessarily operate. So a good portion of the stuff is going to be behind the scenes and on the down low, at least from maybe just season 1. Maybe season 2 is when things start to get a little bit more open, when Mon Mothma finally gives her resignation letter to the Senate. You know, perhaps that might be the turning point where they're officially the rebels, you know.
Yeah.
But as of right now, you know, they don't want anyone to know about them. It's true they did this heist, but they really don't want anyone to know. They're not sending out a communique saying, "Hey, we just stole money from you guys." You know, no.
I don't think there is that kind of a rebellion. You know, there's different cells and things. I think that it's completely not connected yet. Yeah. And I think that it's going to be someone like Mon Mothma that I think that moment that we saw, it was I mean, look, how incredible is it that our rebel leader is a wife and a mother and a statesperson, and what is pushing her to become a leader of the rebellion is her. I mean, she's got a shitty kid, a shitty husband, a shitty job where no one's paying attention to her, and she's trying. I mean, she's desperately looking for something. Like, she's a believer. Yeah. You know, she's a true patriot and somebody who, and yet. And we're there now. I mean, what's amazing is we live in a country, the United States, where our own citizens, our own fellow Americans, cannot throw other Americans under the bus fast enough. And we already went through this. We already saw where that leads. Yep. And yet these our countrymen, our fellow countrymen, love nothing better than to go after. I mean, I can't believe that we live in a with a generation of snitches that cannot wait to go tell on somebody and get them in trouble, whether it's on social media, whether it's to somebody in authority. I mean, I cannot believe that we live in a nation of people that are willing to sell out their fellow human beings. I mean, my God, if we ever had a fascist regime, we, America, right now, with our young people and social media, we would be the best fascist regime ever, because we live in a world where snitching and destroying people and throwing people under the bus is enjoyable. It's sport now. And, you know, I read an article today that was published on a French newspaper, how the Russian soldiers, they've made rape a tool of domination, and how the Russian soldiers were equipped with Viagra, and they have found war crimes where children as young as 4 are victims of rape. And I mean, this is happening right now. And we have Americans that are siding with, and they're like, well, you know, Rob, that Americans set up a puppet government in the Ukraine in 2014. And I'm like, okay, whether that's true or not, does that mean that it's okay for Russia to be engaging in killing and victimizing civilian populations? I mean, they're indiscriminately shelling civilian areas. I mean, imagine basically the Ukrainians are forget the government, just normal people. Imagine wherever you live right now. What if a missile landed on your house while you were asleep, destroyed everything you owned, and killed your family, and you were the only person left? That's what's happening in Ukraine. And for why? For what reason?
What's the sole purpose? Yeah.
Yeah, and now the Russians are saber rattling like, we're going to destroy the world. They're literally taking the posture that, like, so what if we go nuclear? You've got the Saudi Arabians teaming up with the Russians to jack up the price of oil. I mean, we live in a world where it's unbelievable what's going on right now, and every human being, every just individual person trying to make it through their daily lives, we're all suffering. And for what reason? I mean, it's so depressing to look at, because we already went through all this. We went through all this decades ago, and we're going through it again. And for what reason? Well, you know, and it's so maddening because, you know, any one of us. I mean, I'm old, and even I thought, when would I'm now living in a time where I already went through a time when the Cold War and mutually assured destruction was a reality. And I thought when the wall fell in the early 90s, you know, that was done. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Let's go 30 years into the future, 32 years in the future, 3 more decades where Russia is saber rattling. I still don't even understand, what is their point? I mean, you guys, you stole all the money from your population. You didn't build a manufacturing base. You didn't join the modern age. And we have Americans in here that are now sympathetic to Russia, which is just unbelievable to me. And it's crazy. But hey, a silly goose says, I'm sure you're itching to know my thoughts on the new Hellraiser. I think it's the third best of the franchise, behind 1 and 2. I thought the Cenobites were a bit too silly. They're priests and priestesses of Leviathan. They should be menacing and intelligent. Did you guys, obviously, I saw the new Hellraiser. You did. Lael, did you see the new Hellraiser?
Saw it this morning when I turned off Halloween.
What did you guys think?
I thought it was clever.
Yeah.
I thought it was real clever. I definitely thought it was real clever. I like the cinematics. It reminded me of Hellraiser. You know what I mean? Like it definitely did. So I did like it.
What about you?
I haven't seen it, and I'm eager to see it because I'm probably going to talk about it on Monday. But I'm eager to see it, and I don't know how it is, but I'm eager to see it.
There's a lot of look, the Hellraiser franchise. I love the first 2 movies, especially the first one. The one thing about the Hellraiser franchise that I always liked, that I thought was kind of lost in this one, is that the Cenobites, you have to want them to come. And in the first movie, like Frank Cotton, he's screwing his brother's wife. He's looking for the ultimate physical transgressive experience, and nothing is enough for him.
Right.
You know, so he wants the lament configuration. He opens it up. The Cenobites come and will tear your soul apart. And that's what he wants. Because we're so, like, we get so bored and so, and what I always think about Hellraiser is that now we live in a world where we get this kind of whatever you want, whether you're a performance activist like this 2 trust fund hooligans that threw soup on a Van Gogh painting and glued themselves to the wall to promote climate change, or like, really? So you had to destroy someone else's endeavor from over 100 years ago, 140 years ago. You would destroy their work in order so you can protest climate change. Really, that act was just about them. They don't care about climate change. They want to get the accolades and like, look at them. That's the world we live in. I feel like now anyone who has any kind of morals or ethics or stands for something, is laughed at. But we're going to do some performance activism on YouTube because it's all about me, 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 me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Let me glue myself to the wall of a museum. It's like, the reason we don't want climate change is to preserve human endeavor, our human civilization. And part of what makes it worth being a human being is living in a world where art, music, movies, all of the things that celebrate our existence thrives. And to destroy art in the name of activism is not, somebody's like, well, one day all of it's going to turn to dust anyway, so why does it matter? I mean, you can feel that way. But if that's true, why do anything? If it's all going to turn to dust, you know what hasn't turned to dust? The pyramids. 4,000 years old. The pyramids were 2,000 years old when Rome was at its height. And
yes, but if people could destroy them, they would, just like they destroyed those statues that were, I don't know, thousands of years old.
Yeah, the Taliban
blew
those.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, the great culling will come. Maybe Apocalypse will show up from, the first or the second mutant will show up and just, like in Bryan Singer's X-Men Apocalypse, and just eradicate 9/10 of the population of the world. Would that be so bad? You wouldn't have people throwing soup on paintings. I don't know. Maybe it would be bad. I don't know. But but Hellraiser, I did feel that they did not make the connection between the main character who's coming out of addiction and looking looking for that. They didn't tie her addiction and being in a 12-step program to the. And I thought that was a missed opportunity. Yeah. But there's still a lot of interesting stuff in it that I liked.
Yeah, it was very interesting. It has some interesting moments, but there were some things that did fall flat. But I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Halloween.
Oh, way more. Yeah.
Way more.
And it's beautifully made. It looks terrific.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Sonny Dominguez goes on to say, Rob, where in LA might I find those Velma and Patty types? Which bars did you go to when you were younger and lived in Hollywood? Did you have a nickname friends gave you? Also, would any of the crew of the Star Trek survive against a predator or a xenomorph? Well, Sonny, those are very different questions. I mean, I would say this. 90s and 2000 and aughts 2000, like 2000 to 2010, Los Angeles was a very, very fun place to be. I didn't have nicknames, but also I got married to my wife Elena. I got married on New Year's Eve 2000 to 2001 in Vegas. And she and I had we were party animals, and we traveled a lot and we partied a lot. I mean, it was just a different time. It was pre-social media, and people did not have phones in their pockets. All of that went away. As soon as people had cell phones that had cameras on them, all of the stuff, all the shenanigans that we got up to for the 20 years I lived in LA. Well, I think that I got my first iPhone. My girlfriend Mary at the time gave it to me in 2007. Everything changed because all of the craziness that happened went away when there could be photographic evidence of it. So it really changed with cell phones. It's just different now. I can't even imagine what it would be like to go out nowadays, because nobody, it used to be like you wanted to meet a woman, for me, or a guy, or both, whatever you wanted to find, you could find that. LA was, I cannot tell you how much fun it was to live in this city. This city was so much fun. And I had a lot of it, and it was incredible. Now it's a different thing. I'm old. My mindset is completely different. But even when I go out, it's a way different experience. I mean, when you went out, everybody was very present. You know, when people talk to you, they weren't looking at their phones. There was no distraction. When you would go out and meet people, you were looking at
communication.
Yeah, you were
Face-to-face communication without this digital, you know, looking on your phones, texting back and forth, stuff like that. It was just face-to-face interaction, and you were invested in that, you know.
And you had to be witty and funny, and you had to be at the top of your game. I mean, you were having interactions, so every word that came out of your mouth had to be a good one.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't even like delivering a good pickup line or something that might get you in the door, but and what was also interesting was that when there was now you go to a bar or you go out, there's malevolence. There's people that want to get in your face because they're waiting for a photo op or some video opportunity. They're not even like everybody, like, I'll give you an example. You'd go to a bar in LA and like all the guys knew, hey, we're here to meet the ladies. And the ladies knew that they were there to meet a guy. And so there was, as long as there was kind of an unspoken rule, if your interests don't conflict with my interests, there's no problem. And nobody wanted to have beef. You know, nobody wanted to get into trouble. We're all there to have a good time. Now I feel people would rather get in trouble than meet a lovely person of the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever you're looking for. They would rather have an opportunity where there's a fight so they can put it on social media and get cred on Instagram.
Or overhear something.
Like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's bizarre. That never would have happened 20 years ago.
Nothing nowadays is left up to the imagination because everything is out in the open with these, handheld devices, and that's how people they communicate right next to each other through handheld devices. Crazy.
That's right.
Crazy.
Rather than talk to one another face to face, they'd rather send a text.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
It's so weird. I mean, the whole thing is changed.
I remember going to, specific hangouts, knowing that a certain crowd would be there and it would be my friends and we'd all be there on the weekend. And you'd see each other weekend after weekend. And, it might be the only time you do see a lot of your friends from work or from school or whatever it is. But I missed, something like that where you could go to a place like that and just hang out and, enjoy yourself and see people. It's really a different, pretty much the cons have become that for me. Like, for example, last weekend when I got to see Lael, obviously, and Latoya T and Vinny, and that I enjoyed going to the con, but the highlight, of course, is seeing, the community there. That was
exactly and
the most important thing for me. So,
did you tell Rob what happened?
No, I don't know anything that happened.
Which part?
When the fan walked up to you and was like, "Hey, I watch you guys on a post."
Oh yes. People did come up to us and say that they watched us on your channel, Robert, on this particular program.
Wow.
Saying that yes. Are you so and so to both Lael and myself? And it was great to see the fans out there are watching. It was wonderful to see people in the community at the con who are fans of the show. They are out there. They are out there watching now. And thank you to everybody who did that. We appreciate you watching. And it was great to meet people from the fandom there as well that Lael and I experienced. It really was a great time.
Amazing.
I have to say.
Well, that's great. I love to hear that. It's fun whenever we go to these events. I tend to see people too. They're all sheepish sometimes. Sometimes when they come up to you, like, "Are you so and so?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, what's up?" And they're like, "Well, you're so nice," and I'm like, "What's up? We're all in the same boat together. It's all good." I love that people did that. But Sonny, I have to tell you, when I think back to those times, there's like the Cat and the Fiddle. There's the Liquid Kitty, Lola's, Bordner's. Bar Sinister.
Yep.
There's all this stuff. It's not a lot of Bordner's is still there. I think Bar Sinister is still there, but there's a lot of places. None of it is the same. It was
great going to those places and knowing that crowd of, friends and just seeing people. Maybe you'd run into somebody you haven't seen for a month and get a chance to catch up with someone, and also maybe somebody that you have seen before and were hoping that you could go out with them would be there that night. I mean, it was an exciting time for dating for sure.
Yeah, and you go to like the Mayan or EDM clubs like Arena
Yes.
or something and see shows. I mean, it was so much fun.
Yes.
And
Yes,
then,
absolutely.
I mean, there like I remember there was a place we frequented on Beverly called the Atlantic that was on the. I mean, let's just say it had after-hours shenanigans. There was all kinds of. I mean, it was so much crazy stuff. And the funny thing about that is everybody, you were out on the weekends, so you knew the W Hotel in Westwood. That was a spot, and you'd go there and you look.
I didn't hang out in hotel places, Robert. I avoided those a little.
Well, but the W, I mean, it was only on like Friday and Saturday nights because they had a whole outdoor pool patio area, and the bar area. It was this giant. It was like a club, and it was great. And you know, you'd like I always slip the doorman $20, and you become friends with him, and he would let you in all the time because nobody. The funny thing is about people in their 20s, no one tips. You know. If you wanna, I mean, maybe they do now. I don't know, but the fastest way to, you want to get in, you want to make a relationship with someone, you tip them. Right. Now it's probably more than $20. Now someone probably won't leave more for less than 100, but whatever. I mean, it's just it depends how much you want to get into someplace.
Right.
But yeah, it's a different world. It's just Jaimin D says, hello, Rob, Lael. Did you guys notice in She-Hulk episode 6, they just threw in a line saying the Sokovia Accords are no longer applicable?
Yes.
They were amended, yeah.
Yeah, Matt says that line in a random episode of a TV show like it doesn't mean anything now. Yeah, that annoyed the fuck out of me.
And I had to laugh a little bit when I heard that because I thought to myself, and I'm not laughing at what they did. What I mean in the context is that I had to laugh because here is a group of writers who had trouble writing about, let's say, law in the United States, and now they're going to approach international law. I just was like, this is too much. This is, no, you guys can't talk about international law, but they did very specifically in that statement.
Yeah. Definitely. Ron C. says, Rob, the movie The Howling. I love The Howling. Directed by Joe Dante, predates American Werewolf. Rob, the movie The Howling kind of hit a core with me. The makeup effects made it feel realistic, a good horror film to watch. If you haven't seen The Howling, based on the book by Gary Bradner, directed by Joe Dante, starring Dee Wallace, who later became Elliot's mom in E.T., The Howling is great with Elizabeth, I want to say Elizabeth Brooks. There's some filthy in that movie. There's some good sex.
Some
good naked werewolf nakedness.
That's right.
Good stuff.
Some booty nakedness in there.
There is some good booty nakedness. It's good. I mean, and that's the thing. If I was a supernatural character, there would be a lot of fucking going on.
You really need the nakedness in these, let's say, body horror or transformation films.
Yes.
Because you wanted people to understand, the humanity that the beauty of the human body. And now that's taken away from you as you go through this transformation that's literally or for the most part uncontrollable. So now you've lost that. You're no longer that beautiful human being you were physically. And you have to see that there has to be that connection there. It's really important to even just see glimpses sometimes of a character seeing themselves. Often you'll see that where they're looking in the mirror and the transformation happens as they're looking in the mirror because they're realizing what they've lost in that. But the beauty of the human body, and it doesn't matter what shape they are in, you just need to see that to understand what they've lost, I think, a lot of times. So.
Well, Lael's cackling. What are you laughing about?
Because you say so much shit with a straight face. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how you say this shit and not laugh at what you're saying. Like, do you internalize some of the shit that comes out of your mouth and realize later, I said some funny shit. I can't. I'm trying to. Say funny ass shit, like random, like.
Well, I mean, I like the fact that we can talk about these things in a serious manner. I mean, this is very serious stuff, Lael.
It's serious.
We can't laugh at it all. This is serious stuff.
It's
I mean,
serious.
we are really. This could be a college. This could be a postgraduate literary class. We have to deliver this with a straight face. We have to talk about these things in a
Absolutely.
very erudite manner.
I mean,
we don't want to make
when we're
light of
talking
it.
about these.
You know what? Here you go.
Yeah, because when we have these.
You know, one of the movies that I think you would love. One of the movies that I think that you would love the exploration of the human anatomy, evolution, also some good sex. You know what movie I think you would love? Honestly, one of the classic films of the great William Hurt before he passed away, and that was Altered States. You would love that film.
Dude, I have it on Blu-ray.
That fucking film.
And that's got some fucking in it too.
It does have some fucking
Some
in it. But it has
sweaty Blair Brown, William Hurt, angry Neanderthal. And she even comments on it. You have these two like PhD level doctors that are doing all this research, and I love when Blair Brown the next morning is commenting on how angry the fucking was. Like, you were somewhere else. Like, where were you?
Yeah,
he can't say, baby, I was like in the primordial stew back in the.
And you know something?
By the way, Altered States is a great film.
It is.
Yes.
It's a great film.
And oftentimes we're focusing, and I'm not saying a woman's body isn't beautiful. I love to see women naked, of course. And there are so many beautiful women out there, but also there's beauty in a man's body as well. And almost to a point, where we see statues, men in athleticism, or a man being masculine, showing this adrenaline, the beauty of the male body. And to see it changed in a lot of these films, and a lot of horror films where men undergo, especially in Altered States, where there's all the bumps and changes going on in the physical body of what might be considered, let's say for me, a perfection, the male body, right? And then, of course, we're going to change that and alter it to something that might be unrecognizable. Or, you don't even recognize yourself as a character, or people don't recognize you now. They were afraid of you. So you used to be a thing of beauty, a man is a thing to be admired. Men are beautiful. And now all of a sudden this horrible thing has happened to this man. And so I think it's very interesting, but you do need to see the physique of the man there. And men have beautiful bodies, and it's important for us to continue to see that in film.
Well, I think one of the sad no, but no, I in all honesty, I just
want to see everybody butt ass naked.
Well, yeah, especially, I mean,
in the right context.
But if you think about the world that we're living in, what's so strange is that, like, male sexuality has been we're now evil. All of our desire, or the male gaze is now evil.
Yeah,
which is so weird because now in our world, look at how the feminine has been commodified. Not that it always hasn't been, but OnlyFans. The idea of women like I own my own sexuality. I started my OnlyFans account, and I have now commodified my body, my sexuality. Everything is, you got to pay me. It's all transactional, which has destroyed any sense of enjoying your own physicality if it's not transactional. You have to pay me. And that's another problem. I mean, Sonny was asking about what it was like 20 years ago to date in LA. Well, to date in LA, men and women wanted the same thing. You wanted to go out, you wanted to meet people, you wanted to find somebody to fall in love with, you wanted to hook up, whatever you wanted to do for its own sake. Mm-hmm. Not to get you a job, not to get you, not to get money or on your OnlyFans account or whatever. It was because it was fun. There was nothing better than to have a spicy evening of eroticism that ended in copulation. I mean, you'd meet somebody, you would have that experience, and it was incredible. It was incredible. You'd wake up the next day with a smile. I mean, to have interacted with someone in that way, and maybe it would lead to something long term or whatever. I don't even know if that happens, but when you're swiping, and by the way, those things happen because you felt that spark at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
You weren't shopping online before you met somebody. It was part of the spontaneity of wherever it was you were. You never know. You never knew. Like I'll tell you funny. I don't know if this is a funny story, but I remember. I can't remember this girl's name, but We were at this bar called Liquid Kitty that was in West Hollywood. It was close to where my friend Sean lived, dark, dank bar. And we met some girls out there, and one of them was pretty aggressive, and we were having a good time. And she's like, hey, why don't we all go to Hollywood's? And Sean and I were like, let's go, because we would do anything. And we're going in the back seat of this car. And this girl is like nibbling on my ears, and she was talking some mad shit and sticking her hands down my pants and everything. And we went to another bar, and we were partying and having a good time. And she's like, "Why don't let me take you home? I want to take you home with me." And I'm like, "Great," And she did, and it led to that was a whole weekend experience, and it was incredible. It was incredible. Never saw her again. After that, it was a Friday night that turned into a Sunday afternoon, and it was incredible. That shit happened all the time. I don't know if that happens still, but there was no phones. No one knew where I was. I wasn't responsible for somebody. I didn't have to return a text. I had this crazy experience. I met some random girl at a bar called Liquid Kitty in West LA, wound up in Hollywood. She said, "Why don't you come back to my house?" And with her roommates there and whatever, and we had a whole weekend of it. Great. Does that happen anymore? No idea. I have no idea what it's like to date in your 20s again. But let me tell you, the 90s and the 2000s in LA, it was a lot of fun. There was no social media.
This is dating.
Yeah.
20s,
yeah, no.
Literally, this is dating. So the dating is, okay, let me like your Instagram. Like, literally, I've seen this. Like, yo, there's no more, what's your phone number? What's your Instagram handle? Can I find you on Facebook? And then they'll spend time just messaging back and forth through social media. Sexting is the new form of
course, foreplay or whatever.
Yeah, that's it. So nothing's even left up to the imagination, because you know what the hell you're gonna get as soon as you get to her house. You feel me? Or she, or vice versa. So that's, you know what? It's just simply that. There is nothing left to the imagination. The imagination is what actually got the adrenaline going. When you were like, damn, I can't wait to get over this girl's house. I wonder how she looks this way. Damn, I can't wait to get to this guy's house. I wonder how he looks this way.
Mm-hmm.
It was just that thing. Come on, man. How many times have you actually gone over a girl's house and her parents aren't home? You're sitting on the couch, breathing hard because you know the intensity is there. You know something's about to happen, but trying to keep you cool. You're trying to think about something else before, you don't want a premature situation to happen. You just loved it because it was the thrill of the hunt. You get everything done, and it was like, you know what? I'm out. Hey, if we talk, we talk. If we don't, we don't. It was normally how everything was, unless it was somebody that you really, really like. But it's like right now, this is taking the place of all forms of communication. It's not there anymore.
Well,
and then on top of that, back in the day, we didn't have a motivation that attached itself to an agenda. We didn't have that. Now we do. We do now. So this is the place that we live in, to whereas now you got to carry around a clipboard, an application, and you got to know everything that you know about a person. So you know that nothing that going forward, we're agreeing to the situation, and what happens going forward, once we meet, you can't say you didn't know everything I did. You needed to know about me. I can't say I didn't know everything I needed to know about you. So sign on the dotted line, because you can't tell nobody shit. That's just the way it is.
But also, Lael, to add to what you're saying, what was great about 20 years ago was that there was no recordings.
Right.
Your messages were not recorded, none of that stuff. So you could have a conversation and then just walk away. You didn't have to worry about someone coming back to you 10, 15 years later saying, well, your comments that you made about, about chocolate cake or, ice cream were offensive,
Dude, not only that, there were situations. Okay, I'm going to tell you, this is a true story. There's a place right off Wilshire Boulevard. There's a place called Koreatown in LA. During the LA riots, the business owners in Koreatown, Wilshire and Western, they were armed to the teeth. There was, and people are going to seem, this is going to seem incredible, but this is a true story. There was a cocaine speakeasy and I want to say 2004, 2005. It was after hours. It would only open after 2. It was in a restaurant, a legitimate bar. If you knew where it was and who to talk to and how to get in, there were waitresses that would come around with a silver plate with lines of blow on them. And this was literally right on Wilshire Boulevard. Wow. And there were celebrities there. Like, you really had to know. It was so weird and it was so incongruous. And yes, I went there. And because I knew, you just knew in LA, there was a very small, if you thought about it, it was very small, a certain group of people. There's no way social media and camera phones killed all of that. I went to crazy, like, you'd go out one night, you never knew who you were going to meet. You never knew whose house you would wind up at the end of the night. You might be in a mansion in Malibu where you're standing next to the biggest movie stars in the world. You never knew. And if you had a certain disposition and you knew how to talk to people and you weren't a douchebag, all of that was destroyed. All of it. It's all gone. It was all swept away as soon as people all had phones in their pockets. Because you could never, ever, ever have any of that happen if there was photographic evidence of it. And everybody relied on the fact, and here's another thing. Everybody was cool about it. Nobody would ever take pictures because they all wanted to go back. Now the whole attitude is completely different. It's like, ooh, let me take a picture and let me have a gotcha moment so I can get likes on Twitter or whatever. The whole world has changed.
They get you doing that, yeah.
At the end of the day, I wanted to have that weekend, that lost weekend with some girl who picked me up in the Liquid Kitty and had an amazing weekend. And I wake up and only I know about it. I would never tell anybody because it would just seem like I was bragging, or it didn't matter, but it mattered to me. Yeah. Now everybody would rather tell everybody about the experience. The whole world is different, and like the experience itself doesn't even matter anymore. It just matters about the photographic evidence and the clout and the pictures and all that shit. And the thing was, I would go to work on a Monday morning with a Cheshire cat grin on my face, and people are like, well, "What was up with you?" I'm just like, nothing.
Now they know before you even ask, before you get to them, they'll know. I saw this video of you with your butt cheeks out, bro. But did you get them smacked? Like literally, like
I smashed that, bro. I smashed Daredevil. Tell everybody, because back in the day, first of all, no one would believe you. They didn't want to hear about it. They were jealous, whatever. You didn't say shit. No one said a word. If I were to write a book, like I talked to my friend, he's passed away, my friend Sean, who experienced a lot of this with myself. I mean, I did make a movie that touched on this a little bit in Free Enterprise. There was a lot cut out, let me tell you. But it was an amazing experience. And what was so much fun about it was life affirming. It wasn't bad. There was no bad experiences because everybody was in it for the enjoyment of it. There was no ulterior motives. People wanted to meet people and connect and have a good time. Nowadays, it's way different. It's weird. It's malevolent. It's monetized. It's for something else.
You really don't know who you're talking to now. That's just the fact of the matter is that, I don't even friend people on Facebook unless I've actually met them first. So, I meet them and then I'm like, okay, I can add them because I know that they are an actual person, flesh and blood. But from the way that people have been behaving on social media, we just don't know who is real and who is, Memorex, so to speak.
Right.
We just don't know if the person is a legitimate person. And that's something that also scares me because two things happen. You could be communicating with somebody and they don't even exist. So you've wasted all this time on thinking that you have a friendship with somebody. But the second thing is the harassment. So now you've opened yourself up to a stranger. You don't know who they are, and they can harass the shit out of you. And there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do. What a horrible situation that has become the norm for a lot of people. So is Lael still here?
He froze.
Okay, maybe he needs to
maybe let me see if he's hang on if I
refresh.
can bring him back. Hang on,
Yeah.
Let me I will disconnect. I will disconnect him from Lael. I'm going to disconnect him. Hopefully Lael will come back.
Yes, he
But
will.
but
He's still
yeah, I
there.
mean look, and it's so funny because it sounds when you talk about this stuff like it's really self-serving, but I see it as a much larger, like you were talking about, it's a much larger issue. And I think it's really damaged. It's turned everyone is so cynical and snarky. Snark has become so tiresome to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like listening. It's so easy to be snarky. And the thing about it is even the conversations that people are having are more slanted toward how can I come off on social media? They're not even, it's hard to, and look, I'm old now, so I'm not going to clubs and picking up girls or whatever. I'm not doing that. But when I do, go, I still love clubs. I still love
Yes.
going out. I love because I love people. But it's not nearly as much fun because one, I'm old now. And it's a matter of practicality. I mean, I'm just old. I can't go up to people and be like, "Hi, how are you?" I can't do that anymore because then
Yeah.
I'm the weird, creepy old guy in the club. And this is not that Eddie Murphy routine we used to joke about in our 20s. Like, I never want to be the creepy old guy in the club. And now I am. So you can't, like, I can't do that. And what's really interesting now is, I mean, obviously I have a girlfriend. I live with her. We have a house together. I don't do that, but I'm talking about just like life in general. And, now we've got all these dating sites and all this. And, it's such a weird thing that you look at pictures and it's not like, I don't even understand, like, looking at pictures and reading someone's profile, and it's such a bizarre way. Like, all the people I ever met in life, I either work with or I met them in that I was ever involved with. I met them out in the world, out in the wild, so to speak. Other than
Yes.
Elizabeth, I did meet online. She was the only person that I had a relationship with that I met. Actually, the second person that I met online, and it was a weird thing, and that was only because you just don't. You get to an age where you don't meet anybody anymore.
Well, one thing I can say is that because of this issue with being so distant from people and this phone barrier, that when I am in social situations, whether it's a party or a meeting or whatever it is, I do go up to people and introduce myself. And I'm much more forward than I was before, because I just, at least if I ever get contacted by anybody, I want to at least say that I know who the person is, because of how crazy things have been online with people you don't know. You get a message that says, "Hey, this person wants to be your friend." And it's just not really conducive for me to go ahead and just say, "Yeah, I'll just allow anybody to be my friend." It's just not realistic to do that anymore.
Well, especially when you're online.
Yes.
I mean, even it's interesting because I have received many offers. When you're online and people see you online, and what's really interesting, and here's what depresses me the most. There are girls in their 20s, young girls in their 20s, that are used to transactional relationships. You get contacted and like, "Hey, do you want to have, do you want to have like a sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship?" And I'm like, wow, you're soliciting me to have a relationship with you, to pay you, and I'm thinking, to do what? Like, are you an expert?
It's very bold.
And it's depressing on a number of levels, because the person, like sharing someone's sexuality, sharing your body with somebody was always exciting, but now it's just transactional. And those people are they're like dead inside. They don't even love, like, they're using their bodies as part of might be a pen to sign a contract. They don't even love, like, the great joy of life was being able to make your partner climax explosively, as Sonny would be excited to hear. That was the goal. Like, if you could get someone off, that was the end all be all. That would be you can make someone have that kind of pleasure. That was the goal, and that you could continue on, and if that led to a relationship, great. It wasn't about money. It was about sharing that physicality with someone else. I mean, that's all that mattered. And now, totally commodified. Like our relationships, what men want is seen as this weird, dumb urge, and women have now completely commodified themselves, and it doesn't matter. And Lael, he was there, but I didn't have his camera back. I don't know why. But isn't that a bummer?
It is a bummer, and it's so different from socialization now has changed and doesn't have the importance it had before. But, this is one of the things that people are saying is affecting the writer's room and why perhaps She-Hulk turned out the way She-Hulk did, because you don't have these social interactions. Maybe the only social interaction they actually are having is in the writer's room, but that's not a normal, that's not dating. That's not someone's life. That's work. So,
Lael's
it is unfortunate. Hello.
Well, I mean, Lael, it's interesting.
What's up?
I would ask you, obviously you're in a great relationship with an unbelievably beautiful woman.
Yes.
And the two of you guys are together in the same frame.
Yes.
I can't even I look at it, I'm like, it's so brilliant. The two of you guys together are so amazing. I can't even look at the pictures because they're that incendiary. But let me ask you this. Both of you guys have kids of your own. You had relationships previous.
Yes.
How did the two of you meet?
So we actually, strangely enough, we met through like mutual friends.
That's always a good way to meet.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Because you have
was
friends
mainly-
vouching for you both.
Yeah. So she, like a friend of mine who basically designs clothes, had her model for them. Like, so I saw the picture and I was creepy. I ain't gonna front. I was creepy. And I'm like, yo, she was beautiful. I was like, amazing. So not knowing that we were already friends on social media. So I would see her picture pop up.
Yeah.
So I would like all her pictures. I would like them all. And then she would like mine back. And then I was like, okay, we keep doing this back and forth. So I was like, we have to meet somehow. So then I just got with one of like somebody that I knew who asked. I just had them inquire. They introduced us. Like we were set up for like a dinner, but that didn't happen the first time. It was like a brunch. It didn't happen because I had to go to my daughter's football game. But then the following weekend, we met up at a winery and we talked pretty much for hours.
Right. I remember this.
Yeah, they shut it down and everything. So it
Yeah.
was decent.
Well, so now let me ask you this. Like both of you had relationships, you both had kids.
Yep.
But yet you're both kind of hot Adonis, beautiful people. Like if I was gonna throw a party, I'd make sure the two of you were on the guest list. And like
That's
the doorman would usher you in, because if you were at the party, you class up the party. So the two of you. So did the two of you know that you guys were each part of that? Like, did she look at you and did you look at her and be like, "Yeah, we're kind of the shit"? Like, did you know that you were?
Well, okay. So here's the strange, and okay, you can attest to this. It's crazy. Rob, I swear to God, on everything I love, everywhere we go, somebody stops her and is like, "You're beautiful. You are amazing."
Yeah,
like, women will
I
stop her and be
mean,
like, you're beautiful. Your fashion is on point. One of the when we were at Comic-Con, there's an artist that she follows. I guess they're in contact. We went to Artist Alley. The girl stopped and gave her a print. Was like, "I want to draw you as Storm. I want to draw you as Storm." So that's what she's working on now. But everywhere we go, they would actually say it. I'll tell her, I'm like, "Look, I'm just a troll. I'm just like an accessory on your arm right now. That's just the way it is. That's where I sit, and I'm cool with that. I'm fine, not drawing any type of attention. I'm glad that you basically get it all." But I think what we complement each other is our interests in each other's affairs, and like what she wants to do in life, and she's we're very supportive, and what she knows I want to do in life. But the thing is, it's like, I was thinking about this before I dropped out. I was like, the way things are now is that you can't even look at people like you can't publicly look at someone with like a level of attraction. You can't look at a person because you're naturally attracted to that person. you can't really physically, or the energy that you give off can't express that attraction without someone labeling that as you being like this.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's no
Yeah,
more
inappropriate. That's
like
how
yeah,
they're,
they think that you're basically inappropriate. Like
and
there's
it's
no-
not inappropriate. It's natural. It's biology. It's natural.
biology, it's chemistry. There's no there's no natural exploration of sexuality in public anymore because people deem that as you being like this, it's frowned upon. And I'm like, yo,
Yep.
why? How is that? Like I don't really get that. So you're telling me like I can't look at my girl like I'm just openly attracted to her. I can't just walk up to her and kiss her in public like I want to. How? Why can't I? Like, and that's just what society.
Dude, that's the
dwindled down to.
patriarchy. You're the patriarchy
crazy.
oppression. It's oppressive. It's just oppressive.
It is like it's really it's naturally it's crazy. Like, and I'm like, this is where we live. Like, people are afraid to really express. People are afraid to touch. The physical touch is a natural thing, and people are afraid to do so.
I'm with you 100% because what's really weird is I honestly believe that most people want everyone to be able to live and let live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I honestly think that, and our society was on an upward curve. Whether it was LGBTQ rights, people of color, all of that was on an upward trajectory. It was doing well, and gay marriage was the law of the land. All this stuff was happening. Live and let live. Everybody, especially people, were realizing we're all more similar than we are different. Especially when you meet people and interact with them, you realize most people are pretty great. That's been my experience going. There are a lot of douchebags and a lot of evil motherfuckers out there, but for the most part, most people are pretty great. Yeah. Whether they're God fearing, whether they're LGBTQ, whether they're what, call it what you want. Most of the people I've met in my life, I think I've been blessed in the sense that I like people in general. Yeah. But for the most part, I've discovered, and all the travels, I've gone all over the world, not as many places as I would want to go, but people are pretty great. Mm-hmm. That's my, and I that is my go-to position.
Yeah.
And they are. And the thing is, whatever predilections people have or beliefs they have that are different than me, that really doesn't matter because our interactions on a daily basis, if I meet somebody, I'm like, hey, man, let's go get some tacos or let's go grab a pizza or wherever you're. People are like, yeah, let's go. And the thing is, you can enjoy another human being and you don't have to get into some ideological debate with them because what you're both doing is concentrating on this is a great fucking meal. Yeah. And if someone makes a great drink, a great Negroni or something, and you're there to, like in Spain, you're in Barcelona, you're hanging out, and it's awesome. Yeah. And the thing is, at the end of the day, that person might be fundamentally different than you. You mm-hmm. might have different ideological points of view, but while you're out in Barcelona, the sun is shining, you're walking around, you're sitting in a square, out at a cafe, and you both can enjoy a glass of wine and talk about, like, tell me about where you live or whatever. There's more that we have in common than we have apart. And our modern age has distilled us down into these sound bites and taken away all nuance and taken mm-hmm. away all subtlety. And it's too bad because, and another thing, Americans we don't travel. I mean, 65% of us don't have passports. Yeah. And it's like, there's nothing better. Look, when I travel around the world, the worst people I meet are Americans because they want everything to be like it is back home. I'm like, wait a minute. Why would you want that?
Why would
We're
you
in Spain. Like, I mean, or I'm in France or I'm in Germany or I'm skiing in Davos or wherever the hell I went, South Korea. It's like, why would you want Israel? I mean, it was Israel. By the way, you want to go to a fun country? Go to Israel. Go to Tel Aviv. Mm-hmm. Actually, most of the places I've ever gone to in Europe, you just meet people. Here's the thing I like to do. Whenever you travel, if you go to Europe and you're going to stay in a hotel, go to the concierge of any hotel you're staying at and go look. I'm an American. I'm a tourist. I don't want to go to a tourist place. Where's a great local bar that I can go to that's going to have great drinks or great food that locals go to that you might go to, where I can just go and have a drink and talk to the bartender?
Yeah.
And they will tell you. And here's the thing. Europe is very different than America. You go to that bar, you sidle up to that bar, you sit down, you order a drink, you ask the bartender, what's the house special? What do you like to make? I've never been in your city before. Make me your favorite drink.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly they will talk to you and they'll hear you talking with your American accent. Somebody in that bar will come over to you and go, hey, are you an American?
And have a conversation.
And then suddenly they'll be like, hey, man, you know, you're pretty cool. My friends and I are going to go do this thing at 8 o'clock. Why don't you meet us there?
Yep.
And here's the thing. Unlike L.A., you go to that place at 8 o'clock, those people will show up.
They're there.
They will show up. They will be there, and the person that met you will be like, this is Rob. I met him at this bar today. I met him at blah, blah, blah. They all knew the bar, and they're like, oh, my God, he's from Los Angeles, and he showed up, and we're going to take you out. And I'm telling you, you'll have a good night. I'm not saying where it's going to end, but for the most part, it's going to be a good night.
It's going to be a good night.
It's gonna, and I'm just saying, man, there's nothing better.
Mm-hmm.
Get a passport. Just go.
Get a passport and travel. That's what it's all about. I mean, being like before I basically settled down in Australia for the many years that I was actually there. I left here. I went to Taipei, China first. I lived in Taipei, China for like 6 months. I left Taipei, China, went to Germany. I was in Germany for 2 months. And then from Germany, that's when I settled down in Sydney, Australia. And I was there for about 12 years. But through that, the thing is, it's like I tell everybody, you'll learn more about who you really are when you travel.
Oh, my God, totally.
Like literally, especially, and the best thing that you can actually do to when you go and you land in these places, get lost. Like literally, get lost.
I totally agree with you.
Just get lost.
Go wander. That's my favorite thing to do.
Wander.
Just go wander.
Ask for directions. Just get completely lost. Let's lose yourself, because that's how you meet people.
That's what Eminem said.
Exactly. You'll meet people. Get completely lost. You'll meet people. You'll meet diverse cultures, people that are completely different from you, and you'll just develop some lifelong friends through it, because that's exactly what I did in Sydney, Australia. I got completely lost. I was lost for 3 days, and I had the best fun of my life.
Dude.
Like literally, I was gone for 3 days, 3 whole days. People were calling me, but I knew exactly what I was doing. It's because I needed to really experience certain things.
I have to say, Mario Lopez, who's been an imagination connoisseur, shows up on our live chats. Mario lives in Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
One day, I've never been to Portugal. I've been to Spain like 5 times. I've always wanted to go to Portugal because it's on the west. It's the west side of Spain. I guess you'd call it, depending on how far you go. But in my mind, it's Spain is here and Portugal's over here. It's on the west side. The west side. I've always wanted to go to Portugal. Always. One day, I'm gonna go to Portugal. I'm just gonna call up Mario. I'm gonna be like, bro, I want to go meet your mom. We're gonna go have some dinner, and I would just hang out in Portugal. And he and I are gonna go wander around. It's because Post-Geek singularity. And you know what? We're going to have a great time. Right now, I just got my paperwork. My passport is out of date. It's funny because it's my second passport. So, passports, last for 10 years?
Yeah.
8 or 10 years, something like that.
Yeah. So, but it's been out of date. It's been expired for a while. I've been using it, but it's expired. I got to get a new one. Now they won't let you use it. So I went and got my picture taken. I've filled out the form, and I don't like not having a valid passport.
Yeah.
Might have to make a quick getaway. Now I can't.
Yeah. I'm looking at Red Comet. He's like, man, I've seen Hostel. Nah, man.
well, it's funny. I mean, if someone says you don't want to get lost in Morocco. Well, here's the thing.
You got to know your spots.
Yeah, it doesn't mean be stupid. You can't.
Yeah, don't be stupid. Know your places. Like, I knew Sydney, Australia, and I knew exactly what areas I wanted to be in. And on top of that, I had my phone. I was in contact with the people that I needed to be in contact with. It's just that I wanted to see different things. And it just happened to be at that time, it was a girl that I met that I knew for a while. And it was her, a couple friends. We got lost. And yeah, I had a ball. And I made it back home when I was supposed to make it back home. People was like, "You cool?" I'm just like, "I'm cool," and that was it. So you got to know your places, like know your atmosphere. You can't just get lost everywhere. You know
No,
what I mean?
and
But,
look, even
yeah.
in Morocco, like Rabat, which is a city in Morocco, they had the very first Islamic comedy film festival, and Tango Shalom played there, and it won the audience award. We weren't there, but knowing that, I would absolutely have gone to Rabat, Morocco, and I would have wandered around. Yeah, might I have run look? There are evil, bad people everywhere, but look, and also depending on how you treat them, even bad people, if you're nice to them and you show them great respect, they're like, I'll tell you one thing. I've found that a big smile and a big like, oh my God, this is awesome. You know, big eyes and getting excited around people that might want to do you harm, it goes a long way. You know, if you pay attention to people, and I'm not saying it's naive, if someone wants to kill you, you might die. I've never had that problem. I got mugged in Sydney. I got jumped by 4 guys and they beat the shit out of me, broke my nose, cracked my ribs, 3 ribs. Not fun. But, you know, it happens. You pick yourself up, you go and you move on. I mean, my nose isn't as pretty as it used to be, but so what are you going to do? That could happen in LA too. The funny thing is nothing bad has ever happened to me in LA with other people. It's only been in foreign countries, but that's okay. You know, that's life. So,
Man, I'm literally some of the best times I've ever had in life. I'm just going to say Sydney, Australia is literally the most beautiful place,
dude,
to me in the world.
I lived there for a year, and
Bro, I love Sydney,
yeah,
Australia so much. I had a blast. I had a ball in Sydney, Australia, so much that I got my dual citizenship. But man, I'm telling you, I love Sydney, Australia, and I've developed some great relationships. And people don't. The thing about Sydney, and must just be my experience. It's not for everybody, but what my experience is, they weren't they weren't judgmental at all. They were inquisitive, but they were welcoming, and that was just the main thing. You know what I mean? They were really, really welcoming. I mean, they're artists, and the infrastructures over there maintain its value when it comes to like vintage. It's like it's just there. Art is there. It's genuinely there, and that's what I loved about Sydney. But the people were welcoming, and you would have loved it because they do have a nude beach over there. So I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they've got many.
You got many new beaches over
Yeah.
there. I mean, but literally, I had so much fun. I used to drive down to a place called Wollongong. Like anybody who lives in Sydney, they know what Wollongong is. It's a different area, different space, but there's a beautiful beach there. And I would actually go there and just like kind of write, just relax. When I was married to my ex-wife there, we would actually go down there when she was pregnant with my younger daughter. We would go down there and just sit around, write, talk. We had like a nice little Thai spot that we used to go to. Like it was just a romantic like space, to be in. And that's what I miss about Sydney is that it is really, really full of some beautiful people, man. And I loved it. But again, not judgmental, very inquisitive. They want to know about you. And I miss that environment. Like now where we live is just like nobody really wants to know who you are.
No.
With great intentions, man. Like seriously, they don't.
Well, also I think that I always joke that people in Europe have been human beings longer than we have, because Europe is thousands of years old. But I do think that unfortunately, the United States is so big, but people in the U.S. are very myopic and I think closed-minded and very tribal and very. When you're in Europe, not so much Australia, but when you're in Europe, you're a train ride away from a whole different country, a whole different culture, a whole different language.
Yes.
And you can be like, well, I'm in France, but let's get on the train and go to Hamburg or wherever you want to go, or let's go to Spain or let's go somewhere else. I mean, because Spain's right below France. You can just jump on a train and 1 hour, 2 or 3 hours later, you're in an entirely different country, an entirely different vibe. And it's fantastic. I mean, you know, I was in Denmark for 2 weeks, and you could, where I was staying, you could jump on a ferry and go to Sweden. And we did, and it was fantastic, and it's such a different experience because you realize that we're so, and look, I love America. The one thing that America has that no other country in the world has, if you come to America or you're in America and you have a dream, and I don't mean like Martin Luther King's dream, I mean a dream that you personally have of something you want to do with your life. You know, if you say, I want to do this or I want to do that, Americans are the very first people to say, let's go do that. I'll help you do that. The French will be like, why do you want to do that? You don't want to do that. Let's sit at the cafe. We'll have some wine. It's a nice. It's just, why do you want to do that? I mean, it's very hard to do. It's not going to happen for you. You know, that's true of when I was in, I've told this story before on the show, but when I was in Bulgaria with Dave Parker making Hills Run Red, I was staying at the Kempinski in Sofia, and there was the main bar, and then when it would close, there was the piano bar, which was a brothel, and it was run by the Mutra, which was the mafia in Sofia. And the guy that ran it, Yuri, really nice guy. He'd watch American gangster movies, but he ran a tight ship, and it was a very fun bar. And the woman who ran the bar, unbelievably beautiful woman, very smart. I became friends with her and her boyfriend, and like I'd take them to the cast parties and stuff. And one day I said to her, I go, you know, what do you want to do? You know, what is it you want? And you don't want to work at this bar the whole time, do you? And she's like, well, no, I mean, what my boyfriend and I really want to do is open a cafe. I'd love to have my own cafe and serve food and coffee and that. And I said, oh, my God, you should do that. You would be great at it. I mean, you run this place. I could tell that she was a great businesswoman. But here was a brothel run by the mafia in a franchise hotel, because that's the world that they lived in. And she stopped and looks at me, and she's like, nobody would ever say that to me here.
Wow.
Because they don't understand that you can dream of something and make it happen. They don't get it. You know, and this is in 2008. I mean, Bulgaria was a Soviet satellite state. And here's the funny thing. I realized then that America is always we're going to export democracy to the world. The world, if you come from a place that doesn't have democracy, you don't know what that is. So for us trying to export democracy, it's like, what the fuck do they know? What you need to do is Americans, and when the wall fell, the Soviet Union, this is our big mistake we made. We should have gone in and asked people, what is it you want to do? And someone says, well, I'd like to open a dress shop. We should have been like, great, let us help you open a dress shop or a bakery or a hardware store, whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever business. Because once you help somebody open a business, then they want sidewalks so their customers can walk down the sidewalk. Then you need parking. Then you need garbage collection. Then you need electricity and all this stuff. And that's how democracy is born. When you have 10 business owners who need services, who need stuff, and they'll form a neighborhood union, and then you go from there, because they all, and we know this, but Americans, we made a big mistake. We're great, we'll go wreck shop and take things down, but we're not very good at following up and helping people achieve their dreams, even though that's what we're really good at. And it's unfortunate, you know. And now I think Americans we've become the land of people that want to blow shit up, tear stuff down. We're snarky and we don't believe in anything anymore, and it's incredibly frustrating to look at. I mean, you know, I look at what's been going on with like the committee, the January 6th committee, asking Trump to testify and all this. You have all these people that, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat or whatever, what I would ask is, what is it you want to achieve? And I think all Americans need to ask themselves, okay, we're going into the midterms. As a nation and as a person, as an individual, what do you want to achieve? What do you personally, if you could make something of yourself, what would that be? And what would you hope? Like, I don't hear anything anymore about what do people want to build? What do people want to make? everyone wants it. Let's smash the patriarchy. Let's destroy this. Let's take down this. Let's pull down this. Let's end this. Let's stop this. I'm like, okay, why? Tell me what you want to make. What do you want to build? What do you want to create? It's easy. Look, all the lessons you need to know in The Godfather and Star Trek, and in Star Trek 2, it is very easy it is much easier to destroy than to create. But watch out, here comes Genesis. But I mean, I never hear about anything anymore. What is it people want to make? I hear about all this activism, whether it's trans activism, whether it's activism on Twitter, whatever activism, that's big now, whether it's racial, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's political. What I want to know is, what do you want to make? How are we going to move forward? What are you going to build? What are we going to build? What are we going to make to benefit everyone? People talk about the fact, well, whether climate change is real or not. Isn't it better if our groundwater is clean? People are like, well, there's an acceptable level of arsenic in the groundwater. How about no arsenic? Like, let's do that. Let's take all the plastics, the microplastics, let's get them out of the ocean.
Yeah.
Like, why is it, and I've always said to people, do you leave your kitchen 10% dirty? Do you just have a stack of rotting, fetid dishes in the corner with cockroaches eating and mold growing? Do you do that? Not many people do. So why is that okay for the planet to have that? Well, the very place we live, why is it that we want 10% of our planet? We live in a closed ecosystem. It's not like, I honestly believe sometimes that people think our garbage leaches out into space. It doesn't. It's here. It's right here. Everything is here. Everything you ever have thrown away is somewhere on this planet right now. Whether it was burned up and it's ash, that's gone somewhere. Whether it's in a landfill, it's somewhere there. The big wheel I drove when I was 4 years old, that's somewhere. Don't know where. But isn't it better if we make stuff like, what do we want? What do we want to create?
Exactly.
And I feel, I don't know. There is Sonny Dominguez says, speaking of transactional sex, you must see the movie Triangle of Sadness. I cannot wait to see that. Please, fellow PGSers, see it so we can have an in-depth conversation regarding what the filmmakers are saying in this satirical black comedy, truly needed for times such as these. Sonny, what I love about Sonny is up. He goes and sees all the really good new releases. I appreciate Sonny's. I mean, yeah, he likes squirting, but he also has a great he has great taste in film. And no, he seriously does. And who doesn't love squirting, especially when it's right in your face? I love it. But I do think that Triangle of Sadness is a movie you need to see. The trailer is great. The director made a movie called Force Majeure that I actually have on Blu-ray that's really worth seeing. Look at Lael's he's still laughing.
Man, that's hilarious, man.
Triangle of Sadness or just getting hit in the face? Open your mouth, just be like, yes. So good. Anyway, it's all good. It's all tasty.
Well, Robert, we're approaching almost 4 hours.
Yeah, you guys gotta go.
Robert.
You gotta go. Let me just throw out the last. We'll end this great stream. S Beam says, hello everyone, great to see you all. He's been a member for 25 months of this channel. Damn. And he's on the final season of TNG. From a watch through. Rob, which Trek show comes next to watch? Well, you have to watch Deep Space Nine. Now, here's the thing about Deep Space Nine, and I'll even say this. The pilot, Emissary, is great. You've got to watch episodes like Dax. There's probably about 5 essential episodes. There's a pilot, there's Dax, there's a couple more episodes, and then there's Duet and In the Hands of the Prophets. There's probably like 6, 7, 8 episodes that are essential watches. The rest is disposable. That's first season. Second season, there's about, this is what I need to make a Deep Space Nine watch thing. About half the episodes of the second season are good. Yeah. The third season, half to 2/3. Season 4, beginning with Way of the Warrior, then you're off to the races. 4, 5, 6, and 7, awesome. So go for Deep Space Nine. Cyan Higiri is a new member. Cyan, thank you for joining. Appreciate that. Jaimin D another $20 super chat says, "Hello, Rob, Lael."
How you doing, brother?
Did you guys notice in She-Hulk episode 8? Oh, we asked that the Sokovia Accords are no longer applicable. We did that one. Ron C says, "Rob, the movie The Howling." Oh, we did that. I'm going backwards. I apologize for that.
It's okay.
We already did that. A Silly Goose says, "May our shuttlecraft still park in the same shuttle bay, but I love the most recent Star Trek trilogy, and I hope every day that the fourth one gets made. I want to watch more Star Trek. Where should I start?" Well, A Silly Goose, first of all, if you like those movies, good on you. They take place in an alternate universe. They don't change anything about our Star Trek universe. I would say start at the beginning. Go watch the original series, but start, if you look at how it's laid out, don't watch The Cage. That's not canonical as The Cage. Start and watch Where No Man Has Gone Before. You'll get to The Cage in a 2-part episode called The Menagerie. Where No Man Has Gone Before was the second pilot. It was actually the 3rd episode aired, but start with that. So go from Where No Man Has Gone Before to The Man Trap to Charlie X. That's what you got to do.
There you go.
So Jaimin D says, "This may be a crazy question to ask." There are no crazy questions. But if you guys have ever seen both Bad Moon with Michael Pare or Silver Bullet, which is based on a Stephen King story, if so, thoughts, which one do you think is better or more watchable? Those are both werewolf movies. Do you have any thoughts on that, kids?
I haven't seen either of them.
Silver Bullet.
I like Silver Bullet.
Yeah.
Bad Moon's a little low budget. I don't dislike it. It's not bad, but Silver Bullet, I think I like it more.
Yeah.
Mista 47 says, "I highly recommend Under the Skin starring Scarlett Johansson." For those of you who don't know,
Excellent.
It is
Excellent
so
film.
good. It's based on a novel by Michael Faber, who wrote The Crimson Petal and The White. It's a great movie. And, I mean, I hate to say it, but I'll say it, full frontal from Scarlett. Just saying, you know?
Absolutely. She's beautiful walking around nude.
Oh, my God.
She doesn't even pose. She's just walking directly. And the beauty of her walking towards, I guess, the victims and then being, in this unusual, I'm going to say, situation is it's just really thrilling in the story. You never really find out a lot of information. I think this is one of her best performances.
Oh, I do too.
Truthfully, it's not easy to just walk around and look like that as an actress. I think, she looks wonderful, and I recommend the film. I think it's one of the best she's made.
I think Under the Skin is one of the great science fiction films of the 21st century, along with things like Gattaca and Children of Men and Never Let Me Go. It's incredible. I love it. Mr. 47 says Frozen from 2010, starring Sean Iceman Ashmore. Frozen's it is kind of a horror film. It's about people stuck on a chairlift. It's really, really, really good. Mr. 47 goes on to say The Guest, absolutely, with our favorite star of the show Legion. The Guest, best Halloween movie since 1978. It's pretty damn good. Silly Goose upgraded their membership and became a PGS hero. Thank you, Silly Goose.
I also want to recommend The Autopsy of Jane Doe.
Oh, my God. Thank you for saying that. That might be one of the greatest Halloween movies ever. Right?
Yes. And I think that just the mysticism in the film is what gets you. It is creepy, the circumstances are creepy, but this actress, I also have to give her credit for doing.
Oh my God.
She's incredible. It's not easy to be that way for hours and hours and hours and hours. I think she's incredible. It's terrifying. I loved it. I think it was just so down to the basics horror, that really is not easy to always achieve that and pull it off.
I have to say, The Autopsy of Jane Doe is terrifying. If you give yourself over to it, it is, first of all, it's a genius horror conceit. Most of it takes place in one room. And it is so much fun. It's so scary. That is, it's funny. I'm glad you brought it up. I do think The Autopsy of Jane Doe is one of my very favorite horror films ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
And
No.
I don't know how the concept seems simple enough, but the way that it's done in the context that it's done, it doesn't feel entirely cliche. It really is fantastic. And it also shows, and am I correct in saying that it's a lower budget film, Robert?
Yeah.
Or
Oh my God. As a matter of fact, you want to see how a low budget is properly employed. That film, genius. I mean, that is beautifully directed. Everything about that movie, it costs not a lot of money. It's funny because if they had released that now in theaters, it would have made $20 million this opening weekend. That
It would've
film
been a big
delivers the fucking goods. You know, that was a movie I'd only heard about and I didn't know what it was. You know, I bought it sight unseen, and Elizabeth and I sat down and watched it, and like, this is the best thing ever. I loved it. And look, when I say that, people expect, I don't know, that like the demons from hell will actually come up and pat you on the back when you say how scary it is. I don't know. But that movie is so good.
It's
The
a
Autopsy of
psychological
Jane
type of
Doe.
thing, yeah.
So good. It's so good. Binary Sunset Media says, love Lael's passion.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Kevin Morales says, thank God there weren't cell phones back then. 5 words, Rob. Peanut butter and bubble gum. Don't even, oh, wow. Okay, Kevin. And he's a member of the channel. Yes, peanut butter and bubble gum. Mr. 47, Bone Tomahawk. I love Bone Tomahawk. Army Hammer's favorite movie of all time. Well, I can see that. Understand why. It's a great movie. Mr. 47 goes on to say, from dusk till dawn, speaking of nudity, sheesh, satanic pandemonia. Come on now. That was peak our favorite Selma Hayek. Peak Selma Hayek.
Selma Hayek, man.
Elon Abadi is a new member. He's an imagination connoisseur. Thanks for becoming a member of the channel. That takes us to the end of the super chats. I'm going to let you beautiful kids go. It's only been 4 hours. I want to say thank you. First of all, where can people find you online, and tell them about your new show that's on this channel?
Yes, guys, you can always find me on my channel, Positive Fandom, where we do all the parlay in the fandom on Sundays. My live show, Sunday brunch at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we invite everybody who's a creator to come on and promote their work, promote their show. So do check us out, or me out, on that time and day on Sunday. On Monday nights, you can find me right here on the Post-Geek Singularity for Ladies of the PGS, my 6 p.m. show. Lorena Creel will be my guest for the next show. We talk about science fiction, fantasy, horror, sex, and so much more. Star Wars, Star Trek. Guys, please do check it out. I promise you, we work very hard to make that show interesting. And for those of you who have been watching the show, thank you for the support for Ladies of the PGS. I am loving doing this show, and everybody has been so supportive. So thank you for that. But you can also find me streaming with Lorena Creole on her channel, on her Twitch channel, as well as her regular YouTube channel. I also stream on Fridays at 12 p.m. on Midnight's Edge in the morning with Tom Connors and Andre. So you can find me there. And of course, you can always find me here on Midnight Musings. And you can also find me sometimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays on the 1/6 Scale Man Network on either Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels. So guys, please do check it out. And thank you for everybody in the chat for all the support. I still need people to subscribe to my channel and bring up those watch hours. Thank you, everybody who has been so kind. You guys are the best. I love this community.
One more time, what is the channel they need to subscribe to?
Positive Fandom is my YouTube channel. Please subscribe to Positive Fandom and also watch some of my videos. I cover a variety of topics. For sure, I always cover sex and sexuality on my channel, so don't worry about that, guys. I embrace masculinity and I reject, modernity. I always have to mention that. Ladies of the PGS is not a feminist show. Guys, we certainly do love men on the channel, so don't worry. It's not that kind of a show. I've heard people say, this is not the show I expected. Well, it's my show. It's never going to be what you might expect, but I assure you, we will be discussing interesting topics And yeah, it's just great to be here with all of you. Had such a great time tonight, Robert and Lael.
Great show. Lael, where can
Yes,
people
yes.
find you, sir?
Well, you can definitely find me at the one. And come on, man. Everybody who hasn't already subscribed, please subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. It's just simple and easy. Subscribe, hit that notification bell for upcoming events and videos. Today we had Figure Flex Friday, like we do every Friday. We get to come over and flex some of your work, your art pieces that you have, collections, and your own collections, and we showcase that live. Sundays we have Collectors Lounge International, where we actually talk to everyone, like people all over the world. We have guests that are on, between here, England, Netherlands, everywhere. That we actually have these conversations live, and that's on Sunday at 12 o'clock p.m. That is the Collectors Lounge International. Everything pop culture and collecting, everything we talk about. On Mondays is Comic Book Talk with Friends, where we discuss everything going on in the comic universe, MCU, what have you, DCEU. But we just kind of break down some of the classics, from great writing. If you're trying to get your comic books graded, the route to take, especially CGCs. So, tune in for that. On Wednesdays, we definitely have Say What Wednesdays, where we talk about everything in the collecting community. What's next, what's been revealed, what's up and coming. So stay tuned for that. Like, Arun said, she's, always on that show, as well as Uncivilized Scoundrels on Thursday, where we talk everything that's going on in the Star Wars universe, such as Andor, any upcoming properties, you name it, we'll be talking about it. I have a couple videos that are going to be featured out here pretty soon. But yes, make sure, if you haven't already subscribed, please head over to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, become a member, or just subscribe to the channel. Why not? It's just fun.
Absolutely.
And you always find me here on Friday nights, Midnight Music, with my man Rob. Come on, it just doesn't get any better than this. And if you want to hear me laugh, this is where I'm going to do it.
Because there's a lot of fucking going on, Lael. Now I've got something I got to tell you guys. Lael,
Yes.
you'll appreciate this. I want to tell you what I did yesterday.
What you do?
Justin Kane of Justin's Collection was in LA yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You might ask, why was he in LA?
Mm-hmm.
He was in LA with all the people from Queen Studios
Wow.
and their in-arts figures.
Mhm.
I went to an undisclosed location where I was able to play with all of the in-arts upcoming 6-scale figures, such as the Joker, such as Pattinson's Batman,
Ooh.
Gandalf,
Mm.
the not yet even announced Aragorn from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, wow.
And they were taking pictures and videos, and I am actually supposed to get in my car in 5 hours and drive to Vegas, because InArts is having a big event for YouTubers and all of that at the Excalibur Hotel in Vegas tomorrow, where they are going to unveil these figures and show them. And for all of you 6-scale, like a lot of people talked about InArts, let me just say. Now, I pre-ordered the Joker. I pre-ordered the Heath Ledger Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking God.
It's everything you wanted.
First of all, the box, I can't even begin. I'll tell you, the Robert Pattinson Bruce Wayne, the pictures. So tomorrow, the reason they Toys Wonderland and Justin, they sent Justin out here to take pictures and video, and he's going to start dropping. He's going to be the first. He is the first figure guy who has. Justin spent days shooting these figures and doing reviews, and I mean, he had me. He's like, Rob, come over. I love Justin, and I'd never met him. I put on my Instagram a picture. It's so funny. There's a picture of us going, hey, and there's like plants behind us. Well, he was at the Airbnb, and I go in there, and there's the guys from InArt, and he's got the whole set up, and he's brought all his cameras, and he's got this whole thing, and he's doing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm looking at. He spent 2 days shooting like unbelievable amounts of video of these figures, and Justin's very meticulous, and they're posing, and I got to suggest poses for Pennywise.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Thank you very much. I'm like, do it like this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they did, and dude. Now here's the thing. This is the funny thing about the in-arts figures, I would say. They're fucking incredible. What was amazing was the Pattinson Batman. Here.
Yes.
Okay, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. The fabric they use for his overcoat, the way it felt like this, it was incredible, and the way everything has wires in it, like more so than Hot Toys. Here's what I love the most. Here's the one thing that not the one thing I loved a lot, but so the in-arts figures come with multiple heads, like the Joker figure comes, the deluxe Joker. The box is it's unbelievable. They have taken the head sculpts, and they put the head sculpts in these circular, clear plastic like containers, so they don't have a wraparound like
plastic. Yeah.
No. So they're open, and you could put these containers, I'd never seen them before, on a shelf and display your head sculpts. Just your head
cool.
sculpts.
Wow.
So fucking cool. And with the Joker, because you get 2 head sculpts, these capsules are like, they're like the size of this, like actually about like here. Imagine if this was not fluted or whatever, it was just a singular, the head sculpts on a.
It's amazing.
It's so unbelievable, and I have to tell you, the paint ops on the hands and the arms, dude, I was blown away. Blown away. And tomorrow, these figures that I saw, that I held in my hands, and Justin had brought like the DX-19 Hot Toys Dark Knight Rises Batman.
To compare it, yeah.
All comparing and contrasting. These but here's the funny thing. These figures are incredible. They're still 6 scale. And when you're looking at Hot Toys and in-arts are amazing, but they're still 6 scale.
Yeah.
So
they complement each other.
Yeah, the difference is it's not, but these figures, I am so happy I pre-ordered that the deluxe Joker set, because when
Me
you
too.
see it,
I'm just scared of price. I'm scared of how much it's going to cost to get shipped over here by Toys Wonderland, man.
that's the scary. When you see the box, okay, the box looks like a guitar case if a guitar didn't have a neck.
Oh shit.
It's just the guitar. So it's this giant, like, triangular box. It's fucking huge.
Oh, that sounds pricey.
But yeah,
know.
but I have to tell you,
It's gonna be
the
pricey
box,
as fuck.
the box, it's a work of art. And there's like 4 different forearms, and the hands, the paint ops on the hands are incredible.
I believe it.
So tomorrow, they're having an event at the
In
Excalibur.
Vegas. Yeah.
And and I'm going out there. I was supposed to go out there today, and I couldn't. Family reasons. And I couldn't go out there. I was going to go out. Justin rented a Tesla and drove out there. I was talking to him. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't be there. But he wants me to go help. He's like, Rob, you can help pose the figures for the event. So
It's nice of you.
I'm getting up, and I'm going to Vegas to go to the the Queen Studios event.
And crazy.
And they're going to announce they have other licenses that they have not announced yet that they have.
That's gonna be crazy.
Things that they wouldn't even tell me. We all went to dinner last night, but dude, those figures,
I can't wait.
They're unbelievable.
You must be so excited, Robert, to get back out there.
I'm pretty excited. I was like, as far as 6 scale figures goes, everyone after tomorrow, everyone's going to be talking about them.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And by the way, Justin's reviews, I can say this. I said to Justin, you should schedule your first review to go live. The first review he's going to do is the Joker. He has had complete access to the figures. So he shot Joker, the Pattinson Batman, the Pattinson Bruce Wayne, Gandalf, Aragorn. I think that's it. Those 5 figures.
Yeah, I definitely want to see the Pattinson Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Yeah. It's incredible. There's both the sculpted hair and the rooted hair.
Yes. And did they make a Phoenix Joker?
Not yet. They are though.
Okay, I can say that. Yes. Incredible. I mean, it's what they're doing is incredible.
Yes.
With the face paint and without it?
I don't know if it's without it, but I don't know what exactly. All I know is that the guys there are, I mean, they're very into the Joker. They showed things that I was surprised. I don't know if I don't know if I can say this. I'll say it anyway.
No, don't say it.
Well, they even had pictures of a prototype of the series Gotham, the Gotham Joker.
Yeah.
They had all these different Jokers now, but I don't think those are necessarily ones they were going to do, or they just had pictures of reference photos. But really cool. I mean, their figures are definitely worth the way they use magnets in the feet and the bases, so they don't have to have crotch grabbers and all that. It's unbelievable.
I can't wait to see it.
So tomorrow, near hours, I mean, Justin's going to drop his reviews.
Okay.
That's going to be great. I got the Heath one for my best friend who loves the Heath Joker, but I love the Phoenix Joker. That is my absolute favorite. So I think they both look good, but I'm not even going to see the Phoenix one because that's going to go right to, I'm not going to see the Heath one because that's shipping directly to him. So I won't even see it, but
yeah, it is fucking unbelievable. And the rooted hair version, it's incredible. And the fact that it comes in these capsules, it's such an innovative idea. Wow. I mean, it's just it proves to me that rooted hair can work from the I am not a fan. I think the only rooted hair figure that I have that stayed intact is my Black Widow from Winter Soldier.
Gotcha.
That hair has been great.
Because it shifts back into place. It doesn't really, it's straight and it's done well.
Yeah, it's done well. But the rooted hair on these InArts figures are it's fucking incredible.
Wow.
And the whole, when you open up the box, I mean, I can't. Here's the thing. Let me go full frame. So the box for InArt, it's the deluxe Joker. It has to be. I mean, it's huge, and it's slanted like this and down and over. And so you have the 2 figures. You've got the capsules with the head sculpt. You have the arms. You have all the accessories, and then you take out the first level, and the second level has like the metal bars. Yeah, and dude, it's, I mean, what's really interesting is, like, we all love Hot Toys. I mean, I look around, I've loved Hot Toys for 15 years. But what they're doing is, I mean, I was like, how do you plus that?
Yeah.
They've plussed it.
They're killing it.
And it's interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, like, tomorrow. They did say there was an open bar. I'm like, oh, okay.
Nice.
I'll drive 300 miles.
So Robert, if you're going to Las Vegas tomorrow, is there a Let's Get Physical Media on Sunday?
No.
Okay.
There is not. I don't know if I've told Dieter that or not. There's no Let's Get Physical Media on Sunday.
I can let him know if you want.
No, I'll tell him. I mean, but what he's gonna freak out about is his favorite actor, Scott Adkins.
Yes, the Accident Man.
Yeah, did you see the video? So Scott Adkins called up John Campea.
What?
Yes, called up John Campea the other day, John, and said, "I love your show.
Oh my God.
I'd love to promote." And so today on the John Campea show, John went into, before I interviewed Ruth Carter, John went in early and interviewed Scott Adkins. Watch his new
Oh
movie.
my
It was on the show today,
God.
and Deidre's going to freak out. And
Oh my God.
then I got to talk to Ruth Carter, which was like I was so like not worthy, you know, and it was I have to say, I mean, you know, the YouTube world can be pretty great.
Yeah,
People say it can be
definitely.
toxic, but I think that our little group. But look, you guys, I know it's like 4:12 in the morning for you.
Yes, it is.
I must let you all go. I mean,
Okay.
don't you, Lael, don't you get to go like nestle up next to LaToya T?
Yes, I'm about to go do that now. Get some
Yeah,
sleep because
you
we
should go
got to
do
both
that.
get up in the morning. So yeah,
So
definitely, man. I
yes, go
appreciate that.
go. And thank you very much. And you've already said where you guys are going to go. I'm probably going to get in my car in like 4.5 hours or something and drive to Vegas.
Enjoy your trip, Robert.
Look out for
Definitely
the
enjoy the trip
live.
and be safe.
There's going to be live broadcasts from the InArts event, and they're going to show statues and their figures. So for you 6-scale figures collectors, I'm telling you,
Oh,
and
yeah.
look for Justin's collection because he will have the world premiere. He's already shot the videos. He's already shot the reviews. He's done a fucking great job, and well done. Look out tomorrow for Justin's collection to have the world premiere of the InArts, the actual in-hand InArts collection, because it's amazing.
And we are all goof people, Robert.
We are all goof people. Yes, we are. So, kids, I will see you both later.
See ya.
And, all right. Good night. We'll see you
See
next
you later.
week.
Good night. See you night.
All right. All right, kids. Now that we're all alone. So who amongst you wants to jump on the channel? Guys want to come on? Anyone because I do have to go leave. Does anyone want to do any of you have any desire? We'll see. I mean, you know what? Proof is in the pudding. What I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect, and I'm going to disconnect, and then I'm going to reconnect, and then we're going to see. I am going to drop in the live chat here it goes. If you want to come on, if you have a good microphone and a good camera, come on the show. It's going to be short, though. It's not going to be long. We'll see. But I will do that. So it is live. There's a link. Hopefully, whoever's going to come on, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen tonight. This is a good show. I want to thank Lael and Mmmm for making this a terrific program this evening. I enjoyed it. And by the way, I want to thank S-Beam and Tom Jr. Jackson and my other moderators for coming on and even asking questions as they did, which was phenomenal. And Alex Detman, I don't know if he's still here, but thank you, Alex, for supporting the channel and all that. Yes, Dennis John Mason, how are you, sir?
Hang on, I gotta turn the volume up.
Okay, yes, I will wait, but I can hear you. You're 5x5. That's good.
How do I turn the video that's playing in the background?
I would say just diminish the sound. I don't know how you would do that, but
If I get back to it, we're in the same tab. Oh, okay, here we go.
hang on. I got to put you in the show. I'll put you in the show. But do you have, I can hear you, I can hear me.
I'm doing things the hard way. All right, that's it.
Because I can hear you on the show. So
Put on the earphones like you had me do last time.
there you go. That's what I'm talking about. All right. What's good?
Now, is that working? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Sound good. I'll bring you on the show. It'll be this will be good. This will be fun. And hang on, I've got you there. And we've got hang on. Israel King is going to. All right, there. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Yep, I can hear you. Let me put you both into the show. Just hold on. hang on, dudes. Let me put you guys both in. Hang on. Wait. Let me just put you in. And okay. So Dennis John Mason, you're in the show. Oh my God. In a world. And hang on. I'm going to add Israel King all the way from... You're in Texas, right? Yeah, I knew that. We were talking to you just the other day. Okay, so I'm going to bring you both into the show. You are now live, gentlemen. In the center square, we have Dennis John Mason. And on the right, we have Israel King, or as you know, a.k.a. King Tannic. So, gentlemen, first of all, welcome to Midnight Musings.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and welcome to my world, which is in the background, but you can't see it, but that's okay.
Well, that's good. Now, let me ask you this. Israel, should I call you King Tannic or Israel?
You can call me whatever you want, sir.
That's my question.
Well, no, you can call me. It doesn't have to call me Johnson.
Whatever's easier, because
that joke is a real joke.
So
ladies and gentlemen,
call me King Tannic,
that's a real joke.
It's easier for you to call me Israel, whatever.
Well, okay, King Tannic, let me ask you. We were talking earlier about a lot of shows.
Mm-hmm.
She-Hulk. How you feeling about? We got the end. We saw the end of She-Hulk and the end of Rings of Power this weekend. Now we still got Andor and House of the Dragon going. Right. How do you feel about the end of She-Hulk and the end of Rings of Power?
Okay.
Good question.
So I'll go by the order when they came out. She-Hulk, the entire series I kind of thought was a little hit or miss. None of the episodes I found to be like utterly terrible, like a lot of people were complaining about the show. But I never really got the peak of, I guess, what the show was kind of going for. A lot like how John talks about on his show. It never really hit that peak comedy for me.
No.
There were good episodes. I think the best episode was the Daredevil episode for sure. I think most people agree on that. This episode, I was kind of with Jen in the first half. Like, I was like, what is going on? Is this where we're going right now? Are you serious, Marvel?
Right.
And then as soon as she literally punched through the screen, I was like, okay. And then we go through, go to Marvel Studios. I've heard a lot of people say that that's what it looks like, and you actually have to sign that NDA.
Oh, no, that was that. They actually filmed that at Marvel.
That's crazy. Is the NDA that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And so that happened. I thought that was sick. I did find it a little strange, though I guess it's a little humble that the writer of the show actually didn't talk in the scene. She kind of like stayed off in the background, and only took like the people who knew the writer to like spot her out. I think
she was there though. She was right. She was prominent. Yeah. I do think that the person who talked, the dude who talked, was an actor.
Yes, I think they took actors to portray either them or put them like more in the forefront rather than themselves, which I guess is more of a humble move. Same thing with Kevin, the big robot thing. I was personally hoping, because all the leaks said Kevin, and we assumed that was Kevin Feige.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping that Kevin Feige would come out and they would kind of like have a talk. But after hearing some reviews and different thoughts about it, I've come to the conclusion that that probably would have been the most egotistical thing a producer has ever done in this industry. But I think if any producer could do it, it would be Kevin. So
yeah, it'd be kind of funny. I mean, so Dennis, let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mason.
What?
Are you watching She-Hulk and Andor and House of the Dragon?
I am. I'm paying close attention to She-Hulk because I've been in love with Jennifer for 50 years, 40 years, and I could not help but check it out. I could not help.
What'd you think?
You know what? It's to me, it's almost as entertaining as watching some of the criticisms with pure awe, because I know these people are upset. And I know that a lot of the YouTubers are channeling a lot of their energy into responding to She-Hulk. And I'm thinking with all the energy that goes into the response to She-Hulk, they could write a better show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking? So, but no, I'm thinking, you know what? If I had seen no responses for it, I go, it's kind of a cartoon that I kind of like. It makes me smile. It doesn't make me vomit. It makes me smile a little here and there. So, you know, it's not hurting anybody. That's my response. It's not hurting anybody.
Well, they agreed.
It's silly, and I love what they did with the last episode. Bonkers. Marvel takes chances. It was bonkers.
It was. No, it's true.
Yeah, I agree.
So
but let me ask you, let me ask you guys this. One of my problems with She-Hulk is every episode was different. They didn't. It's just like they didn't know what their premise was.
Yeah. Well,
and I felt without that cohesion, I felt I missed the overall meaning of what the show was supposed to convey. And I think that people, it's just supposed to be entertaining. Well, that's fine, but to me, great entertainment also has great storytelling, has resonance beyond the time you're watching it. You know, and that's been proven for 70 years. I mean, whether you're talking about The Honeymooners, or whether you're talking about Gilligan's Island, or whether you're talking about The Twilight Zone, or Star Trek, or Hill Street Blues.
Same writers.
You know, Hill Street Blues. You want the stories that you're consuming to have resonance. And I felt that She-Hulk fell down because I don't feel that I know what the producers and the showrunners and the writers wanted to convey to me.
They don't know. They don't know. Rob, they are I don't know how else to say this. I live in Hollywood. They are that dumb. I mean, you know, I don't like name calling, but they really are dumb.
Well, I don't want to get on anyone's bad side, even though I do all the time. But
I went to high school with these kids.
Well, I have to ask. Let me ask Israel. I mean, you know, you're 20, right?
Yes.
So I would say you and we're literally in different generations. Mr. Mason's in a different generation. How did you feel about the writing of She-Hulk?
I felt a little bit how I felt with the vast majority of the stuff from Phase 4, in that it just feels very weird. It almost feels incomplete, as if it was like an early draft, and it didn't have enough time. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. Maybe it's due to the production schedule, because I know how trapped they are in these production lines, and I know that if they're like, hey, we need like another month to work on the script, then they have to bump everything on the schedule, not just She-Hulk. So I know that, but it just felt a little weird. And I know what they were going for with the premise. Like, it's a 30-minute little sitcom, and those sitcoms, most of them would be like these little anthology, like one episode is its own isolated story, so people can jump on and watch individual episodes. But
it still was. It didn't play that way.
Exactly. And I've heard from people, I don't know how accurate this is, but throughout the production, they were switching around episodes, they were adding episodes, they were completely altering how some episodes went. I heard that the what happens in the second half of this episode was a very last minute change to the show. I don't know if that's true, but that'd be
it was definitely a reshoot. The whole thing with Kevin, because I had a friend who worked on it, and it was done in, I want to say, August of 2021.
Okay.
June, July, August of 2021. That was when they reshoot. I mean, that's how long ago they did it. So, yeah.
And I mean, every episode gave me at least a chuckle at minimum.
Right.
But there were some episodes where I was hysterically laughing. I guess maybe it's just because I'm not like, for us, like, it's the Hollywood part of it, and so that final episode, I was just eating it up. I can see how casual fans might not get all the ins and outs or who Kevin is, even though to us he's like comic book Jesus.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, it was just weird. it was a very strangely written show. I think if they went for a season 2, I think they need to start development a lot earlier and come with some concrete overarching. I think they tried the one episode as its own story thing. Scrap that. Let's try a narrative this time. And I think that could be a lot better.
Yeah, I think it was all over the place. I mean, what I find very frustrating about the MCU is when you go back and you watch some of the best movies in the series, whether it was Winter Soldier,
right?
You know, the Captain America films, the 3 Captain America films. Really, I thought they were really well written. The Avengers movies,
yes.
I mean, even Age of Ultron is aged very well. You watch it now; it's a much better movie than people give it credit for. And I feel like Phase 4. The problem with Phase 4 has been the writing.
Yeah,
it's been rough. Well, let me ask you this, James. What do you think about what did I say, James?
James?
I mean Dennis John Mason.
No, DJM.
DJM. I'm like James. Well, that's what
James is my brother. That's my brother.
I'm
His
thinking
middle
Prince.
name.
That's what James used to say. I don't know why I got Prince in my mind. But so as a lifelong fan of She-Hulk, what did you think ultimately?
Ultimately, I'd rather watch it than not watch it. Because it's like...
That's a good point, too, because we did watch it.
Yes. But, Rob, I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
If some industry hotshot came to you, like, you know, in a few days, and you had nothing on your schedule, except maybe an afternoon podcast or something, if they came to you and said, Rob, we need a She-Hulk script by 10 o'clock in the morning, would you do that? Would
Absolutely.
you turn in an excellent
you never say no.
Okay.
You do it. Like here's the thing, you never say no. You're like, I call my agent. No. you do it. You write it, and I would stay up all night and do it, and it would be good.
But my real question is, would you write a really excellent a comic-based, funny, heartfelt show?
Well, I would try. I mean, look, if someone tasked me with the idea of writing a She-Hulk show...
You tasked me. He tasked
Yeah, tasked me, and I shall have him. If somebody gave me that idea, the first thing I would do is, I would think about the premise of the show, which is Jennifer Walters is coping with the fact that she's dealing with being She-Hulk. She was a good lawyer that now has been hired by the firm she would have dreamed of being hired by before she became She-Hulk, but she was hired by them because she is She-Hulk.
Yes.
So that what I would have done, what the premise of my version of She-Hulk would be, is that Jennifer Walters has achieved her goal of getting to a law firm, but she achieved her goal for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Which is they because she's She-Hulk. So what she
kind of lost that thread, didn't they?
Oh my God, it's not in the show at all. And the idea that and she's taking on these superhero cases and has to, which by the way, from an audience perspective is fascinating because you can, like all great science fiction, fantasy, and horror, you're dealing with human issues in the context of fantasy. So when you're dealing with, like, I love the idea of the Impossible Man having married these 8 women, but they turned it into, I mean, I know it's supposed to be funny, but they turned it into a joke. But in real life, if you're some immortal guy that can't die, like they always talk about, you look at a movie like Highlander, when he finds out he's immortal, he's married to a woman, when she grows old and dies, it's a horrible tragedy. And Connor McLeod has to look at this woman he's loved. He's immortal. He stays the same age. And the whole point about being immortal is, whether it's Interview with a Vampire or whatever, it's that the people you love grow old and die. So you can't fall in love. You know, so you've got...
Why don't the writers know this?
Because they haven't read all these stories. And
lived them?
Or live them. And what's so interesting to me is that She-Hulk, she herself, like Jennifer Walters, has a really interesting story in the sense that she was given this gift, and Bruce says, look, you need to be a superhero. You now have this power that has imbued you. And then Daredevil tells her, well, here's the thing. As Jennifer Walters, you can do good. But what Jennifer Walters can't do, She-Hulk maybe can do. So you have to reconcile that. Like, I'm a lawyer, and I take on pro bono cases. And within the system, I hope I can take care of them. But if I can't, Daredevil will. And now you, Jennifer Walters, you are She-Hulk, and you have a possibility within the system as Jennifer Walters. You can work within it, but as She-Hulk, you can also work within it because that's what they want you to do. But if it doesn't work out, you can solve problems later as the She-Hulk. This is the premise for a show, and every episode should have been delving into aspects of that dilemma.
Yeah.
Are you a good person? What do you do with your legal degree? What happens when you have to defend a supervillain?
What happens when the writer has to research legal stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was, and I have to say, the shot in the episode 8 of the writers' room, the cramped in, I'm like, this is the most self-serving bullshit. If you guys had written the best TV show ever, I would have said great. But I'm looking at you guys and I'm like, why are you on camera? Go write something better than what we're watching right now.
It was the last episode of the season. They're taking a bow.
Yeah, I'm like, but here's the problem. Everybody today wants to take a bow.
Yeah.
You know what you should do? Not take a bow and let your work speak for you. And that's what I can't stand. Whether it's Rings of Power, I mean, everybody's virtue signaling, tell me how great Rings of Power is because we're fighting for the rights of these people. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your agenda. If you're going to do a great J.R.R. Tolkien show, make it great. Make the show good. That's all we want. Right, Israel? Don't we want good stuff?
No, I'm just taking in what y'all are saying. I think that 100%, we just want good stuff. I think that finale, I don't know if it was like, my first takeaway would be that it's super self-indulgent, but I can understand that. But I see it as almost like a cowering escape. And like I said, I don't want to get on anyone's bad side, but it feels like they had like if those rumors that it was a last minute change is true, it feels like they took a bad script.
It wasn't last minute. Well, I want to be clear. It was a reshoot, but it wasn't last minute. It was talked about. It was done. It took them a year to finish it, so it wasn't last minute.
Okay. Well, even if that's the case, it still felt like, to me, even though I enjoyed it, it felt like and I'm a writer myself, but it felt like, oh, we can't figure out how to end this, so we're going to act as if we meant to do this, play it for a joke, hopefully the audience will forget. And then we go to the end and Jen is like happy and it's as if she had a character arc. I'm still like, she never struggled with the fact that she was uncomfortable in life as Jen and was confident as She-Hulk. She never reconciled that dilemma. Nope. And at the end, she's just acting like happily ever after. I'm here with Matt Murdock. And I'm like, great, but there's nothing there. I don't know. It felt like an escape to me where they could just get out of the work by giving a happy ending. I don't know.
I'm gonna step away for just a second. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I would ask you, Dennis, I'd like you to respond to what Israel said. I'll be right back. My dog is barking. I have to stop. It's 1:30. I'll be right back.
Say hello to your
it's Tallulah.
Companion. Tallulah, thank you.
This is Tallulah barking.
Oh, Tallulah, she's the sweetheart, isn't she?
No, she's a pain in the fucking
That's
ass.
why I love her.
All right, well, how you doing, Post-Geek Singularity fan base? How you doing, Dennis?
A PSG, Israel. You know, when Rob said your name, you know what came to my head?
What?
The year was 1960.
Yes.
No, 61. I was in second grade.
Mm-hmm.
And very first time I sang in front of people was in a choir.
Oh.
Second grade choir. In Hawthorne, California, where the Beach Boys were rehearsing a mile away. The Beach Boys. At the same time as I sat in that classroom. So, and we did a show for the parents, choral music, And one of the songs has stuck in my head since 1961. And it goes like this. He watching over Israel stumbles not nor sleeps. And it's very lilting Middle Ages kind of thing. And it's like, I'd never heard it before or since. And I look back at that. He watching over Israel. That's a real song from the Middle Ages. Anyway, but that's what, when I saw your name, that I couldn't get now I can't get it out. No, I'll get it out of my head.
I don't know whether to say sorry or you're welcome.
No. Israel King. That's a very kind of, that almost has a Jewish connotation to it, doesn't it?
Yes, my dad is white, but he is also Jewish. I forget which parent
Unless he's got the name King, that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make that up at birth.
You cannot make that up. A lot of people tell me I have a really cool name. I'm like it's all right, I guess. Nothing like Robert Meyer Burnett, but
could always,
that's true.
Yeah, you could always claim royalty. If necessary in a pinch.
Oh,
yeah,
there you go. That's an idea. Let me get my post.
I would.
Well,
I'd lie. I'd lie at every party.
Rob, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm of the personal belief that the big amount of Marvel stuff we've been getting lately is a Disney mandate towards Kevin Feige. That because of Disney Plus, they need extra stuff for them to pump out.
Yeah, they don't have much, and like Star Wars, they have Star Wars and Marvel.
Yeah,
those are their marquee. Those are their marquee products.
Mm-hmm. My question is, how long do you think until, because we've been hearing it all the time that Kevin Feige there's too much going on for him. How long do you think it is until Kevin Feige takes one of his apprentices and either assigns them to the movies while he takes primary over the shows, or vice versa, he takes the movies and they take the show? Because I feel like the MCU and the big problem with Phase 4 is there's a lack of authorship. Like the first 3 phases had Kevin Feige's stamp, and he was able to go through all the scripts and make sure everything was going the way it was supposed to. Whereas Phase 4, like I said, it just feels messy and for like unfinished.
Kevin got tired. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I don't think Dennis is wrong. Look, the MCU's been around since 2008. And Wakanda Forever, that comes out in less than a month, is the 30th MCU film, and we have 6 shows, or
I think it's like 9 now.
Yeah.
When are they going to step up? I mean, come on.
I will say this. I've read the 6 scripts for Secret Invasion. I love it.
Oh,
Secret Invasion's really, really good.
You got to let me know your guy, man.
And it's really good. I really, really, really liked it. And here's the thing: look, I think there's a real problem going on with Hollywood right now, and the problem is, and I think Marvel Phase 4 has suffered because of it, and it is diversity and inclusion. In terms of and here's the thing, I'm the first guy to say I want new storytellers to tell stories. The problem is Hollywood has a real issue in that because because of diversity inclusion, everyone's hiring all these people, but they're hiring people that aren't qualified for their jobs. And it's a thing. You all want people to be qualified, but I think the collapse of Blade is the first time that Marvel has suffered because of diversity and inclusion. The fact of the matter is, it does not matter what color, sexuality, religious belief, it doesn't matter who you are. If you don't have the chops to do the work, you're going to fail. And I don't know why Blade went down. I've only heard things secondhand about the director was out of his depth. And what's interesting is that Kevin Feige was very specific when he was hiring people like the Russo brothers and James Gunn to come in, because he understands, like, James Gunn made a movie like Slither, a $3 million sci-fi horror film, but it had visual effects, and it doesn't matter when you're a great storyteller, a great filmmaker, it doesn't matter what budget you're working under. Movies are all made the same way. More money allows you more time, and that means you're a little bit more relaxed. But the people who understand how to make movies, it doesn't matter whether they're making movies for 3 million or 300 million. The process is still the same. Now, unfortunately, with Hollywood having a mandate of hiring people of color, which I agree with, and people of LGBTQ, whoever, you're putting ability behind a trait. And it's a really weird thing. And the problem is they have to do that, because if they didn't, then people who had more experience would always win out, and those people who have more experience are not diverse. And so I get it. The problem is then things implode, because making movies requires a very specific skill set, and you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. I've said this many times on the show before, but movie making is one of the one industries in the world where you can actually figure out how much every second of production costs. So, meaning that every day that you're shooting might cost you $100,000 a day to shoot, because you have 12 hours. You have a 30-minute meal, so it's 12 and a half hours, but it's 12 hours. So if you're shooting for 12 hours, that means you can back it up. What is 100,000 divided by 12? There's 60 minutes in an hour. Break it down. You can all break it down to the last second. You can actually figure out, based on $100,000 per day, you're shooting for 12 hours. You have to make your day. There's 60 minutes in an hour. There's 60 seconds in a minute. Do the math. Break it down. Tell me, I don't know what the answer is, but the answer is it's $120 a second or whatever. And if you can't step up to that task and make sure that your money is well spent, where are you at? And I think more and more, I'm seeing this more and more in Hollywood's desire to try and be diverse, and there are a lot of people that are out of their depth that are getting jobs. And on one hand, it's great, but on the other hand, it's costing people a lot of money, and then they have to bring in people like myself who's had to fix things from a post-production standpoint. And I'm like, how does this happen? Why are you paying me to fix something that should have been done right the first time by somebody who was out of their depth? And you wonder, and that's where we're at right now. And now, I don't know if that's what's happened to Phase 4 necessarily, but like you said, Phase 4 is all over the place. I feel no focus. I'm always talking about the cosmology of the Marvel Universe. Where are we? Like, we've got a celestial coming out of the Indian Ocean and Ereshkigal the Judge in the sky. You've got warring Egyptian gods eating. Amet was eating souls of people. That was a mass casualty event in Cairo. 10,000 people probably died. Literally dropped dead as their souls are being devoured by a warring god in the pyramids of Giza. Then you had whatever went on in the Eternals, but that's the Celestials. And then all of this other stuff. Where are we at? Like, where's the planet Earth at? They came back from Thanos' snap. So you'd have a lot of the whole planet has a problem now with economics.
What an opportunity that was. Wow.
And they haven't dealt with any of it.
Yeah. And next
Rob,
month we're getting a new freaking country, a new culture, an underwater civilization that no one's known about. Are they going to talk about that at all? Well, maybe, because Black Panther seems to be a little more on that type of
But
genre.
like the Talocan Empire, whatever it's called, were they snapped? Was Namor snapped like Black Panther was? And
Good
if
question.
they were, I mean, I find what they're doing with the MCU. I loved in WandaVision when you saw Monica Rambeau unsnap and wakes up in that chair. I'm like, oh my God, thank God. It was chilling. And she walks outside. That was amazing. Well, half the population of the Earth, including half of our superheroes, had to go through that. What was that like? And I just feel that the MCU is breezing
Big
right
stories.
by it.
Big stories.
And where are we at?
Okay, Rob, you're talking about an overarching vision with all of its tangents. An overarching vision comes from a single visionary, which Kevin Feige has served very well as. But he's tired, for Christ's sake. Look what he's done. Give him a break. He needs, like Mr. King says, he needs an apprentice who can step up and go, oh, okay.
Hang on a second. We got Kinky Sphincter says, well, Rob, you sold me on the Joker. I had to order it from Toys Wonderland. Unfortunately, hopefully it works out. Look, man, you're not going to be disappointed. So Kinky
Give
Sphincter.
in to your hot toy desires.
Yeah, it's great. T. Kane says, why are we afraid to make good stories at the cinema level? I don't see any stories pushing the envelope. Am I wrong, Rob? Well, I'll tell you something. Here's the thing. Movies are hugely expensive to make, even low-budget movies. Mm-hmm. They cost millions of dollars. And the money, studios don't just have a vault where they go, well, we need $5 million to make this horror movie. It's all economics. It's all based on various factors. Studios borrow money to make movies from banks. They borrow the money, and they have to play it safe. You know, they can't. And the only reason they have to play it safe is tentpole movies are hugely expensive to make. You know, we saw this great renaissance in the 70s, but you're making movies for $2, $3, $4, $5 million. The French Connection cost like $1.5 million to make in 1971 or whenever they shot it. Kubrick's Clockwork Orange. I mean, all these transcendent movies cost nothing compared to now. You make one big tentpole movie at a studio, it's $200 million. And with that's a career maker or breaker. And that's why they can't, like, I have a shelf full of books. I would love to see, I miss movies like Hunt for Red October or Die Hard, you know, or Beverly Hills Cop, or all these classic from Midnight Run, all these classic movies studios.
Beverly Hills Cop, best music ever in a film, for original music for a film.
It was great. I mean, Beverly Hills Cop was a great action comedy. The studios don't even know how to make those anymore. And not only that, at the theatrical level, you know, that movie was a huge hit.
Yeah, those were the old Hollywood pros and the new people coming in. It was the old, all the crew were the old guys and the old gals in the, you know, doing all the crew stuff and doing all the writing and everything. So you still had the old system with its brilliance and all of its, you know, accompanying whatever. But that was what the 70s, it was like, okay, we're going to make some great American films now, and they're not going to cost a lot of money. We're going to do it like the French did, real cheap, and some of them will be really good, and they won't cost a lot. You know?
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's problematic. And unfortunately, I mean, look, everything is commodified now, whether it's sex, whether it's movies, whether it's books. I mean, you talk about anything, it has to appeal to the broadest possible base. I mean, the publishing industry is way depressing.
Unless you have a YouTube channel.
Well, I mean, I know, but I think a YouTube channel is good. I mean, here's the thing for any creator, you know, if you want to get, look, if I want it, like right now, people always criticize me. They're always yelling, well, Rob, where's like BL Alley? You know, like, where's the end of the film festival? I'm like, we did the film festival. I put all the movies up. They're there. People made movies. It was amazing. Some of those movies got into other film festivals.
What year?
2 years ago.
Okay.
And if you go to my page, the film festival movies, the Intergalactic Imagination Connoisseur Film Festival. Now, did I give out the awards yet? No. That's on me. But here's the thing. I took all those films. I watched them all. I added opening and closing or graphics to them. They're all people made the movies. We celebrated the films. We are going to give out the awards. But, you know, someone says to me, well, you never finished the film festival. Yeah, but was the film festival about the awards? Or was it about you making a movie? And I put it up on the channel. And we did do that, by the way.
Mission accomplished.
Equivocated. Yeah, but now we are going to give out the awards. And at the same time, we are going to publish a book called The Imagination Connoisseurs I put the kibosh on the people sending short stories, but that's only because I got busy finishing Tango Shalom, getting a movie into the theaters and all that stuff. So, but we haven't stopped, and some people get all angry at me, and I'm like, I get it. I understand. I didn't live up to what I had initially promised, but
Promise to who?
well, I did say we were going to give out awards.
I mean, but did you actually make a promise to a living individual, or did you? Or
No,
were
I
you
did. That was I think part of the mandate of the film festival was we'd give out awards. Like Kaz Graphics, we actually have a monetary award that Beecher's Handmade Cheese gave us, and we're still going to give that award out, and someone's going to win $200.
That's a good one.
And so all that is there.
The Cheese Award.
but for in my own life, I mean, I had to deal with all that and campy and all that stuff. But it's gonna happen. And the short story competition we're gonna do again. It's just it became overwhelming, and we do have the short stories people submitted. And the reason I charge a $25 entry fee is because I have to pay people to read the stories.
Oh, you don't have to explain that, man. Most 99% of the PGS are hip to finances because they actually do their own technology.
Right. But still, I mean, we can't read all the stories. I've got to. But we already. By the way, we already have some great stories. And my dream has always been to publish. I love books. I have so many books of short stories. So I want to publish this book, and I'm going to. We are going to, and we're bringing back Whining About Movies. And
are you talking about professional binding and?
Oh yeah, I want to. It's going to be a hardcover, slipcased book.
Oh,
okay. with a dust jacket.
Yeah, books are great.
Yeah, and the book is going to be called The Imagination Connoisseurs.
Yeah, good name.
And the premise of the book is the story can be anything you want to write, and it needs to. The premise is, what is an imagination connoisseur? So that's the question that any story. That's it. And it can be anything. That can be anything. What does it mean to be an imagination connoisseur? You could tell a story in Mesopotamia if you wanted to. I don't care about somebody that looked at the sky. The question is it a great story that's well written? And
what is an imagination? That's the actual question. What is an imagination?
What does it mean to be an imagination connoisseur?
That's a little different. That has a slightly different meaning.
Well, no, either way, you could call it, and I would say ultimately
to be an imagination connoisseur.
Yeah, what does it mean? What is it? What is an imagination connoisseur? What does it mean to be an imagination connoisseur?
This is what we heard
what do imagination connoisseurs have to offer the world? It's any of those questions.
Right.
It's any of those questions, and so that is the imagination connoisseurs. So the premise is
only $25. Is seriously
$25 to submit a story.
That's to submit a story. Okay.
Now what I'm going to do is.
World of publishing, that's amazing. Okay,
but I'm going to crowdfund this book because to make a hardcover slipcase book is expensive.
Yeah,
and the $25 entry fee covers. I have to pay people to read the stories. Not a lot, but they get something.
People get that. You got expenses. It's like I got expenses, so let's get this on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the reason that it was just the film festival took a long time because it became.
Everything took a long time. It was the time of taking a long time.
Yeah, during but what was fun was getting those. It was during COVID. It was during COVID, and a lot of people. By the way, I take full responsibility that we haven't given out the awards, but there's been a lot of people that I'm like.
Well, nobody's disappointed.
Oh, some people are. Some people are.
Well, those who are disappointed missed the whole point.
Well, yeah. I mean, for me, the point was people made movies, and I love them. There were so many, and I have to say, there are some people who made movies that I really liked that I reached out to again and never heard back from them. And I was like,
no.
I'm worried about them.
I know. I'd be worried about them too because you go through a process like that and you don't show up. There's something going on.
No, they did, and there's one person in particular whose film I really enjoyed. I thought that was pretty innovative, and I reached out to them, and I was worried about them, and I'm like, there's a couple of movies too that
Artists, what are you gonna do? They get into trouble.
yeah,
They do.
You don't know. But I don't know. So Israel, before I'm gonna knock off now at 2. We've been going for 5 hours, but I'm gonna end this because I have to go get a few winks and then go to Las Vegas. Assuming my family situation is not, I don't have to tend to it. But let me ask you guys this: Israel, to end this whole thing about Marvel and Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. You're a writer yourself. What is it you would like to see going forward in terms of the entertainment you're looking to see?
I mean, in a really short thesis, and then I'll expand upon it. Good stories, well told. I think that's what any fan wants.
Yep.
Now, I think, and it's not going to happen, but I think we could use just from each studio just a lot less content. That's just a lot more focused and driven. And I need passionate people to write the stories they're telling. People who know the source material, people who love it. They don't have to tell something totally, completely accurate to the source material. But as long as there's a place of passion and you can tell when you're watching it, like there's a sense of love and wonder here that I'm watching. Even if I don't know the source material, but I
see it in Andor and I see it in House of the Dragon.
Yeah. I've never read the books for House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones, but I can feel that. I'm like, these people love these characters, this world. Everything is just breathing off the page to me.
Yep.
And I hope to see more of that. I hope that with Marvel or with Disney, quantity isn't everything. I think that people would prefer less great stories than more stories, because ultimately people are going to tune out, and it might be the type of characters they're using, it might be the storytelling, but we've seen the Disney Plus shows in the audience go down and down and down over time.
Yeah.
And I think that eventually they're just going to hit numbers that they realize we can't keep making stories this expensive if this is going to be our return. You were talking about how it's a gamble. I mean, look at franchises like the DCEU when they made a $300 million Justice League movie that tanked. Look at how the Transformers franchise directed by Michael Bay ended. Sorry, I had to bring up Transformers. Look at how that ended. It was a $250 million Transformers The Last Night that did not make its box office return. When you have things that are that expensive.
The J.J. Abrams produced Star Trek movies. Everyone's like, well, Rob, they made money. I'm like, they really didn't make money.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but they just kept doing that because they were hoping that the audience would at some point catch on. I mean, eventually the studios, they're eventually going to hear it, if not from reviews and from what people are complaining. They're eventually going to hear it from wallets and views and subscribers.
Yep.
They're going to hear it from the numbers. And I'm scared that we're going to get to a point where that has to be the case. I don't want that to be the case. I would rather we handle the problem now, because I think it's a very simple problem. You get qualified writers and directors who have an established background, who know what they're doing, who have a love for the source material that they're telling. I think that's really it.
The problem is, to be honest with you, you'd think that that would be easy.
Who qualifies these people?
Yeah, there's a lot less people like that in the world than you might think.
Mm-hmm. I didn't mean to oversimplify it, but
but it's true, because like in the case of Star Trek, here's the problem with Star Trek. Who loves Star Trek? That's actually an A-list director. Very few people, because Star Trek was created in the 60s by somebody else. So whatever you do as far as Star Trek is concerned, you can't put your imprimatur on it. It's not like Star Wars that everyone loves.
Well, apparently they've done something close to that in season 3, which will never happen. In my world, it's a future that I can't even foresee.
Well, I mean, what's really interesting, and that's why I've been touting Picard season 3, is because they had a showrunner in Terry Matalas who worked for Brandon Braga on Voyager and Enterprise.
How did he creep in? How did he creep into that?
Well, it's really interesting because he worked in the industry, and then he created the 12 Monkeys series. He was the showrunner and that was actually a very, very good show. Yeah, okay. Comes back, he does a few episodes on season 2. Here's the problem. Here's the problem that I see with Star Trek. The people that control Star Trek, they don't like Star Trek. It's just a job.
No, I know
Alex
that.
Kurtzman is not somebody who,
Well, we've seen it.
but
They're
it's very
Star Trek,
lucrative.
they're
It's very
Star Wars.
lucrative for them. And Terry Matalas literally got hired because nobody wanted to do that job. He's like, I want to do it. And he
What's
came
the
in
job
and
called? What's that job called?
he's a showrunner. He's the showrunner. He's the
Okay.
sole.
Okay, that's the big cheese. That's
Yeah, the big, and so Terry comes in and goes, okay, you know, I've got 10 weeks or whatever to get my writing staff to come up with 10 episodes or 6 weeks or whatever, and he did. And
was
the reason,
Terry not involved with STD or any of the other stuff?
well, no, he worked on Star Trek Picard season 2, but only wrote 1 or 2 episodes, and he wasn't. It was already too far down the road. But he's a legitimate showrunner, and he came up with a really interesting story. And the thing is, I can't explain to people, if you're a Star Trek fan, when you watch Star Trek Picard season 3, everything about it is so different than season 1 and 2, but you can't. It's like The Matrix. Until you experience The Matrix, you can't be told what it is. You have to see it for yourself. And so people are yelling and bitching at me like, "Oh, Rob, it looks like Murder Trek or whatever." I'm like, look. All I can say is, just watch it, man. Then
Could
come
you
back to
imagine
me.
Will Rob people in the same room? Will Rob, like the Minions.
Oh man, that would be bad. Well, listen, gentlemen, I'm going to end this stream.
You got a desert to drive to.
I know. So,
That's
any
exciting.
final words, Dennis, John, Mason? You got anything final to say to the folks out there?
I'm trying to think of lyrics to a John Lennon song, but nothing comes to mind. Oh, nothing you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can say that can't be sung. Nothing you can. I forget the rest. Anyway, that's be excellent to one another and party on.
Nice. And now Israel.
Everybody. I love the Post-Geek Singularity. I love how it might be a smaller community, but everybody's so well respectable and so informed. And I love you guys. Love the passion. If I'm making a documentary, I hate to plug, but if you want to see the documentary, you can go to YouTube, my YouTube, which is King Tannic. It hasn't come out yet, sadly. People above me have forced me to delay it, so that'll come out in a bit. Rob, if you ever need like a younger person's opinion on something, I follow you on Twitter, on every social media
Rob, there might be a few people younger.
Just let me know.
I need more younger people. We should talk about doing a show, man.
Oh, dude.
I have an idea. For a younger.
I'll say this for you, Rob. I know you like Gundam. There's a new Gundam show airing right now, a new anime. And it is. I haven't seen much Gundam before, so I don't know if it's a reboot or if it's.
Is it part of the Universal Century? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's called Gundam. It's like a name.
Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. It's currently airing right now. It is the best anime airing right now, in my humble opinion.
Is it on Netflix?
Tears in the first episode. It's on Crunchyroll. I was in tears in the first episode. It's outstanding. I just thought I'd had to let you know because you love Gundam.
I'm an old school 1979 Gundam fan, but The Witch from Mercury, I didn't even know that was out.
Yeah. Well,
gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here. Let me just make sure that T. Gaines says, Kinky Sphincter says, well, Rob, you sold me on the Joker. I had to order one from Toys Wonderland. Hopefully it works out. It will. T. Gaines says, why are we afraid to make good stories at the cinema level? I already answered that. They can't push the envelope because they're too expensive and they have to appeal to the most, the masses. Tom Jr. Jackson says, another great show, Rob. Have a safe ride. Thank you. A Silly Goose says, mere moments ago, I ordered my first hot toy. It's a Shore Trooper from Rogue One. I've been wanting one for ages, so I finally pulled the trigger. I have to say I have both Shore Trooper hot toy figures. They are awesome. They're awesome. You're going to love them. The Shore Troopers are great. And you're going to a fine choice. And on that note,
any hot toy is a fine choice.
To quote Billy Crystal, writer's right always.
That's right. That's right. Gentlemen, thanks for being here, and we will see you later.
Thanks for having me, Rob. Bye-bye.
And gentle people, kind souls, everyone, I would say that thank you all for being here. Once again, Thanks to my moderators. Thanks to all of you who generously support the channel through super chats and tips. Thanks for the members. We had a member chat last week. We'll have another one next week. The member chats are great. They're so much fun to see you guys. And wait, on that, I can be here. And on that note, look, by the way, if you're a Hot Toys fan or a 6-scale figure collector, look to Justin Kane's channel, Justin's Collection on YouTube. You already know it. Justin is going to drop tomorrow the first InArts, the Tiffany, the Lamborghini, those 6-scale figures that Queen Studios InArts offshoot is doing. They are amazing, and Justin has done all the work, and he is going to show you those figures up close and personal. I have held them in my hands myself, and oh my God. And on that note, Midnight Musings comes to an end. Thank you all, and as always, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. Have a good night.